Can you hear me now? Right, looks like you can hear me now. Welcome to the stream, folks. I'm not sure why this is quite so zoomed in. Let me just move the chair back and do old school zoom out. It won't be on this screen for long. How's everybody? Today we are streaming for Special Effect. And the goal is to raise some money. One special day was actually last weekend, or even the Friday before that. But I was sick, so I couldn't speak. I had this respiratory virus, RSV, and I think it was RSV anyway. Yeah, I don't think anyone really appreciated it. Was that wouldn't have been a fun stream to do, let alone listen to, because my voice was awful, really awful. Yes, more awful than normal, baked bean kid. Yeah, it was. It expended like a lot more energy just to make sound, and it wasn't good sound. It was awful. Oh dear. Right. Yeah, so special effect. For those of you that are new. Special effect is, everyone's talking about my colour light because I've got them set to pink at the moment. I might change it later. So special effect, what they do is they work with people who have disabilities, who have challenges, and help them game. And it's not just about finding the right button panels and so forth for them. I've got a bunch of videos to share over the course of the weekend, and I'm going to make you bored to tears of them, honestly. There's some really, really good stuff here, really inspiring. Goes from everything from sorting out what button panels will help people through to even writing software for them, modding games to make it to where they can work. So I've got videos covering all of that stuff. The other thing that's really interesting, and I thought worth flagging, and again it's going to be, you'll see it in some of these videos, is this is not just about kids and ill and disabilities they're born with. This is also about older people later in life who have had life-changing events, and then how they deal with that and move forward. So it's it's some really inspiring stuff. Over the course of the weekend, it'll be the usual range of madness and nonsense and misbehaviour, as you'd expect, and doing mostly all TSW. But I do have a couple of little wrinkles. We've got I've got loads of wrinkles actually, as you can see, but that's a separate problem. We've got some guests coming on over the weekend. So we've got. Let me have a look at there is a schedule. The mods might be able to share it. I can't remember. So we've got videos today from British Ace and Train Simulator Driver. They'll be taking over a section. They've sent me a video where they're going to do a bit for me and for you. And then we've also got Train Sim Play is actually going to join me on the stream. He's supplied a video as well, and we're just going to talk over his video. And then Alex from DT Dovetail will be joining me today. Harry will be joining me on Sunday. Neither of Alex and Harry have told me what they're going to do, though. Both have promised shenanigans, so a little bit nervous. Kalta Volmik will be joining me on the stream tomorrow night while we chat over a video, and possibly Train Simulator Driver will join me on Sunday morning, just talking while I do something, while I drive. So I've got a few guests to come and join in, make it so it's not just listening to me for 30 hours or however many long it means. Yeah, should be good. Have I been in Italy? No, I've never been to Italy. I'm not really a well-travelled person, to be honest. I've been to a few places. I've been to Australia. I've spent 3 months in Australia. I've been to Germany several times. I went to Denmark for Legoland when I was, this big. And I've been to the UK Legoland. Been to France. That was a school trip. So, not lots of people. I got the link. Hang on a minute. Let me sort out a link to the schedule sheet. Right, let me share that link. Right, ECM2, I've sent you the link. If you can check if that works, and if it does, share it with other mods. No, I've not been to India. We'll be able to share Australian content in TSW. The problem with Australian content, as with any new country, is getting the licenses. We are looking to get Australian licenses, but no joy so far. You're closer to France than Birmingham, though. Well, this is it. You know what? When I lived in London, I was close to all of the London attractions, of which there are many fabulous things. Guess how many of them I actually went to? Yeah. And it's not zero, to be fair. I went to the London Eye a couple of times. That's fun. I like the London Eye. Anyway, right, enough waffle. Let's go on with some trains. We'll do some of the special effect videos after we go. I just want to get on with doing some trains first. So I should probably switch over to you so you can see the game, actually, shouldn't I? Stupid camera. OBS doesn't like multiple scenes that have got a camera in them, because obviously no one does that. That's better. That's better. Now I can sit a bit closer forward. I've just realised actually that my Just Giving bot isn't running. Let me just run that. I mean, it's mostly zero, Liam. It's mostly zero. Sorry, I'm just getting this bot running, and Visual Studio is going for a nap. Wow, what is taking so long? Music is coming through really Is it coming through really broken for you? It's coming broken through for my headset. When is my birthday, Alex? In July. Let me check my audio settings. Oh, I've got the menu music turned right down. That's why you can't hear the menu music. Oh, hello. We're up to we're up to £54.19 now. So let me just go on to. I've got the Just Giving page up here as well. Let me refresh that. So, Tom, just a small donation. It's a great cause. Sorry I can't give you more. Wanted to say thank you, TSW, for your hard work on TSW. It's appreciated. Thank you, Tom. Jeffrey, Weimar Schultz, thank you very much for your donation. Drummy, good luck, good, great cause. Hope my small contribution helps. It certainly does. Jim Wall, thank you. Mark, thank you. And GWR Phil. So, superb. Thank you very much. Oh, hello. Something big just dropped. Baby Kid, thank you very much indeed. Always a star supporter. Really appreciate it. Says, well done, Matt DGG, for supporting this fantastic charity again. That kicks us off to a really fabulous start. Thank you very much, everybody. Let's keep that going. That's brilliant. Yeah, the music is kind of generally kicked up to a louder volume naturally. So, but no, one of the things I've seen this commented on the forums with the game noise breaking up, and I think it's something to do with the streaming machine, because even like this, I can see that when I was loading Visual Studio, the OBS and the audio just stopped completely. So I need to spend a bit of time looking at that. But breakups in audio are because of the streaming machine. If I listen to, I've got a second set of headset here, which is plugged into the PC itself, the gaming PC, and that you don't hear the crackling on that. So I need to work out what I've got wrong on the streaming PC that it keeps doing that. There's probably a USB bandwidth issue or something strange like that. I have got a lot plugged into this. Right, okay. Less waffle, more train. Dresden. What are we doing here? We are 08:45. I did think about a BR101 Expert, but I haven't had any time to practice it, so no. Right. Like clouds go. Do you think non-branded content is becoming more acceptable, given many people seem to be fine with the no LNWR branding? I don't know. I think we got a lot of hate and negativity about the lack of LNWR branding, but it does seem that people are settling down about it. I don't know. It's not my preferred option. It never will be my preferred option. But you know, if it's that or nothing, then okay. PZB on. Put the key in. Put it in forwards. Get the doors open. Right, we're in. Nick, thank you very much for that donation, much appreciated. I don't know if I mentioned this the last time I did the stream. I can't remember when they came in. I think they were. Yeah, SpecialEffect came into the office and talked to us about some of the stuff they were doing. That was where I learned about where they'd done with what they'd done with someone who wanted to he needed to be able to play games just with his eyes because of his disability, they modded Civilization and they modded Fallout for him to work with eye tracking systems. And made it to where you could play the whole game with them. It's really good. I'll show you a video. I'll do that video next after this scenario. Okay. Where are we? We're in Risa, so we're off to Globitz now. I see a green light. Let us move. Paul Wilkinson, thank you very, very much for that donation. That's much appreciated as well. Wow. Great charity, keep it up. Thank you very much. And Nick says, great work, Matt. Thank you very much. Wow. Thank you very much, Paul. I'm not sure what I feel about going past a hectometer board that's 666, you know? Feels like nothing can go right at this point, but let's see how we go. Concerts such as the 3 or the 5 car. So we haven't got the 5 car. I think this is the 3 car, isn't it? The one that came with Dresden? Yeah, this is the 3 car. T-sets transport. So there is a there was an update on the West Coast Main Line in the latest roadmap. I don't want to say too much at the moment, but broadly speaking, there's a bunch of work going on. Yes. Hey there, Red Arrow. Will it handle neutral sections on its own? Probably not. This route, this train was added before route sections, neutral sections were a thing in the game. There was a 180 meg update for PC Steam users. I don't know what that was, DJ Snap Attack. Might have been Steam doing a wibble. Do I use mods? No, I never use mods on these days. I've got nothing against them, but I like to keep my install vanilla. There's enough instability. I mean, this machine normally doesn't spend its life on the release branch anyway. It normally spends its life on one of the dev branches. And if I'm doing testing, then the last thing I need is mods potentially disrupting that. If there's an incompatibility that suddenly creeps in. There are lots of beta testers who do though, so. Console mod support, I don't know. I'd say that was unlikely to be trains at the, in the short term at least. It's not being worked on at the minute. Drummy, you still refer to the German signals PCB tutorial. Nice, I'm glad that's still being useful. What's my favourite route? Southeastern High Speed's still probably one of my favourite routes for the UK. Although West Coast Main Line is kind of, it's probably a close second because I like all the variety of stuff you can do on there. My favourite route on the new TSW5, West Coast Main Line. I mean, Frankfurt's a close second, but I've not really played it a lot. I'm going to play it a bit this weekend. But no, for me it's West Coast Main Line. Off we go. Peddlesden is quite fun to drive. It's yeah, it's fun. The same as driving in the other high-speed trains, but it's not my preferred style of gameplay. I'd take the 350 any day over the 390. What are we looking at here? Nudkrits, 1.7 kilometres. What are my thoughts on East Coastway? I like it, it's a good route. I don't play it as much anymore, I must admit. But when I do, I normally play it with the 313, because I quite like the pep. Sandpatch Grade still your favourite, Rick? Yeah, no, I do like Sandpatch Grade actually. I totally get why you'd say that. I do totally get that. I must admit my go-to US freight route these days is Cajon Pass, but Sandpatch Grade is probably in the top 3, top 5, easy. Probably second one actually. Just go again. Sandpatch Grade has a nice mix of running. It's got a reasonable downhill section from Summit to Cumberland. And you've got a decent amount of switching going on in Cumberland Yard as well, so it's got a nice variety. I'm also a big fan of the C40-8W, so an excuse to drive that. Branded containers, amazed Hayes, would be good, but the branded freight operators, or the freight operators, are not interested. We are still constantly trying, but we're not getting anywhere at the moment. It's almost like they've got other things to worry about. It's crazy. Has Joe made more progress with the new timetable for Colin? Yes. He has. I think he might even have finally finished. So, and I don't mean that in a disparaging way, I mean it in it's an epic job way. Priestwitz. So yeah, that'll go through, get built, go into QA, and then we'll see how it goes. $20 again. Craig Bishop, no driving a TSW design for realistic drive. I think it'd be easy. You mean like the simple control system, Craig? I don't think so. Not across the general stock library, because I mean we've looked into it, because it has been a request. And the problem with it is it doesn't really work with the physics model. So you end up having to have a second physics model on the trains, which causes all sorts of problems. So not really, no. I don't think, I wouldn't expect any to be any positive movement on that. I guess the thing to do there would be to focus your driving on trains that are naturally simpler to drive, like the Electrostars, that sort of thing. This one's pretty simple. Nice pause there. Well done, game. Hey, Mr. Train Guy. What's coming to new GWR remastered? That's been covered in in a number of Dovetail Live articles, Jacob. Honestly, I couldn't remember off the top of my head. There's a lot. Liam has done an incredible job. You're better off going and having a look at the articles. Five kilometres still to go. That's it. We're taking the line off of the onto the local line, slow line. Yeah, I want to get something in for neutral sections, Liam. They keep messing people up. Do you think Brighton Mainline will be remastered at some point? I don't know. At the moment, all the remasters are just personal projects, so it's what motivates people to, or what people are interested in doing. And Brighton is a bit of a beast, bit of a scary beast. Oh, the new Megalights thing, or whatever it's called, Amaze Taze. I think the team have looked into it just because they were curious as well, and the end result was possibly useful, but not as obviously as it might seem. Like many cool features, they end up having very sometimes specific use cases. Megalights is UE5 thing, Liam, yeah. We've got some of the team looking at UE5 stuff, just skilling up. Rivet are not shutting down, no, TS Southwestern. They've just decided to shut down their own store and their own forum. I'm guessing it's because they're not getting as much traffic on it. The store doesn't surprise me at all. I mean, we ran a store for a while before we shut it down because everyone buys the games on Steam or Sony or Microsoft. They don't go to the private stores very much, so. Slight overshoot. It's fine. It's all fine. Would there ever be a plan to make skins for the trains that we can purchase? Do you mean down buying reskins? Because you can make your own using the livery designer for trains that support livery designer, at least. We do reskins as part of work sometimes, but what you actually find is that for the vast majority of cases, a reskin is never a reskin. A reskin requires model changes. So, for example, going from GWR to Intercity livery, the cab and the nose are different shapes. And probably you'd be changing back to Paxman Valenta engines. So it ends up being never quite simple, or even never at all simple. And heaven help us if we get a detail wrong, you know. Is there a way to paint the handrails on the Vectron without painting the body itself? You're supposed to be able to do that by setting, there's like a depth thing. I can't remember what it's called. That says sort of how far the brush extends depth-wise. Dreamer switch back to classic controls. In the control sections, if you switch the controller to classic controls, then it'll work the way it used to work. You're using immersion controls now, which is the newer way of doing it. But classic controls is the way it used to work. Nidarao. Oh, I see. Game Hero. I don't know them. It used to work, at least. Let's get those donations coming in, folks. Remember, we're here to raise money for Special Effect. We got off to a brilliant start, thanks to a number of you. Very much appreciated, but we do need to keep it up. It's for a brilliant cause. I'll be sharing some of their videos so you can understand more about what they do. But yeah, one of the real important things about Special Effect is that they get no government money at all. So every bit of money that they get is from fundraising like this. Coming round to Nidral. What's the target for the weekend? I put 5,000, the same as we normally do. What's the limit to the number of liveries you can have in Train Sim World Creators Club? So, using the in-game interface, it limits to 100 subscriptions. But everybody knows that, a lot of people know that there's a little cheat where if you go onto the web interface, you can subscribe to as many as you want. Your mileage may vary in terms of how well your game runs afterwards, but yeah. Certainly PC players, it shouldn't make any difference. Not unless you're on a potato. Oh, it's gone up again. Amazed Days, I know I give you a hard time about TSW and the official channels. Really appreciate everything you guys do and EGD do. Thank you very much, Amazed Days. Much appreciated. Well, Amtrak very helpful for the local decal they did IRL. I mean, yeah, they have to be, don't they? Because they had to prep it to go on the train. So there was a lot of back and forth with them, and then producing all of the technical drawings and so forth. And then our team then took the technical drawings and used that to represent it in the game. It's a really fun process, to be honest. We tried a number of different ideas for liveries before settling on the one we ended up with. Class 31 isn't in the Livery Designer because Class 31 existed a long time before Livery Designer. Some stock has been gone back and upgraded, but there's still quite a bit that hasn't been upgraded. The old Class 166, for example, hasn't been upgraded to support it. It's not a trivial job, it takes quite a bit of time. You've got to, for those of you that know 3D modelling, you've got to remap the textures from scratch, which is probably one of the most hated jobs in 3D modelling. Right, coming up on Niederau now, 1.7 kilometres, no speed changes, that's good. Hopefully there'll be a speed change as I come into the platform, you know, to 0. That'd be nice. I've seen a number of people saying Brighton on Brighton Main Line there isn't a route hop, but I definitely saw it. I don't know what's going on there. I'll take a look and see if I can work out. Maybe it just hasn't been updated with the version that's got it or something daft. Because Brighton and East Coastway were literally where the engineer did all the testing work. So they were literally the first 2 hops that went in. So I'm a bit puzzled. I mentioned Amaze Taze earlier on, Global. Much appreciated. What's Neapolitan pizza? Is that like strawberry, vanilla and chocolate pizza? When will we see the big bug patch release come out for TSW5? It was supposed to be Thursday, but yeah, there was a problem found with it, and I'm glad we held it back because it was a bigger problem than we thought. We fixed it now, so I think we're on track to release it this week, hopefully. It's the first patch. There'll be more to come. Favourite steam loco in the game? I don't know, mix between the 4F and the Scotsman, I think. 4F because I just generally prefer the smaller locos, but the Scotsman's so much fun. So TSW5 showing TSW4 logos on Discord. That's up to Discord. What's wrong there is that Discord have a lookup they use internally to be able to match the game versus the image they want to show, the graphics. The problem is they've just matched the game as it's executable. So every version of Train Sim World will show up as Train Sim World 4, and I can't change that. So if there is an option in there to flag it up as a bad match or a bad thing, not thinking properly. There is an option in Discord to say this is the wrong icon. It's been misdetected. So what I need is everyone to press that button. I've done that, but I can't force Discord to change it any faster, unfortunately, and there's no way I can submit a change or anything like that. Perfect stop. Oh no, I've got my bottle of water here ready to go in most days. That's not a duck, it's a penguin from Wallace and Gromit. It's just the wrong colour. Thanks, Woody. Oh, we've had another donation, or two. Another one from Jeffrey and Cat Bear. Thank you very much, both of you. Much appreciated. That brings us up to £290, just a hair away from £300, which is good. At 11 o'clock, we've been going an hour. Magnificent. Thank you, everyone. All right, it's time to go. Coswick. Why aren't you releasing the brake? I've shut the doors, haven't I? Yeah. think I broke it. The brake isn't releasing. Nope. Try resetting the main circuit breaker. Power off. Power on. That suggests we're on a throttle lockout. No. How's the UK frag? Turn it off and on again. Ah, dang this thing. Brake overcharge. I don't think you can do that on this. Hoop-a-doo. Turn that off, turn that off. No. Let's lower the pantograph then. Yeah, poke every button, yeah. Trail F4. Ah, is that the one? Got you. Yeah. That's the ultimate fix. And wires are up. Close that. No. Okay, let's try reset physics. What's the hold up? The brakes won't come off. There we go, we've got the brakes off. Got a green light. So tell us how you did it. I pressed lots of random buttons. The thing that made the most difference at the end was to turn P2B off and on again. I probably should have done that before resetting physics, but what I'm guessing is that the safety system was holding the the brake on. Right, now we can get to Coswig. Bang goes me being on time. Francois, thank you for the donation, much appreciated. Putting us to a nice round 300. Much appreciated. Thank you. Multiple save slot is something I'm looking at Amaze to see what the possibility is. It's one of those things, it's not rocket science on its own, but it's that versus other things essentially. But I've started writing up a design for it so that we can start reviewing it. Around the corner into Coswick. Slight overshoot again. Is this where the Meissen branch starts? That's behind us, yeah. So the Meissen branch is up this way. So we passed the junction there. The red light that caught me coming into here was to protect this junction. It stays red to keep this junction free for traffic, and then when you come up to it, it'll then try and allocate you a path through it. Otherwise, this junction gets locked out from, you know, up here somewhere even. And it makes all the traffic back up. To drive on East Coastway comes with a 377. It comes with its own 377. You don't need anything else. None of the routes need any other routes to make them work. They might be better with other routes, but you certainly don't need them to make them work. Got a green light. No, livery designer always starts you with a blank train, DJ Snap Attack. So you'd need to recreate the livery somehow if you want to make a variation. Okay, next stop is Radable Ost, which is 6 kilometers away. Not at this station, just round here. Glad you're enjoying it, Adam Cressy. What is your favourite train on South Eastern High Speed? 395, without a doubt. Without a doubt, I love the 395. It's fun to drive, it's fun to look at. It's fun to ride on as a passenger. Bakerloo line is very good, isn't it, Eloquent? I do like that. Dosto action going on over there. Your favourite route is Frankfurt Fulda. Well, out of TSW5, West Coast Main Line, but Frankfurt Fulda is really good too. It's kind of I like all of the TSW5 routes, and they all have very different things, and they all do them very well. But the one my go-to at the moment is West Coast Main Line. But anyway, what routes am I playing today? There is a schedule if one of the mods wants to post it. Right, schedule in the loosest possible frame of the word schedule. Yeah, of the upcoming stuff, Cardiff Network is. I've tried hard. I fought hard to get that one in the schedule the way that it is, and I'm really looking forward to seeing that one. Because I like network style routes. I prefer shorter journeys to longer journeys personally. I know that doesn't direct that we only make short routes. There are other reasons, but it's just, you know, for my personal preference, it's kind of Cardiff is going to be perfect. Baked Bean Kid, all I'm going to say, mate, is 2-3 times better. Don't let the donation number sit at 300 for too long, folks. Let's keep it moving. Let's keep support coming in. Remember, Special Effect don't get any money from anywhere else except through these events. Right, Dresden Neustadt. Not too far to go now. Oh, looks like we've got to wait though. Wow, look at our due time into Neustadt. I suspect... Oh no, I've got a red light coming up. That I should probably pay attention to. Nearly ended this journey even better. TSW 1973, you're in Florida, are you? Yeah, my relatives were in Port Charlotte. Fortunately, they evacuated to Orlando. They're back in Port Charlotte now, so I'm still waiting to hear what the damage is like to their house. Rush hour crowd mechanics are in every route since rush hour, Adiok. So let's see what's going on then. We have the benefit of tooltips now. So we've got stuff going on in the main. Oh, we're crossing over here, so we've got a mess of stuff that we're dealing with, presumably. What's this? Freight train. 138 kilometers an hour. We've not got a specific plan for route extensions amaze days, but you know, we've done one or two where we've taken routes like Long Island where we've done extension on that one. But extensions in terms of, it would always, effectively an extension would be a new product. That's kind of how they have to work, unfortunately. There's a new little thing coming at some point, I don't know when, but you'll be able to hover over a platform and it brings up all the PIS for that platform, which looks very cool. But we're not ruling out extensions these days. You know, if a new route makes sense as an extension from an existing route, then it's one of the things we consider. Gosh darn red lights. Problem is, the amount of time that that train holds me up, the chances of another train then getting the light going in the other direction are greater, which is what probably multiplies this up. King's Cross to Peterborough would be good in most days, would be a beast to make. I'd like to see us do it, but I wouldn't envisage it happening for some time. No, you can't tab a signal. It's there because there's a train in the way, DJ Snap Attack. How's the weather? Not bad. Let me have a look on the old iPhone, see what it says. I mean, I've only been outside for a moment to get here. It is 10 degrees and cloudy. 12 degrees and cloudy. Are you finished updating now? Yeah, 12 degrees and cloudy. That makes sense. It's about what I recall feeling for the fleeting moment between the kitchen and the garage. Now. There we go. Look, there's another one coming the other direction. It doesn't really work like that in the game, Jason. It's priority system. Sorry, it's first come, first serve priority. Simon's GoPro, has anyone from Special Effect used TSW before? Do you know what things can be adapted? So TSW, there we go, we've got the light. TSW works quite well from a hardware perspective. In fact, the previous stream I used one of the Special Effect example bits of hardware using their adaptive controller, and it works really well because their controller is just basically a glorified Xbox controller, and the game works quite well with that. So, oh, darn it. I was keeping an eye on it and just completely ignoring the result. It's just like, I must keep an eye on that speed, and then exceeded it anyway. There we go, and the PZB is broken again. Right, PZB off, PZB on. No. Reset everything. Turn that off. Turn that off. Oh, okay, you can't when that's not in. Power off, open the circuit breaker. Right, we're reset. I wonder if it's just a timeout thing. It could just be I'm being impatient and there's a timeout like on UK trains. I mean, that suggests there's a throttle lockout in place at the moment. Oh, a couple of donations. Anonymous and Lockbee, thank you very much indeed. Much appreciated. Getting us away from that 300 up to 315. No idea. Reset the physics again. I don't recall this train being this broken. What the heck's happened? We should turn it on. Sometimes the brake sealer seems to release. Ah, there you go. Oh, Urban Fox, thank you very much for your donation. Much appreciated. And KF and Kai Global, thank you very much for your donations. Wow, thank you very much, folks. Up to 365.73. Magnificent. Thank you. Right, we can go 50. Let's go 50. We've got the crossover here. There you go. I'm holding up this train now. As soon as I'm over it, he'll get the light, or they'll get the light. Looks like it's rolling. Yep. Dresden Neustadt, now 3.7 kilometres. That was the MRC 185.5, I think. Slowing down. Oh, another dono. Stony, thank you very, very much for that donation. Wow, that's magnificent. And Henning also, thank you for yours. But Stony, yeah, big thank you for that. That's putting us at just shy of £500 now. Well, it's worse, Liam, because the German routes, most of the trains are on most of the routes, so it kind of gets confusing. Coming into Dresden Neustadt now. My favourite UK TSW route, as I said previously, is probably South Eastern High Speed, because it's got so much variety and it's got the 395 on it, which is amazing. The thing I like about the 395 is that I like occasionally to have a blast on high speed, and the 395 you get to do a bit of a blast to high speed and then a bunch of normal regional operations, and that kind of I really like that mix. I think it's brilliant. Look, we're on time. That's making your household chores go quicker. I'm here to serve, man. I'm here to serve. Anything to make those chores go quicker. Now, London commuter for me gets a little bit repetitive. I like it, don't get me wrong, but it does get a little bit repetitive. Bakerloo line I like. I don't know why they don't think La Bakerloo line is repetitive. I think the 72 stock is just tremendous fun to drive. Brighton Main Line does not have rush hour passengers, no, because they memory and performance issues on it. Yes, the timetable that Joe did for London commuter is out of this world. Seafer's off. Let's turn Seafer on. My favourite US route? I don't know. I like different US routes depending on what I want to do. Like home pass for freight, probably. My favourite switching route was actually the TSW 2020 North East Corridor route. I used to enjoy the New York New Haven line on TS Classic. Feather River Canyon is a nice, fun, like the really pretty visuals on the route. Right, Dresden Mitte. I think I'm doing some Northern Transpennine this weekend, Eric. Thought I'd take a... I normally, when I run Northern Transpennine, I run a 101, and I just thought, you know what, let's change things up a little bit, and I'm doing a peak. I can't remember which direction, but I'm doing a 45, which I thought would be a nice change. I haven't driven a 45 in ages. What happened to NEC New York from TSW 2020? The overall quality of the route wasn't great, but the construction of it primarily and the way that the trains were set up was going to require an enormous amount of rework to make it work with the newer versions of Train Sim World. So it was left where it was. Sadly. Some of it is back because the Trenton route reuses some of the route from the southern end of that northeast corridor route. But the fun bit, the bit that I enjoyed off it, is on the other side of it, around Oak Point, Hunts Point, Harlem River Terminal, and so forth. Fresh Pond Yard, that's what I'm trying to think of. Steam train suspension problem. Has that fix not gone out yet, Peter? Are you still seeing the exaggerated suspension? I'll go and find out where that fix is at, because it's done. Oh, another donation. I missed Mr. Colonel Failure. Thank you very much, Sam. Much appreciated. Rounding us up to a nice £500. What a star. I stopped in the same time zone as the station. There you go. That's a start, isn't it? When a TSW is updated to a new version, do all routes have to be reworked? I mean, it depends on the nature of the changes. These days, much less so. They have to be rebuilt, as in they have to go back through the build system, which takes about 2 weeks for all the routes to get rebuilt. And then there's all the re-uploading and recertification, which can take a month. And that's without any changes needed. When is Leven Branch releasing? I don't know. I don't know what the date is on that one at the moment. I think they're making good progress with it though. My favourite EMU from Sydney. I don't really know Australian trains very well. The only one when I lived in Sydney for a little while, they had these. I don't know what they were. I'm just going to talk in noob terms here, but it was like a 3-window train with a front, and I think it might have been double decker. I think we rode on one of those to one of the meetings we had when we were out there. That was quite fun. But really, yeah, when I don't know a lot about those. Jonathan, thank you very much for that donation, and Liam E, thank you, putting us up to 620. So he's saying that I need to mess up more in scenarios for the donations to come in, because I can pretty much do that. That's probably a skill that I can call on. But thank you, Jonathan and Liam, much appreciated. Well, you know what I mean, Eric. You know, it's like when someone comes up to me and they're like, "It's that train, you know, the one with the windows, you know, and it's got a sticky out bit on the front, you know," and you're like, "That's me sometimes." And I didn't crash into the buffers. It's the train that has the seats. Yes, exactly. You know the one I mean, Risen Bull. See? We're talking to each other, yeah? Casual rail, I believe so. I've not really caught up with progress. The red train with the windows, lights and seats in Germany. Yes, that's absolutely going to help. Right, so yeah, we've got West Coast Main Line next, in fact. But before we get on with that, what I want to do is just share a couple of videos because there's some really cool stuff going on. So let me show this one first. This one is about Sam, and it's someone who had a really nasty event, life-changing event in his life. Later on in life, and SpecialEffect will work with him to get him playing his favourite games again, which when you see how much it affected him, it's really amazing. So watch this.
So my name's Sam Perkins, and at the age of 37 I was diagnosed with motor neurone disease, which was obviously a huge shock. I've been a very fit and active person. I was a triathlete. Yeah, it was an enormous impact, as you can imagine. But very quickly sort of decided to take a very positive outlook and make the most of every opportunity that was presented to me. I think it was my wife that told me about a charity that could help me to continue to play computer games. Yeah, just got in touch, and it's been an amazing journey ever since. So I initially played games using various adaptive controllers, and as my mobility has decreased over the years, we went on to more sort of voice controlled. Then my voice has deteriorated, so now we've been doing some really amazing work with iPhone controller games, and it's so liberating for me. No matter what MNG throws at me, the guys at SpecialEffect come up with solutions to allow me to still play games, which has been fantastic. It's given me independence, it's given me an escape. They're always there if I'm struggling with any aspect. They're there to help. And I look at my civilization, demonstrate everything that I'm doing. Constantly so amazed that I can do what I do. And it's like I say, it's a wonderful escape. And I think I set them quite challenging tasks. In that, is there a way I can still play this sort of game or another sort of game, despite the fact that I'm just controlling it with my eyes, and they are always up for the challenge, and always there to help make something happen, rather than telling me things are impossible. So they've been a really important part of my journey with MND.
Incredible, isn't it? You've got someone there who's gone from being the peak of fitness, someone who's outgoing, outward, living the life, and then this starts coming along, and it's just devastating, isn't it? And then SpecialEffect would work with him, and as you saw in the video, they started off by using chin controls, foot controls, but then the disease gets worse, and he now can't, you know, he doesn't have the control of his chin anymore even. So they started looking at other options with voice control. Then his voice stopped working, as you know, it wasn't as clear, it wasn't clear enough for the system. And then it's a case of developing, and what they did there, and they've completely underplayed how much work they put into it, because they wanted to make it about Sam's experience, but they developed, this is one of the things they told us about when they came over, the whole eye tracking overlay, the way they modded Fallout to make all this work, and they modded Civilization. So this isn't just buying stuff off the shelf and making it work and being clever with some mechanics and so forth. They're writing software, modding games and creating enhanced experiences for them. So it's phenomenal how much work they put into it, and they don't charge for this, right? This is for people like Sam, it's free. What happens is that they will long-term loan equipment, and they will and it's free. And when you're happy with it, you can then, you know, and you'll try lots of different kit, and you'll see this with Kaylo actually with her video. Tried all sorts of different kit out. When you find a setup that works, you can then go and, you know, buy that setup, but you haven't had to go through all of the expense of trying things out to make them work. Plus you've got their expertise in that they've tried all this stuff, they know how to make this stuff work and what's likely to work, so they can shortcut you to sort of probably the best answers. So and that's what your donations are helping support. So really, really worthwhile cause. Give them all your love and support. It's much appreciated. Right, let's move on to LNWR. We're running about half an hour behind schedule, so you know, pretty much ahead of schedule for me, as it usually goes. Thank you very much to everyone for donations so far. We're at 620, which is epic, but we've got a long way to go. Let's keep going. Right, West Coast Main Line. And I'm running 2 Kilo 04. 2 Kilo 4. Simple weather. Go. Drive it. Not doing any conductor mode this weekend. By the time I've picked out all the different routes that I want to do, it's kind of like, what I need is like another 4 days of this to go get everything in that I want to do. Put it on that one, get the doors open. How are we doing on lights? They're down here, aren't they? Instrument and desk. Daylights on, tail lights off. You can play the 377. No, the 377 only does a limited set of services on West Coast Main Line. It comes with the 377, Eloquent. Oh yes, if you're on Gen 8, it's much more limited. You're missing the freight, the Bakerloo line, the 710, the 377. Just hasn't got the memory. Sorry about being kid. My throat's still not 100%. Right, we're off to Bletchley. 350 will be getting suspension. It had some problems with the suspension in that it kept falling off the track, so we didn't have time to get them resolved. So we have a suspension in the development build now, so that'll be coming, not in the patch that's just coming out because we literally just finished it, so it hasn't been tested yet, but probably be in the one after the next patch. Well, it wasn't so much about sending it into orbit, Liam. It was more about the body of the train would slide off, the bogies, and other crazy stories. We're always looking at other routes, Mansa. One of the main things that sort of constrains expansion to other countries is licensing, particularly into Asia, because licensing is more tricky there, mostly because of the language and culture barriers. Frankie, thank you very much for the donation. We're now at £635. Yeah, I've looked at Australia, Jack. I've got a couple of routes I'd like to make, so I won't tell you what they are. I mean, we've got an ex-Australian on the team. I say ex-Australian, he's a Brit who lived in Australia for a long time and then moved back to join us. So he's kind of a fountain of all knowledge when it comes to Australian railways. Multiple Australians on the beta team as well. Full-length Gatton. No. You'd be asking for the Indian Pacific next. The Gatton is the short one, isn't it? Is that the north-south one? I say short in quotes because nothing is short or small in Australia. Oh, hello, not time to go yet. Yeah, Gatton north-south, that's what I thought. Pendolino. We're off to Leighton Buzzard. What other gaming do you enjoy other than trains, Danny? Good question. So I have most recently been playing a bunch of Satisfactory, and when I had a week off work recently, I got completely absorbed by Fallout 4. I still want to go back to that and finish it, but I think for the entire week I was off, I was playing it sort of 15 hours a day. Productive use of time, I know. What else? That's probably the games I've been playing lately. I don't really get a chance to play a lot of different games, to be honest. Mostly I'm playing this, testing stuff. Satisfactory's fun. The update they put out, or the 1.0 release, is because I've owned Satisfactory since early in early access, I stopped playing it because kind of like to get the most out of it, you kind of have to keep restarting it. So I just thought I'll wait for it to finish. Yeah, the 1.0 release is excellent. It was really, really good. So I'm sort of working my way through that at the moment. Isn't Fallout 4 a bit too violent? See, I don't mind playing violent games, Baked Bean Kid. I just don't particularly want to stream them. But I quite enjoy every now and again. It's like not my go-to game, I've got to admit. But every now and again, letting out a bit of frustration and stress. It's very effective. The Fallout 4 is actually really, really good. The narrative of it and the sort of the RPG style of it is really good. I don't normally play a lot of RPG games. I never got into Skyrim, but no, really, Fallout 4 I've really gelled with. I haven't got Fallout London yet. I thought I'd do Fallout 4 first. Yes, I have spoken to Harry about Fallout. Yeah, she's given me lots of tips. Flight Sims. I haven't played Flight Sims in quite a long time, Holy Trucker. But I am planning to get back into it with the new Flight Sim release when 2024 comes out. Because one of the things I always enjoyed that I did with a friend on FSX many years ago, well, many years ago. Oh, thank you, Andreas, for that donation, much appreciated. Was a around the world tour in general aviation aircraft, GAs. Loads and loads of short hops. You get to see lots of really interesting places, lots of really weird small airports. And it's just super interesting planning it, strategizing where you're going to go. You have to make some, you kind of get forced into making some landings or going to airports that maybe aren't as comfortable to land in as other ones, because that's what's in the range that you're covering. Because once I'm up in the air, I'm now looking to land. Once I'm up in the air, I kind of immediately start getting the itch. It's like, I'm bored now. So I kind of, I don't know, maybe I've got ADHD or something, but so I kind of like to sort of take off, 20 minutes land, take off, 20 minutes land, and we started in Helsinki because he was living in Finland at the time. And we went all the way around Scandinavia, down through Denmark, through northern Germany, up from northern France, up into the UK, and we worked our way up the UK up to Inverness, I think, before life got the better of us. And we got to do it, and we got onto other things. But it's like that was so good, and that was in FSX's dodgy scenery. We didn't have scenery packs installed, so I'm really keen to repeat that experience and try it again with FS 2024. I might stream that. You have texture issues on the front all the time. What are you talking about, Beetlejuice? Oh, another donation. Mothman, thank you very much for that donation. Much appreciated. £6.70. That's £30 away from £700. That's magnificent. And £330 away from our first 1,000. I've got Sniper Elite on the VR headset. I just haven't had time to pick it up and play it yet. For my shame, I've got probably 3 or 4 games on VR that I bought and not actually played yet. So I really need to do that. And I never got around to finishing Lone Echo 2, which, given it's probably one of my favourite games of all time on VR, is kind of weird. But partly that's because have you ever played a game and you get this kind of feeling of remorse when you finish it, you miss it, it was so good. And I had that with Lone Echo 1. It was such an amazing game. And I think that psychologically I'm reluctant to continue with Lone Echo 2 because I know I'll finish it. I know, weird. I'm weird. What service is this? 2 Kilo 04. Yes, I do. I have tried the UEVR mod from PlayDog on TSW, and it is good, but it just leaves me wanting more. It's kind of like, yeah, it's VR, but I want to actually control the controls. So I just find it actually leaving me wanting. But yeah, it does a very good job of what it does. Planet Crafter, I must admit, I think did you recommend that one to me, Chris? Someone recommended that one to me. I think it just released, didn't it? And I must admit, it's appealing. I gather Subnautica 3 or the third Subnautica is in development at the moment, so I'm eagerly awaiting first signs of that. Subnautica is one of those games I will put everything down for to play. Cheddington 2.3. I played Fernbus, yeah, Joshua. I played it quite a bit when it came out, and I think I got a couple of the coach DLCs. Haven't really played it a lot in quite a while. Liam, so I've got Mud Runner, the Explorer one, the new one that came out. I can't remember what it's called now, but I haven't played it in a while. Again, I haven't had, what with getting Train Sim World out, I just haven't had time to play games. Expeditions, that's it. Thank you, DJ Snap Attack. Right, coming up to Cheddington. Hey there, Arcade. Fernbus is UE5, yeah, if I remember rightly. Was it UE5 or was it UE4? Because Fernbus is quite old. I've not played any of the Assassin's Creed games, Jack. I think I own all of them. I'm not quite sure how that works, but I think I own all of them, but I don't think I've actually played any of them. Oh, City Transport Sim, Baked Bean Kid. No, I've not played it a lot. I keep forgetting you have to brake well in advance with this thing. Firm buses UE4, that's it. I thought it was, yeah. No, I've got them on Steam, Liam. It's like I think I've got them in Humble Bundles or in Steam sales bundles, and I've had the intent to play them. But you know how it is, you know. How many people, 50% of your Steam library have you never played? It's kind of sad. Train stopping in the next county. Is Matt driving your train? What's your favourite train on this route and why? Be this or the 710 actually. And that the 710 is not technically part of this route, but it's a layer. But one of my favourite things to do on this route is to drive the 710 up and down the line. On the old Lioness. Jill and Chris, thank you for your donation, much appreciated. And that puts us up to a nice £6.90. £10 away from 700. How difficult would it be to move TSW franchise to UE5 with all current supported DLC? Impossible, Jack. Because UE5 does worlds are represented differently in UE5. The world partitions, they use I can't remember if they use world partition or UE4 uses world partition, but the way that tiles and maps and so forth are structured between UE4 and UE5 is different. So your maps would have to be rebuilt. Your lighting would have to be rebuilt because you want the benefit of the lumen lighting system. Otherwise, frankly, why bother? And lumen means you can rethink lighting quite significantly from the way it works in UE4. You've got to be really constrained with how you use lighting in UE4, whereas UE5 with UE5 lumen you can be a little bit more free with your with where you place lights and what timed lights you use and so forth. It's a lot more optimal system. You've got nanite, so again you don't really have LODs, level of details on 3D models. So again, you're rethinking how you're making 3D models and how you're structuring those. It's a different system. UE5, don't think of UE5 as an upgrade to UE4. Think of it as a different system. Because if you just ported UE4 game to UE5, you'd just have a UE4 game running in UE5. It wouldn't benefit. It wouldn't look like it was a UE5 game. It would still look like a UE4 game. In fact, it would look like a UE4 game, but have all the performance costs of a UE5 game. So you'd end up worse off. How long will Unreal support for? It's 5.5 that just got released, wasn't it, Amaze Taste? I think 5.5 just got released at the latest event. But no, UE4 is still fully supported. I don't know what their plans are, but there's a hell of a lot of developers out there using UE4. Tring. Don't know, Eddie. Potentially, but I don't know. You're talking hypotheticals. I'm talking about it from a dev and tech perspective. And I'm saying it's an incredible challenge to do it and make it worthwhile to do. How that would then be marketed as a business and delivered to players, no idea. Adult travelling on the IC4 between Hamburg and Mannheim the other week. Pretty cool to see first see the Kassel Würzburg route IRL, then Frankfurt Fulda IRL. Oh wow, thank you, Adok. I've not ridden either of those two routes myself yet, in reality. I've not done a lot in Germany, to be fair. Favourite British diesel loco? I don't know if I have a favourite British diesel loco. Yeah, the 37, actually, no, that's a good shout, Ricardo. The 37 probably would stand out. I mean, I've always liked the 31s because they used to run through Stowmarket, where I lived, where I grew up, and on the Harwich train. So yeah, I always quite liked those because they had that unusual front with the way the windows were. But so probably between the 37 and the 31. Oh, I missed another donation there. A couple, in fact. Ridgy91 and Global, another one from Global. Thank you very much, folks. Pushing us over to 705.16. £700. That's brilliant work. Thank you, folks. One of my favourite things about the Deltic is the fact that it's so powerful they had to tie it down at low speeds because they were finding that with the early prototypes, the coming out of King's Cross and going up the Gasworks tunnel, it would constantly wheel slip and it would be really difficult to control. So they came up with a way of the idea to disable the first one of the engines, because the Deltic's got two, disable one of the engines below a certain speed, so that the train was actually controllable at low speeds. Just like that's a powerful train that needs to be held back to be controllable. Right, Berkhamsted. Could we see a picture of a 360 view of the train when we're selecting a train in the menu? The problem is trains take quite a while to load, so the menu would suddenly get really slow to navigate. If you're going like go from train to train to train, there would be, you know, could be 10 seconds to load the train and make it work. If you want them all loaded into memory, you'll run out of memory because they're also quite big. Cars are a lot smaller, so I'm not envisaging that happening, to be honest, because my thought is that the menu should be something that gets you out of the menu as fast as possible. No one fires the game up to enjoy the menu. Yeah, you fire the game up to enjoy the game, and the menu should be getting you to the game as quickly as possible. Louis trains. You train spot at the Stone Market. I used to train spot at Stone Market every morning on a Saturday when I was living at home, and but back then it wasn't flirts and sheds. It was 37s, 31s, 47s, 86s. But I go there occasionally now, and the flirts are cool. The flirts are really cool. There was a 69 through there the other day, running a railhead treatment train familiarisation run, which I thought was really cool. Not seen it, but I just noticed it on real-time trains. Morning, Alex. Going to buy the Hornby Flirt. We'll see how money is, but it would be on my list of things that I want to buy. Yeah, I like how it looks. Right, coming into Berkhamsted. Testing my artistic ability. Wow, I've got a spoiler for you. It's not going to go well. Are there any companies that make normal models of trains? What do you mean, Chief Longshin? You mean like an Airfix or something like that? Hey, Dean. Oh, as in die-cast models. I have seen them, yes. I can't remember where they were. Look, doors. Get out of Dodge. Where are we going now? Hemel Hempstead. What route's next? Let's have a look. Oh, hello. San Bernardino MP36. Yeah, there was a magazine, Chief Longshin, that did. They were end gauge models that were sort of fixed mounted onto like a base, and those were quite good actually. They had quite a range of different ones. It was one of those things where it was a part work type deal where every month, every week, month, whatever it was, there'd be another one of these in the bag with the magazine. So you might find those on eBay. I'm sure I've seen a company that makes those, that does actually make those. If you've lost any DLC, Holy Trucker, or it's not working the way you're expecting it to work for some reason, contact our support team and try and give them as much help as possible in terms of like proving that you own something but it's not showing up, and then they can go back to Steam and try and get you some help. Oh, sorry. Yes, that's actually universally always been true. I see what you mean now. Yeah, thank you, Amaze. Yeah, that's the new, you have a license to it, you don't own it thing. I mean, that's kind of always been the case. But the thing is that the new California law is they now have to tell you that more clearly. So yeah, it's more clarifying what was already true rather than a change. So I won't worry about it. The fixed camera on the nose is actually one of the things I've got down to try and get into a future update, because I get requests several times. I think we have been trying, Johnny. I don't know where we're at with that, but am I feeling all right, Liam? I don't know. I'm excited because of all the donations. That's a hint, yeah. Where next? Apsley. Hey, Manic Martins Gamings, how are you? Have you got your new MBTA in your library that we can see? Well, you see, I made very sure this morning I was on the released branch line, and I had got any illicit DLC uninstalled, so no. I believe the Leathermouth 158 is an upgrade, part of the existing ScotRail 158 pack, but wait for official confirmation on that. Oh, that's not good. That's not good at all. That may even be a missed stop. How long is my train? Oh, it's only a 4. I'm going to miss that stop. No, I'm going to get it. Come on, stop, stop. See, that's a win. Yeah. Little tribute to Nat there. There's a door in the platform, it counts, you know? There's a door on the platform. It's okay, everyone's going to break their ankle when they get off the train, but it feels like a them problem. Almost looks like a request stop. It's an I hate passengers stop, is what it is. You get on the train I'm driving, Danny, you do say at your own risk. One of the things the guard on my train does is make everyone sign an NDA and a waiver. Kings Langley. Rude. Pendolino showing off. Try and remember to stop this time. If the customer doesn't have his soup in a flask by this point, Chris, it's kind of up to them. No, we don't have request stop tech in the game, Liam. I do have a Flix train run on the plan, Holy Trucker. A Holy Trucker. Oh, I think I do. Yeah, it's after San Bernardino passenger, in fact, so. early afternoon. Hey there, Mr. Powell, how are you doing? Watford Junction. It's magnificent, isn't it, Rob? Doing really well. It is coming into other routes as remasters and timetable updates happen, Holy Trucker. So it's in the Colne timetable, for example, that's being done. Joe was showing me that yesterday. Let's keep those donations coming in, folks. Don't forget, it's all for a good cause. For Special Effect, I'll show you another video of some of their amazing work after this scenario. Service, whatever. Not aware of anyone making any kind of Swiss content, Swiss Let's Play. Farrell, if you go and have a look at the latest roadmap document on Dovetail Live website, there is mention on West Coast Mainline works in progress, one of which is that we are looking at some fairly substantial work on the timetable. So yes. What that is, when that is, don't have anything to share at the moment, but yeah. Hey Monty Burns, welcome. What are your thoughts on special type trains like maintenance and inspection trains? I quite like them, and the railhead treatment trains seem to be quite popular. So I'd like to go back and do some more, maybe see about whether or not it'd be possible to do a P&T machine or something like that. I guess the challenge is trying to make the gameplay feel worthwhile. Liam, no, the layer is linked to a specific train, so you have to own that train to activate the layer, and then it can substitute other things in once it's activated. Holy Trucker, you'll have to expand more on what you mean. What do you mean by cut out? Do you mean the power going off? Oh, the MPV would be good, wouldn't it, Amaze Taze? Yeah. Get a nice pink MPV. There is neutral sections on for Arburg Holy Trucker. So when you cross country, so shortly after you depart Germany heading east/south, you'll find the power cuts out. It's over a bridge, just after a bridge or over a bridge, because you're shifting power zones into Austria. So if you're driving the Vectron, you also have to then not only reset the power, but you also have to change power modes on the Vectron screens. I can't remember whether Semmering Barn has them. Dresden Riese has neutral sections, but a number of routes have had neutral sections added over time, so it could be. If you find the power suddenly cut out, it's probably a neutral section. Keep an eye out for those blue diamond boards that tell you about the power cutting out. Oh, missed a donation. Oh, I missed a heck of a donation. Kelly Wilbar, thank you very, very much indeed. £200. Wow, that's tremendous. Thank you very, very much. That puts us up to 858. That's amazing. Thank you very much, Kelly. That much closer now. Very, very close to the first 1,000. Right, let's go to Bushy. Big round of GGs for Kelly, folks. Bushy is next. Wonder what the foliage is like. Ba-dum-bum. Oh, I need to pass on a bit of sad news. Those of you that know that I've got 2 cats, Tiggy and Lady. Very sorry to report that Tiggy passed away this week. Fairly rapid onset bowel cancer from the looks of it, and yeah, that took him away. So, bit sad about that. Lady seems to be coping. We were actually really concerned that Lady would likely go first, because she's never been particularly well. I know she's happy, but she's kind of like the back half of her has always been a little bit lame, I want to say. And not only that, Tiggy kept stealing all of her food, so we had to separate them so that they could eat. And even then, Tiggy just had to run further to get to the food he wanted to steal. So he still ended up stealing, but generally speaking, Lady had enough and walked away by the time he got there. No, Lady's going from strength to strength at the moment. She's we now call her Chonk, because she seems to have gained weight. Yeah, no, very sad about Tiggy. Poor fella. Yeah, it's not good. Pets are part of the family, aren't they? I'll see if I can harass Lady to come and say hello to everyone later. She tends to be a fidgeter these days. She just doesn't sit still anywhere. Or at least not with me anyway, you know. Pick her up, give her a cuddle, and then she wants to jump on the table, climb over everything. How old was Tiggy? Oh, 10, 11, 12, I don't know, something like that. Street attracts dates more than I do. But I mean, he was a senior, you know, he's had a run. Yeah, it's a surprise because he was always the sprightly, and you know, generally more healthy one of the two. But Sarita reminded me that actually he's had intestinal problems since he was born, pretty much. It just kind of relaxed away for a while, and we hadn't heard anything from it. So it could have all been related to that ultimately. I'm not sure what you mean, Johnny. Right, on our way to Harrow and Wealdstone. No, exactly. He's not in any pain now. I was a bit worried because as much as Tiggy and Lady would scrap with each other, they were also really close. So I was a little bit worried that Lady might be a little bit lost, but she seems to be fine, to be honest, certainly so far. I went up the other night, because it had only just happened by that point. I went up that evening, and so I couldn't see Lady anywhere, not in the kitchen, not in the hall, not on the landing. She normally sleeps on the landing somewhere upstairs, and I couldn't see her anywhere, and I was like, where the heck is she gone? Don't tell me she's gone somewhere, you know, she's, you know, gone somewhere very, you know, private to fret over Tiggy. And then I noticed that my bath towel was on a clump on the floor. And normally Lady would sleep on my bath towel. Don't ask me why that's a good idea, but Lady does. And then it dawned on me that what I think Lady normally does when she wants to sleep on my bath towel is sort of climb up and pull it down. And what had happened was that the towel had basically fallen on top of her and buried her. And I think she just decided, you know what, that'll do, and just gone to sleep with the towel buried under the towel. I poked the towel. I'm like, no, there's more than a towel there. I came train spotting here with Cameron one point. It was really good. Oh yeah, no, the towel will definitely keep her warm. Although it's not cold in the house, not at all. We've got central heating these days, you know. Oh, that's sad, DJ Snap Attack. Have you noticed Steam users and players in general number rise since TSW has become free? The free thing has gone down well. I don't really have any numbers or anything, but seen a lot of really positive feedback about it, including, you know, speaking to players who have been playing the free version and kind of like, you know, then curious to know where they can go next because they've exhausted everything they think they can do in the free version. You know, what do they do next? And it's kind of like, that's really, really cool to hear. Oh, we're express to London Euston now. Guess I can't overshoot that station. Well, I guess I could try, but probably shouldn't. I probably won't succeed. It'll buffer out a... Oh, is that a 710? Yep, 710. Are you right track? $72 stock over there. Hey, that train guy. Let's keep those donations coming in, folks. We are very, very close now to that 1,000. What, 142-ish pounds to go to that first 1,000. Let's keep the donations coming in. I'll show you another one of their videos shortly once we get into Euston. No plans to go to York, I'm afraid, T-Builder. Nothing to talk about at the moment, Joshua. I'd like to do Great Eastern Main Line, but we don't have the licensing to support that. Great Eastern Main Line is kind of my home railway, not obviously this home, but the railway I grew up on. Oh yeah, it's all about licensing. you want trains with proper logos and liveries on them, then you need it. Pretty much exactly the same, DJ Snap Attack. I mean, I didn't notice anything when I went from 10 to 11. It varies wildly, to be honest, Jack. That's Queen's Park we've just gone through. I mean, having a license probably makes it more likely than not having a license, but everything still has to undergo individual route approval and processes. The license is important, but actually what the license does is so that they're prepared to work with you on approvals and so forth. So every single time you see a license being used in the game, that individual use of the license has been separately approved. Will the eventual updates for the Timetable West Coast Bound itself be available for Series S? I'm not going to guarantee that. London Transport Clips. If it works reliably without memory issues, then of course, certainly look. But based on what I've seen so far, I certainly wouldn't think that. I'd say it was unlikely. Series S is sadly starved to death of memory. Do you get feedback about routes from TfL? Yeah, I mean, when we work with Bakerloo Line, TfL were immensely supportive, actually. Both in getting us access to, supporting us with getting licenses for, fonts and the artwork on the underground, reviewing what we had done, providing feedback. It was really good. I love working with partners like that. It can be challenging, but you know that seeing them engaged with it and providing that feedback makes you want to work harder for it as well. SNCF were like that with the TGV. I think the first round of feedback was something like 30-page document. But I'll take that any day. I love that. Robert, thank you very much for the donation, much appreciated, putting us to 89152. Mr. P, much appreciated. Not paying any attention to speed limits at all at this point. How am I going? I'm feeling a lot better than I was. I'm not 100%, but I'm feeling a lot better than I was. Well, at the time we did it, the license we held was specifically SNCF TGV. It's not one SNCF, there's like different sub-brands, and so we only held TGV. We later got Fret. I think we might have the regional operator license now, but that's only relatively recent. Oh, I forgot to slow down for the TPWS. Oh well, never mind. We'll call it here and make everyone catch a cab to the entry point. Yep. They can walk, exactly. Stretch the legs after being sat down for all this time. Awesome. Right, okay. Now I'm going to leave it like this for a minute while I just go to the toilet. And yeah, I am going to take the microphone off. Don't get excited. And then we'll carry on after that. Why can't I take this off? Cool. I believe we have We Go, yes. Right, okay. I'll be back in a minute. All back. Right. Can you hear me again? Looks like you can. Excellent. I should probably be able to hear the game too. Right, before we carry on, let me just remind you what we're all donating for. We're donating for SpecialEffect and some of the amazing work they do. All of the amazing work they do. Let me just give you the overview video so you can just see a general overview of what they do.
Games are a big part of my life. With my disability, it was one of the only things I could do for enjoyment. So gaming has really opened up that door for me, and it helps connect you to other people in this world.
I can't do a lot by myself, but I can play video games on my own, which gives me a good sense of independence and achievement.
It's just a release from the monotony of the day. If you're not feeling well or you're uncomfortable, it takes your mind off it and gives me something to look forward to.
As a parent, it's made so much difference to Chase being able to access video games. It creates a level playing field. He can do an activity that he wouldn't be able to do in normal day-to-day life. But even better, with gaming, he can play alongside someone.
Special Effect are bringing families and friends closer together through video games. The setups we create are personalised, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And this opens the door to inclusion and independence, confidence and creativity. Help us level the playing field and create many more magical gaming moments.
Hi, I'm Colo, and I have been helped by Special Effect since 2020.
What does your current setup look like, and how much does it cost?
The current adaptive gaming setup that I use involves a guitar pedal board with switches on it connected to either an Xbox adaptive controller or two PlayStation Access controllers, and then a traditional controller in my lap. And I play with both controllers working together as if they were one input. So this is what the foot controller part of my setup looks like. So all in all, the cost of my controller setup to be able to play games on PC, Xbox and PlayStation is in the region of about £500. I think it's also really important to say that it's not just about the cost of what I use right now. It's not just about the absolutely can't put a price on it advice and care from Special Effect, but it's also about the equipment that we kind of trialed along the way that I just wouldn't have been able to trial without Special Effect.
What does Special Effect support mean to you?
I am so grateful for the help that Special Effect provided to me. When I was first involved and first helped by Special Effect, I was honestly really quite lost. Gaming is my job and gaming is my escape, and at a time when I needed to escape more than ever and have something that I was able to do, I wasn't able to do it. And the impact not just on my ability to work and engage with my friends and be on a level playing field with other people, but also the impact on my mental health has been absolutely phenomenal.
How was Special Effect able to help you find the perfect setup?
So the equipment that Special Effect were able to provide to me on long-term loan helped me not only figure out what worked for me and then send back the things that didn't quite work for me so somebody else could use them, but also enabled me to have the time to get settled with something.
How much does Special Effects support cost, and how is it funded?
And the key thing is that this is entirely free. Special Effects services are entirely free for everybody seeking help. It's covered by incredible fundraising, it's covered by incredible supporters of the charity, so people don't have to face these barriers to do the things that they love to do.
I muted the microphone, yeah, fine, fair enough. So anyway, let me start again. What was I saying? I don't know. Can't have been important. Oh yes, it was important. So those two videos, really outlining, the great work Special Effect do, and actually summarising, the impact that your donations have and the importance of your donations to everything that you do. It really is critical to keep them able to do what they do. Big thank you to that last donation, which puts us over the £900 mark and gets us into the on the home straight for the first 1,000, which is incredible. Yeah, beyond that, let's get on with the next one, which is San Bernardino MP36. I downloaded a bunch of Special Effects videos, so I'm going to be showing you lots of their stuff. Really, really inspiring stuff. Oh, Streambot's gone away, has it? Someone on YouTube say something. Let's see if it's working now. Right, so cool, that seems to be working. Thank you, ECM2. No, not ECML, West Coast Main, we've done that. San Bernardino, timetable. That one, MP36, and I think it's what, 336 I'm going to do? 332. 332. That'll do. I'm going to make it back into the summer though, so that it's not quite as miserable on the old trees. Any ideas about having the option to have safety systems on by default at all? Something being looked at. It's not quite trivial, and potentially needs content, all the old content to be updated to support it, which would make it unlikely to happen. So we're trying to look to see what the options are at the moment, see whether there's something we could do. Right, okay, let's plug that in, do that, put that into passenger mode. Where is the... Where's Genfield? Not up there. Front number on. That's run, that's on. Headlights front. I feel like I'm missing a switch here. That's because it's here. Genfield, everything is on. Okay. Close the doors. No, it would be an option, David. It's an option. Who did the music for TSW5? Ben Simons, who's done all of our music for a while now. Very, very talented guy. David, thank you very much for that donation. Another step towards the 1,000. Yeah, Ben wanted to try something a bit more upbeat, a bit more in the sort of the music vein of Epic. And really pulled it off, I think. It's really good. I'm a big fan of it. I like last year's as well, but I think this year was actually better. Modern day routes are always bigger sellers than historic routes, Jack. In 100% of cases. You could make a mediocre modern day route and an epic 80s route and the mediocre modern day route will do better. It will be more popular. Bluntly, I think it's because basically the vast majority of people want to buy and ride the trains they're familiar with. So, you know, people who buy 80s routes are probably people that, in most cases, people who sort of lived and grew up in that time period, and it's kind of the heyday for them. Whereas a lot of the younger generation want to buy routes from more modern periods. There's also an element of the sort of the exciting, most latest, greatest trains and so forth. Bring it up to 15 for the river crossing. I guess the other challenge with older routes is because the older route doesn't exist anymore, and you don't have to go too far back for that to become a true thing, you'll also find generally getting documentation for older routes is more difficult. The actual the cost of building that route, building those trains, is more than doing a modern route. So you're kind of looking at increased costs and reduced interest from players. It kind of hits it from both sides, really, which makes it a real challenge, which I'm very sad about because I like 1980s stuff personally, but it's not what I want, unfortunately. We have to make what everybody wants. Boo. Hey Connor Jackson, how are you? I'm doing well. There's a big donation just come in. I'm just waiting for it to pop up on the list so I can see who it was. Rob Powell. Sir, you are a gent. You had to make the total a Western. Wow, that's epic. That puts us over the £1,000. 10-10. Thank you very much indeed, Rob, and everybody that's been donating to get us here. That's the first £1,000 in. Well done. Very well done. What time do I plan on finishing tonight? When I'm tired, but I normally try and wrap it up around midnight. Seb, thank you for the donation, much appreciated. Knocking us up to 10.20. Look at us speeding our way on to the next 1,000. Yeah, if anyone needs the link, just request it in the chat, and someone can, one of the mods can post you a link that you can click on. Failing that, it's, I don't know. No doubt be tired by the end. Then what normally happens is I'm starting to get tired, but I'm just like, I just want to do one more. I just want to do one more. One of the reasons I like doing these, aside from the obvious, you know, it just feels great for you know, we have a good time. We all chat, we play some games, we raise some money. That's a good time overall, isn't it? But this is a relatively rare opportunity for me to just sit back. He says, hunched over. To just sit back and enjoy the game. I don't know if the chat bot will let you post it, Eloquent. I think only mods are allowed to post URLs. I don't know if one of the mods can confirm that, whether or not that works. I think if anyone posts a URL, the Twitch bot will nuke it, just to avoid people, any bots spamming bad things. Yeah, as ECM2 said, there's been phases in the past whereas if you let it, you get all sorts of bots posting things to malware and all sorts of things. PS5 version of what in particular, Oggy? But generally the PS5 has the same traffic as the PC and the Xbox Series X. They use the same timetable. OGS, thank you for the donation, much appreciated. No plans to change that, Joshua. Would you say Steam Deck is more like a Gen 8 or a Gen 9? Difficult. If anything between the two, it's definitely better than Gen 8. I'm not sure whether it lives up to Gen 9. Maybe? I mean, it's limited in resolution, which actually helps it. You know, it's not trying to render a 4K screen or something daft. That makes a big difference. It's closer to Gen 9 than Gen 8, for sure. I mean, the Steam Deck has got 16 gig of memory, if I remember rightly. It's not short. And the Steam Deck is considered a PC as far as the game is concerned. Missed my braking on this one rather badly. Wow. Yeah. Whoops. El Monte in 7.6 miles. That'll be the next station I barely stop at. I can't remember when the MBTA preview is, Holy Trucker. Don't think it's this week. Point going above 55, not with the limit coming up. MBTA preview is the 22nd. There you go, folks. That sounds like a good idea, actually, Rob. Maybe we should come up with a for the next one. You know, if you record a video of doing stuff without a commentary, and then come and join me on the stream, and we could play the video and talk over it while you're doing things, if that makes sense. That's what we're doing with the play ones, but it'd be good to get some content creation in as well. Is there a speed trap on here? No, this isn't Vorarlberg. I never really run with the alerter on Monty Burns, to be honest. Daniel, thank you very much for your donation as well, much appreciated. Edging our way forward all the time, which is great. I can't remember which route it was, but there was another route where he found that consistently in all the cab ride videos, the train always bounced at a particular point. So he built that bounce into the track, and I think he put a plaque on that one saying not a bug as well. Alright, coming up on El Monte now. You wonder how you get the bounce into the game tracks on all trains? He just put a floor into the track. Made it to where the track wasn't quite aligned at that point. It must be pretty hateful to go over with the suspension enabled train there. Yeah, Eddie's brilliant, Adam. He makes himself knowledgeable on a subject matter, digs right into it, learns a lot. Yeah, because Barnum means railway, Eric went. Well, it's like Great Western Railway or the West Coast Main Line, or you know, it's the equivalent of line and railway. Whereas like Main Spessart Barn is the River Main and the Spessart Forest. Having a meet at El Monte, then we're off to Baldwin Park. Jonathan, thank you very much for that donation. Much appreciated. Wow, that's huge. Thank you very much. That gets us almost up to 1100. Tremendous. Who's going to throw the extra tenner in and round that up? Oh, hello. Forgetting that my mouse is not unlocked. If you're having problems with routes not showing up, Crazy Ninja, well, first thing I do is PlayStation is really confusing about which versions of things. I know I was doing some testing on my personal PS5, and which I don't have anything on, and I installed TSW5 Free Edition, and then I bought Goblin Line for it, and I think it wanted to download 4 versions of Goblin Line, or 3 versions of which, none of which were the one for the actual PS5 I was trying to use, so nothing worked. So then I had to go and find the PS5 version and get the download for that one. I don't know what we can do to make that better. It's just something weird with the Sony store. So that's the only I can think of. Failing that, talk to our support team, and they'll probably guide you a lot better than I can. No plans for a Voyager, I'm afraid, Eureka. Sharky, so the free edition does bug you fairly persistently about getting the full game. The minute you own any DLC, it dials right back. I can't even remember how much it bugs you. The whole menu system changes to default menu system when you buy any DLC. So I think it's borderline nothing at all. I think just by the fact you own a DLC. Oh, Sharon and Liam, thank you very much for the donations. Much appreciated. That putting us up to 1148, cracking on the way to £1,200 now. That's brilliant. Thank you both. I rarely do 14L, Sam Hole. We're not paying enough attention. I'm trying to watch the chat, watch the donations, and every now and again see what the trainer's doing. You will have to quit and restart the game for it to show up, because the game detects what DLC is installed at boot time. TSW UK edition. I can't remember what's in UK edition. Can someone else confirm? UK is just West Coast Mainline standard, isn't it? Yeah. So it's the LNWR trains, the stuff that comes in West Coast Mainline, not the Avanti. That's an extra DLC. I think it's cheaper to get the UK edition plus the Avanti DLC by about £5 than buying the deluxe. But it depends whether or not you might want anything in that deluxe at all, because you are only saving a £5 or something like that. This is the old screens, the cinema, it's a drive-in cinema. Got Fallout vibes here. Oh yeah, the platforms are all different here. It's a good shout, Ashley. I'll talk to them. Airborne Sky Raider. No news on 350 licensing, I'm afraid. I'm not expecting any major progress on that for any time soon. Maybe once LNWR is absorbed into DFT, perhaps. $70 feels like a bit optimistic through this area, I've got to admit. Joe, how are you doing, sir? Clan Amar, thank you very much for the donation, which puts us to 115566. Thank you, Amar. Thank all the Amars. Got a few of your friends into getting TSW5 starter pack. They're having a lot of fun with it, starting their own collection. Brilliant! That's fantastic. I'm glad to hear that. If you and your friends have got any feedback on the starter pack tutorials and the experience of the starter pack, do let me know. Because, yeah, it was a really interesting experiment, you know, concept, trying the starter pack, and the fact that my favourite aspect of it is that it lets people try the game out for free. I love that fact of it, so that people can try out what they would, you know, whether they would get on with driving trains at all, how they find the experience. Because one of the things that we found from talking to a number of people is so we do this thing called user experience testing with a group of people in Florida, and hello. One of the bits of recurring feedback that came in from them was, you know, none of these people have played Train Sim World before, and they said that none of them would have considered trying it when it popped up on Steam, but actually having had a play of it, they really enjoyed it. So you know, I always thought the starter pack idea was just like, oh, you know, when that idea was thought up, it was just like, no, I love that, because suddenly that means that anyone can just give it a go when they see it come up, and they, you know, it's risk free. If you don't like it, just remove it. That's one of the reasons we're extending it, because it's been very popular. Super Steve, if you just send me a DM on the forums, that if you're on the forums, that's probably the easiest way. I think so, Liam. I think actually biggest feedback I've had about guard mode is, when is it coming on X train? When is it going on X route? When can I do it on this? Which suggests people want more, and that's good to hear. PS5 should have exactly the same as PC, I think. PS5, Xbox Series X and PC generally have exactly the same. Series S has less, Gen 8 has very little. Go away, Siri, no one asked you. We thought about starter routes and things, Holy Trucker, but the problem is that everyone's ideal first route is different. You know, you give some people Glossop Line and it'll be spot on and they'll get the idea. Other people bored to tears, it's nothing like what they want. If you're interested in US heavy freight, Glossop Line is, what even is this game? Yeah, my phone's just sitting here and it just decided, and the spinny ball thing came up. I'm just like, go away. It's like the other ball behind me that starts with an A. That keeps waking up unexpectedly as well. Yeah, aware of the weekend timetable problem, SMRail. I'm going to find out what's wrong there. It's all supposed to be there for Series S now. Yeah, I'm going to be doing, not today, I'm going to be doing BNSF Freight tomorrow, I think, SMRail. Let me have a look. Yeah, tomorrow, sort of 4 PM UK time. Going to run the beverage run. Couple of miles to go. Let's keep those donations coming in, folks. Brilliant one there from Amar that rounds us up to a funny number, 1155.66. But it also gets us a nudge closer to 1200. Does anyone here follow space stuff? Starship Flight 5 looks like it might be launching tomorrow morning, UK time. Or tomorrow morning US time, sorry. I'm not sure on pre-order for Boston route, I've got to be honest. I don't think so, SMRail, but that'll be confirmed by official sources. Yeah, they fixed Voyager, and then they shut some of it down to keep it going longer. But Starship, Artemis, interested to see what happens with New Glenn. Hopefully they'll be doing their test launch in November. What was the mission that just went up where they did the spacewalk? Because there's 3 more of those, or 2 more of those types of missions as well. So there's just some really, really, groundbreaking stuff going on. Plus you've got other people besides Bezos and Musk doing stuff as well. There's somebody else that's done a rocket that's really James Bond, where the instead of releasing the bits on the front, they don't release, they stay on, then it closes and then it lands. Rad's Gamer, not being cheeky, how much can go wrong with this? You can crash, you can derail. I mean, there's no fun or joy to be had in either of those things. The game ends pretty much immediately. You can run red lights and end game. And going is easy, but stopping is actually quite hard because different trains have got different brake systems. I mean, this train has got 3 different brake systems, some of which are automatic, some of which are manual. Yeah, it's interesting. There's lots to do. Yeah, you'll find that stopping in the right place is the hard thing, but there's plenty of ways it can go wrong. Not that I'd know, because it never goes wrong. The problem is, once you spad Sharky, the game is then in an indeterminate state. There really isn't a way to recover from that. In reality, does people figure out what they need to do, take steps and then correct it? The game can't do that. Yeah, that's a good example actually. Yeah, bringing heavy freight trains down a steep hill, like on Cajon Pass. Lots of scope for that to go wrong. Driving train is very different to what you'd expect. One of the reasons we've got a free edition now is to try and let people try it for themselves. Stop taking a picture of my train rolling back, you cheeky so-and-so. Bloody rail fans. Yeah, okay, we're going. Now leave me alone. So then if you put Raj Gamer, once you get more advanced, if you get unfamiliar and comfortable with driving trains and learning the rules of the signalling and so forth, because it's not just red, yellow, green. This route, I think there's 15 different signal aspects by different signals, combinations, flashing and doing. So there's a lot to learn and they each mean different things. But once you get more advanced, you can then enable something called cab signalling. And then effectively you then have to be able to acknowledge things and drive the train according to another set of rules layered on top of the sort of basic ones. So German trains with cab signalling are amazing. Big challenge there. Dispatcher in TSC. So the dispatcher in TSC plans your entire route, whereas TSW is much more dynamic and allows you to run slower and therefore let other trains go in front of you. TSC, that can't happen. So in Train Sim Classic, if you run slower, everything else runs slower as well. All of the same things that will you know, if you were scheduled ahead of train B, then even if you go slowly, you'll still end up ahead of train B. and that means that the path is guaranteed effectively for the entire route for the most part. Whereas TSW, that is not the case. It's more dynamic. It literally has only blocked you the route that you've got up until the end of the red signal. Beyond that, you have nothing. No, unfortunately the game just always shows up as free starter pack SMRail. It's annoying, but I don't know. I don't think there's anything we can do about that. You should have all the content though, and the game should boot up, and when it boots up it will show itself as you'll get the full game UI and so forth. DSC and TSW have just got different approaches for doing things, and focus on different areas. They're both competent sims, but they just have different focuses. No plans to have Brightline at the moment, Noah, but it's something I'd like to do at some point. Oh, this journey ends at Pomona, doesn't it? Yeah, I think it does. I'm very good, thank you, Haru. Yeah, let's get some some more donations in, folks. We're coming to the end of this service. Let's see if we can't push it up to 1200. Next route is Frankfurt Fulda, Monty Pernswakey. Will HSP 46 be available in Boston Sprinter timetable? I don't think so. I don't think that timetable's been updated. It's something I want to do, but I don't think it's in the plan at the minute. Still 3.3 miles to Pomona North. New MBTA is not particularly high speed route. No, it's a local line, Holy Trucker. I can't remember what speeds it runs to, but it is a commuter line rather than an express line. There are express trains that run on it though. It's got this really interesting thing where between a couple of the stations, the line, instead of just being like up and down lines, one line is bi-directional locals traffic and the other line is bi-directional express traffic. just sort of splits out for a bit, and you find all the local trains in both directions use the track next to the platform, because the platform's only on one side, and the express trains will go past them on and overtake them on the other track. Flix train is next, I think, Liam, on Frankfurt. No, so green. Danny. See, a question like that, so Mother Slug says, curious Matt, what is your all-time favourite locomotive that's not in the game and route line? That's a trap question. You might not intend it to, I'm sure you don't mean it that way, but that's a trap. Lucas got trapped by that a while back, because and the community are really good. They got really, really long memories, because like a couple of years ago, probably when Lucas joined the company, someone was saying on the streams, what's your favourite route? And he was talking about how Frankfurt Fulda was his favourite route and he'd love to see it in the game and da da da. And then later on, you know, just recently when we were doing TSW5, Lucas was saying, oh, my favourite route is coming into the game now, so I'm really hyped. And everyone put 2 and 2 together. So no, I don't answer questions like that. It's too easy to fall into a trap inadvertently. Two very innocent questions, but yeah, the community are incredibly good at piecing things together. Oh, Paul Simpson, thank you for the donation. Keeps us moving again. Puts us up to 11.75. Thank you very much, Paul. Yeah, I mean, by and large, when it comes to routes and trains, I literally have very little in the way of preference. I like all of the things. You know, if it's different to what we've been doing before, then it's more likely to be something I'm more interested in. But it really isn't about what I want to make in the game. You know, I have an input into it, but there's a group of us actually in a focus group. We've got the separate LAMP review process, which brings in community feedback as well. The beta testers have a lot of input into it. So there's dozens and dozens of people in the business that have input into the routes that we make. And yeah, okay, I put the proposals together, but I'm not the in fact, it's not just me, it's other people do them these days as well. I've got other people I rope into doing that. So right, okay. Oh, Bob, Rob Powell, thank you very much again for another top up there, rounding us up to a nice even 11.80. Much appreciated, Rob. Thank you very much. Right, before we move on, it's time for another video. Now, what we're going to do this time? Let's do Paul. Paul, if I remember rightly, is another one that has found later in life the need for special effects services. Let's watch Paul.
My name's Paul and I have a spinal cord injury and I'm a tetraplegic. I was in Stanmore Hospital at the time, suffering with quite severe depression, and part of it was because of not being able to play games. My IoT did some research and found SpecialEffect on the internet, and that's when you came in and you set me up with all sorts of different controllers and different types of buttons, and showed me that there's still gaming to be done and that I can still play. I'm now using the Xbox adaptive controller. Each button, it does different things and they're all laid out in places that I want them. And then I have one button in my mouth because it needs clicking continuously. The more you've helped me play games, the more I've improved, and I didn't think I'd ever be able to play as I am now, and playing as good, or if not better than I was before my injuries. A few years ago now, SpecialEffect set me up again with some more buttons and stuff, and now I can play Call of Duty, which I play online and play quite a lot with my brother and some of his friends, which is quite a big thing for us because it was something we would do all the time. So when we lost that, it impacted the two of us. It's changed both of our lives because we both enjoy it, and it's a brotherly thing. SpecialEffect are an amazing charity. They've helped me loads of times and their continuing support is great. It's made a massive difference to my life. I literally wouldn't be able to play games with the ability that I can now without your help.
There you go. More great stuff there. Amazing, isn't it? It's important to realise, you know, if something happens to you, you know, later on in life, then you know there's still, you know, SpecialEffect there can still help you. So yeah, it's brilliant. Keep up the donations. This is all helping them and going to help them be able to carry on with what they're doing. So Frankfurt Fulda's next fixed train. Let's go on to there. Frankfurt Fulda. Somewhere down here there'll be a Vectron. Oh, there it is, nice and green. And I had down 1818 to do, which is that one. Again, let's go July. Pomona was the middle. It was the with the end point of that service, Sharky. I think the point is, I think we all get used to using keyboards, controllers, and so forth, and you get used to it. It takes time, it takes practice, and so you look at people and you're looking, oh, that controller looks really daunting and unwieldy to use. But once you get the hang of it, then it's you know, it's billion times better than nothing, isn't it? You kind of, it's the I can't remember the expression, but you know, it's you kind of have to. You know, what are you going to do? That or nothing. Is this evil? £2 and 1p. 1182.01. Nice. I don't think it's evil, but I'd be interested to see if it triggers anybody enough to do another donation. Right, okay. Put that on. Put that on. Put that on. Safety systems on. And get the doors open. Let's check our headlights. That looks good. Let's check the front. Yep, good enough for me. Sound, brake release, headlights, let's put them on. High beams. Cab reading light is off. Pantograph. Train line is on. Safety systems are on. Good. Now let's get ready for AFB. Put that on to 40 kilometers per hour. IFB is enabled. And we need to confirm that. There we go. Yeah, there's been some interesting advances in accessible controllers, Remco, because Microsoft, is it Microsoft? I mean, we've got the Sony accessible controllers just is recently released. You've got the obviously the Microsoft accessible controller, that big sort of square one, which is the one that we've got in the office from SpecialEffect. That one is, I don't think that one's so much available anymore, but they've got a new one coming. And then there's this other sort of controller where you can, it's sort of like a bunch of modular parts and you can put them together in different ways. That one looks interesting. So there's a bunch of stuff happening with accessible controllers. I mean, in theory, Sharky, it's rarely. I mean, we don't have a 186 in the game at all. Railpool, the pro train that we've got is a Vectron and a 185. The 186 is quite different. So, we're going. So it's I'd like to get a 186 at some point, but no, it's not something we have at the minute. As to adding to the Vectron, it would probably be done as a specific bit of content. Just realised that that's a red light, and I'm a dummy. Into the wheelchair's joystick controlled the game. That makes so much sense, doesn't it, Remco? That's really clever. And it's really quite straightforward to do, I should imagine, for the wheelchair designer to have a way of having something you can plug in, which then and a switch which changes the control output so it doesn't move the chair anymore. There's a real risk though of an electrical problem where you suddenly find you're in the middle of the street and you can't move your chair anymore, I guess. But I guess there's ways to ensure that can't happen. Chris, you asked about beta teams. So every now and again, I go looking around on the public forum to see, what people are saying and so forth. Sometimes I'll post a general request out to generally it will go out to the public forum if I'm looking for something specific or I want to grow the team in an area. I'm not looking to expand the beta team at the minute, but keep an eye out for messages. They do come up occasionally. I mean, by all means, send me a DM on the forums, Chris, and let me know about yourself and what you can contribute. And it fills a need that's maybe more urgent that I'm not aware of at the minute, perhaps. No plans to look at Augsburg at the moment. Only me. I know that Lucas has a strong desire to do it and started looking at it, but then it all had to be undone so that we could then do the release, but I've had multiple people internally expressing an interest in doing something on it. So, but no, never say never, and never say promise. Right, run our way to Hanau now. Hanau now. Florian, thank you for the donation. Putting us £7.99 away from £1,200. Who's got £7.99? They can chuck in the list. Right, we're released. We can go up to the speed limit now, which is 80. Do you want to DM me? I've probably already done this and I'll apologise for asking for it again in that case, but if you can DM me the bugs that you're specifically interested in, I'll see if I can rustle up some support to look at them. Problem is, some of the bugs require some of the signalling needs redoing from scratch, which is a huge job, but would solve a bunch of problems. Right, 150. Oh, it's signalling the problem. Is it only me? What is the issue with the signalling that you're seeing? I mean, if you've got the signalling redone, Liam, then it would be fair game for a timetable remaster, and somebody has expressed to me a strong desire to do a full timetable remaster on that route. But without the signalling being redone, it wouldn't have the memory. No one, it'd be a Gen 9 PCL for PC only thing. And even then, it would be a struggle because the signalling is so inefficient on memory, as we now know. A hint of Airwolf. I like the reference there, Monty. Any reference to Airwolf will make me smile. HMA is Hauptstrecke Munich, Augsburg. It's the 3 tiles from Munich to Passing, Liam. That's where 2,500 signals live, which is more than most routes have in their entirety. Brent and Bagel Bomb, thank you very much for those donations, bringing us up to 12:30. Thank you very much indeed. Stuck on an eternal red 1.6 kilometers before finishing the service. Is there any train in front or something blocking a junction or something like that? Only me. So based on Danny, based on the experience of Munich and understanding why Munich was inefficient, Lucas took a very different approach to signalling Frankfurt, which works just about as well. I think there's no tangible reduction in functionality. But the memory consumption is massively more efficient. Let's pump that up to 160. Guessing we're behind something. Jason's group is Train Sim World Community, Eloquent. Thank you, Only Me. I appreciate that. I will take a look and see if there's something that can be done immediately, because it may be a problem that's solvable in the timetable. I built that timetable, so. For more donations, thank you very much, folks. SML Productions and Tony M, thank you very, very much indeed for your donations as well, putting us to $12.65. Thank you very much, folks. Rocketing to 1,300 now. I don't know what the signal count is, but it's going to be similar, Liam. Yeah, I really appreciate it, SMRL. Thank you. Monty, I've got the 45 coming up tomorrow. I can't remember what else. I don't think there's lots of classic traction though, to be fair. I've got the Pacer. Maybe one of the mods can share the schedule, you can take a look. I'm fully expecting the schedule to get kind of mushed around. Because that's what always happens. Oh, I'm not sure what's happening. Oh, I guess, has YouTube messed that link, or is it just the way it's come across Restream bot that's messed that link up, JP? .3 from Hanau. Are we heading westbound? Remind me. Oh no, that's fine. Yeah, he starts at Frankfurt Sud, doesn't it? Then goes eastbound. I keep forgetting because they've got no cab car. These things don't go into 642. They don't go into Frankfurt Main. Favourite S-Bahn train? The 422 is quite good. I'm a bit partial to the 423 though, personally. Must be coming up to Hanau now. Hanau now. We did originally want to put TSW on Linux. We had that as one thing we were looking at a long time ago, Chris. But Unreal, certainly back then, ran like a dog on Linux. I mean, we didn't compile TSW. It was Eurofishing we tried to put on Linux, but it ran like an absolute dog. It was going to require an absolute ton of work to make it work properly. So everyone was looking at TSW, going, "There's no way we're going to bother to get that onto there." And I don't think you need to anymore, because you can just use Proton. Is it now the Steam thing? Feels like a much better way to get a Windows game working on Linux. Proteus, is it? I don't know, can't remember. The thing Steam Deck uses. Proton, that's it. Oh, I can't remember at this point, Chris Carlin, but it's just a long time ago now. I mean, to be honest, I don't think we most of our effort was initially on the build for Mac, and it ran so poorly. It was so bad. Interestingly, I think a lot of the Linux build tech is kind of in the PlayStation build. As in some of the build paths and so forth, it's very similar on PlayStation. It goes through Clang, which took a while to get clean, which I think is part of also the Linux build path. But it was down to like driver compatibility. It was that kind of nonsense thing. It was just, and when we went back to Epic to sort of say, well, what are we doing wrong here? They were like, oh yeah, well, it doesn't actually properly support Unreal, Linux and Mac. Okay then. No, I think that's probably different now, but. Introducing gaming to people who haven't tried it, making it accessible for people who love gaming but couldn't do it, must be a wonderful, great cause. It is. I know the team at SpecialEffect, it's really fulfilling, rewarding roles that they've got and what they're doing. You look cream crackered. It is rewarding. It's great to see what they're doing. It was great having them into the office. We could have a chat with them about stuff. It's an interest of mine to try and make the game more playable and accessible, because it's amazing how many things are just easily solvable. They're a brick wall for someone who's got the problem, like a friend who had monochromatosis or whatever it is, like full of colour blindness. Have we gone into LZB? That meant he basically couldn't play Train Sim World at all, because the game was completely based on colour for signals and so forth. So that's why we added like these vertical bars in here, so that you can visually tell the difference between red, yellow and green. There's other elements where we won't ever change the colour now on something. We'll always also change the shape of something. So it's it's very challenging. But trying to think, that was obviously a really simple change, adding those cutouts into the icons, and it made it to where he could play the game. Yes, I can't remember what its official name is, but you can be monochrome colorblind. You can see the world in black and white. There are 4 types of colour blindness, depending on what's wrong with your eyes, and we now benchmark everything we do against standard colour blindness tests and make sure that you apply a filter, which makes when we do UI prototyping, you apply a filter over it and you see, is this still playable, or is colours now merged into one thing, or anything like that. And all our UIs are all tested against that to make sure that no matter what form of colour blindness you've got, the game is still playable. You know, one of the things I want to get in at some point is the signals in the world make it to where we can have a different set of colours, because red, yellow and green on the signals is great, but actually if you can't see those, you know, if you're red, green colour blind, they probably look the same. So you know, if we can make like a white and a blue and a something else, so that for different colour blindness, then you can make the game more playable too. At the end of the day, does the game look right is less important to is it fun, enjoyable and playable. Did we get an expert in to help you design the aids for colour blindness? No, but SpecialEffect, actually, one of the things they do for developers is they provide a really, really well thought out toolkit of guidance, recommendation, advice on all sorts of different areas of production. And our UI UX developer team members have also got experience in those things as well. So it's kind of part of their normal process that they will, if they do these things, they will also run them through these checks to see how they are. It's literally just apply a filter and look at it. You know, is everything that should be a different colour still a different colour? Some fool told you it's not real seeing someone seeing monochrome. Yeah, definitely real. Definitely real. Specifically because of John is why those are there, because of his monochrome colour blindness. As a friend of mine couldn't play the game and it broke my heart, frankly. No, we fixed that. That's easy. There's no excuse to not fix that. The other one is things like where people have problems with input controls, and you know, things that it's very easy to be accidentally ableist. It's just like, oh, there's keys for things, and where there isn't keys for things, you just use the mouse and you click on it. How hard is it? Well, okay, if you can't use a mouse for some reason, then you've just made the game unplayable for a stupid reason. So again, one of the things I've asked the team to make sure they do is that there is a key for everything. You know, even if it's not got a default key, it should be in the remappable list so you can assign a key to it. So yeah, it's and that then means that, you know, if you're having problem with fine control, then you can just use keys. And once things are on keys, it's very trivially easy to get external button things which input key presses. You can have a nice big button for your AWS then, which just presses the Q key. You know, you don't need special hardware APIs or software to make that work. You know, that's trivially easy to do. Keys can be used on the console, yeah, because they just pretend to be keyboards, and you can plug a keyboard into both consoles. That was a bee slowing the train down. Thanks, Red Bus. Got to admit, it's a little warm in here, to be honest. That's probably why I'm looking a bit knackered. That and the pink light. Let me just change the pink light. So that's, 2 of them have changed. Right, there you go. Probably turn that one off actually. There you go. Oh, did I miss end? Why are we stopping? Too much time messing with lights, not enough time watching train. Ah, it is our end that I missed. What's the speed limit at the moment? 160. Looking at my phone and not looking what I'm doing. So AWS and DSD do have separate keybinds, but older trains don't use them, if I remember rightly. So if we go into controls, keyboard controls, if I remember rightly, so you've got alerted DSD DVD reset, and if you go down the bottom under UK, train stop override, isolation increase, SPAD acknowledge, DSD toggles, DRA toggle, vigilance toggle, AWS toggle, AWS brake release, AWS TPWS toggle, you've got the EU stuff here, so you've got all the different settings here for, and you see some of them have got none because there's no keyboard assigned to them by default, but you know, these are all separately toggleable as well if you want to map them separately. Cruise control, confirm is Control F. Let's try that. I'm trying to think, it's so CIFA reset is mapped to Q, AWS reset is mapped to Q, so you could separate the Q key out. Yeah, you go remap those two to separate them out, but not all trains support that. Most of the newer ones do, all the newer ones do. Some of the older original ones don't support that properly. PZB acknowledges page down, PZB releases end, and Befale 40 override is del. We're doing a video next. British Ace has a video which we're going to be looking at next. Have you heard Orient plans to bring trains to console? What's your opinion on possible losing your monopoly? You know, competition's a good thing. No complaints there. I have views on trains, but it's a popular game in certain areas, so I don't see any bad thing. Would Sony and Microsoft need to allow you to rebind keyboards on console? I don't think they really care what we do on keyboards on console, to be honest. Being able to design cargo loads would be cool, SM Rail production, but it's not on the roadmap at the moment. It's not something I've got in a future thing. go. Control F does work. No, there's nothing stopping us putting remappable keys in. Not a big fan of grapes, Eric. Sorry. Red Bias, thank you for the donation. Let's keep those donations coming in, folks. Just under £15 now to get to 1,300. But thanks, Red Bias. Oh, that was a while ago, was it, Chris? I must admit, I think I've owned a lot of the versions of Trains, and I subscribed to their subscription thing for a while. I only unsubscribed from that last year. But I've not really been following it from a dev perspective. The last time I paid any attention to it at that level was 2004, when I was a beta tester for Trains 2004. I did a lot with their game script tech, which was new, I think, in 2004. Which was very cool, I have to say. That was neat. It spoke to the software engineer nerd in me. But I'd be interested to see what they do, because in my experience, Trains and TSW are different games. They just feature trains. So it'd be interesting to see what actually this new version looks like. Little narrow gauge trains on track on the right there. Whoops. I was a microsecond too late on that. Oh, shut up. Well, your key is confirm speed, Control F. No, there's no narrow gauge trains on here. That was a safety system test, JP. I was just validating that the Vectron was set up correctly. Good news? It is. Not just the HSP46 Trainmaster, but also I think they're Hyundai Rotems, are they? The double-decker cars. I'm looking forward to getting them in there as well. Yeah, but we don't have any trains on it. I assume they were talking about will they see a train on the tracks, and we've not set anything up. Of course you can do, but no one's made any narrow gauge trains. Oh, anonymous donation there, pushing us over massively over the 1300. Thank you very much indeed. You know who you are. You are very much appreciated. 1335. Hey Andy, how are you doing? Yeah, it's going very well, Andy. Very, very well. Hey Finn, I'm doing well, how are you? Paul, thank you very much for that donation, much appreciated. I mean, I wouldn't want to make any promises about what resource can be put into fixing them, the real Vindicity, but the best bet is probably send me a message, and then I'll see what I'll see what I can do to get it put somewhere. I am already working with Bescott and Forks, who are doing some stuff for West Coast Mainline, and I'm seeing what I can do to address some of their issues on the route, while we're doing some of our own fixes at the same time. Keep forgetting you're a grandpa now, Andy. Been a grandpa for a while, in fact, haven't you? What machinery you got, Smoothly Rough? I mean, this machine is being throttled down to 60 FPS. If I take the throttle limit off, it'll run at about 150 FPS. No, I'm not running DX12. It's not officially supported. I've got no any modifications on here. This is as it comes out the box. I don't know at the moment, Redbus. Been working on our own timetable update, so I'm not. We'll have to work out how it sits. Forks is also using a lot of community mods, which I don't think would work with an official delivery. Why is it not officially supported? It just hasn't gone through testing properly and passed testing is really it. There are still issues with it in DirectX 12. It's not perfect. It runs for the most part, and in some cases it runs slower. In a lot of cases it runs better, but in some cases it runs slower. In a couple of cases we found some visual defects, so it's kind of like it needs a deeper dive to sort of understand those issues, resolve those issues, and then it can be an officially supported thing. Hertz. Yeah, I'm aware of that, SM Rail. I'll get that fixed. Teams aren't talking to each other properly. Oh yeah, where it works, DJ Snap Attack, it works really well, but it doesn't work for everybody, so I can't make it the default. You know, there was a fleeting moment, I think, in Train Sim World 4, where we had switched it to be the default, but it started causing all sorts of problems, so we had to revert it back. Yeah, best way is to DM me on the forums, Vindicity. No, because if we did that, that implies it's a supported option to tick, whereas at the moment we know that there are problems with it. So officially we don't want you using it. But you can still use a command line option to enable it if you want to. And at that point you're kind of going out of your way to enable it, and therefore you can, whereas if we make it a Steam option, what it's saying is it's officially supported. Put the beans on. MBTA trains, yeah, they are pink, purple, whatever you want to call it. We didn't pick it because of the pink trains. No one in the company would let me get away with that. If that was something I would be insane enough to do. It's a happy coincidence. It's like I didn't pick the TSW5 logo being pink. Other teams did that and I just cheered silently in the corner. Nah, TSW5 logo is much better, Aeroquin. Andy, thank you for that donation. That puts us over 1,400. A grand of GG's, everybody. Well done, folks. 1,400. Let's keep going, though. Let's keep those donations coming in. You know, there was a fleeting moment. It wasn't even a fleeting moment. It was most of the dev time of TSW prior to launch. The UI for TSW was bright pink. Because the guy who did the UI designs was also a big fan of pink. But about 2 or 3 months before launch, the rest of the company were like, when are we getting rid of the test colours? It was glorious in that deep, rich pink. It was lovely. Really liked it. I've never liked any of the UI designs as much as I liked that pink. Not just because I like pink. I just thought it was striking.
Zugbeeinflussung. Zugbeeinflussung.
The PZB assist, Amaze Tase. Go into settings. Is it under accessibility? No. Not under controls. Advanced settings. No. Hold on, gameplay. To disable display safety system helper. That's what you're looking for.
Zugbeeinflussung.
If the choice of BR blue in the 60s had been BR pink, they wouldn't have needed yellow ends. You know, less paint. Control. It depends which means. So round bus on the Flixtrain Vectron, you have to go into quick bar, and then press that button to enable the AFB. Then you set the AFB to where you want, and you click confirm set speed. No, that's Control F if you're on keyboard. That sounds right, Liam. I mean, the companies pick a colour, don't they, Billy? British Rail picked blue for whatever reason. Germany picked red for whatever reason. I don't know what the reason is they picked those particular colours. It could be very, very simple. Like, that was the paint that was on hand. So they just used it. I don't know. Maybe the head person at BR liked blue. .22 kilometres now to Fulda. Next up is a video from British Ace where he is doing a combination of 3 different things. Basically focusing around Electrostars. And it's across Train Sim World and Train Sim Classic. I guess the other thing, Ed, is that BR Blue was different to every colour that was being used, I think. Rather, you know, otherwise any one colour might have gone red or gone green, or the darker blue might have seen as been taking on one of those colours, whereas BR Blue I think was different to everything, wasn't it?
Zugbeeinflussung. Zugbeeinflussung.
So you can, the way Train Sim works, Jeremy, is you can kind of play any train on any route using free roam, or making your own scenarios in Scenario Planner. But if you mean in terms of timetables, then I think currently it's only on Frankfurt, but the goal is to add it on more. So there's no update to Köln coming out, which will include using the Flix train. So yeah, it's it'll start appearing on more German routes going forward, but you can use free roam to put it anywhere you like. So if you go into timetable mode and then spawn it free roam, and then give it a path to where you want to go, it'll just work around it, and you can basically then add it anywhere you like. Hey Calter, doing well, running behind as usual.
Zugbeeinflussung.
Let's keep those donations coming in, folks, where you can. We're up to £1,405, which is tremendous, but I know we can do better than that. I'll run a video in a bit, and when we finish this, 17 kilometres to go, and we'll take a look at some more of their videos.
Zugbeeinflussung.
Jack, from the 3 new routes which come with launch of TSW5, which one do you think is better to play? Oh, that's going to be very much down to what your preferences are. Personally, it's all of them, to be honest. I enjoy them all. I'm probably playing West Coast Mainline more, but there's not much in it. But if you don't like American routes, then it's going to be a lower on your list. Same for any of the other ones. I guess we are following something, stopping at all of the stations into Fulda.
Zugbeeinflussung.
Once we're under 65, we're good for the 500 Hertz Magna. Only me! Holy whoa! Thank you very much. That's a huge donation. Much appreciated, Only me. I'm up to nearly 1,600 now. Wow! Thank you. I'm just going to run at 80, I think. See whether or not that lets us stay a sensible pace. Managed to get away without getting into monitoring because we didn't stop or go below 12. 15, 55, 68, yeah. No, I haven't seen that podcast at all, actually, Follower Fisher. About the only thing I watch of any regularity is a YouTuber called Felix, who runs a channel called What About It, which is just basically about SpaceX and rocketry and things like that. It's fascinating. Hey, Brola. problem is, I think with the level of funding they've got, I don't think NASA realistically can do space. Why do you think I've got to be a flat earther, Indigenous Navy? I have my eyes opened and a brain that works. Well, it's political priorities, isn't it, Chris? I think they've had a net reduction in funding this year. So I think that's going to delay Artemis again. Yes, Sam was here earlier. Did a donation, which was awesome. Hey, welcome Tyler. NASA's got a hand in a lot of it, follower Fisher, but it's kind of it needs you know, the amount of investment that SpaceX is putting into what's going on and supporting. I mean, Starship is going to be part of Artemis 3 as the human lander system, so everything that's going on with Starship feeds NASA goals as well. So it's, yeah, as much as I'm a bit sad that it's a nut job like Musk that's involved in things like that, part of me thinks you need a nut job to be able to do what SpaceX is doing. But wow, 1, 2, 3, 45. Well done, sir. Thank you very much for that donation, Bart, putting us up to 1679. Suddenly we're nearly at 1700. Thank you very much, Bart. I love that donation. £123.45p. That's cool. Boeing are trying space travel, but they're mostly just trying, to be honest. I was glad to see that Starliner got back okay, though. I'll let scientists answer that question, Navi. David McGlon, thank you for the donation, much appreciated. That's brilliant. Keep it up, folks. Really good. 1689. Been taking it easy, and I think we finally got the train in front of us get ahead a bit. What's GFN? Cerebral Bomber. Not heard of that one.
Zugbeeinflussung.
Right, coming up now to Frankfurt to Fulda.
Zugbeeinflussung.
Oh, GeForce Now, yes, Brylar, that makes sense. I know we've been talking about that. I don't know why where it's got to.
Zugbeeinflussung. Zugbeeinflussung.
Yes, I get what you mean now, Sweet Bob. Let me find out from where we got to that. There has been a discussion about that. It all seemed to sort of stop. Yeah, the CIFAR on the Vectron is different to normal, because normally it's silent with a light and then an alarm, and this one is an alarm followed by a bigger alarm, which I kind of like actually, but it's different, so it's off-putting. And if you time it right, it sounds like AWS, which is even worse. Like that. Thought I'd lazily let LZB stop me there, and then I realised it was going to run me up to the red light. Just shy of 1,700, not far off 2,000. That's amazing going, folks. Shut the doors. Going very well, thank you, TS Southwestern. Doors shut. Mission over. Right. Let me come out of this. Right, now what's next is let me just double check the schedule. It is British Ace, and I'm running about half an hour late still, so that's cool. We're only running about half a late generally, which is good. So we've got a this is a little section from British Ace, about 1 hour long. I'm going to step away, have a quick break, stretch my legs, but I am going to be keeping an eye on chat, and I'll try and interact on chat. British Ace is talking through his video, so I won't be waffling over the top of him. But I will just say, let's keep those donations coming, folks. Hopefully British Ace is going to say the same thing in the video, but if he doesn't, let's keep those donations coming in. Mark Jolly, thank you for that £10. We are now at 1699 and 13 pence. Yeah, so I will be back here once this video is over. Enjoy British Ace's content. I had a quick look at the video, and it's pretty cool. It's 3 different bits, so there's good stuff to look at there. So yeah, let me hand over to Joe. Where's my mouse? I can't find my mouse. There it is. Right, cheers everybody.
Hello Hello everybody, welcome back to another video here on the channel, and I believe this will actually be, or possibly will be, on Matt's charity stream, so big well done to Matt, big round of applause. Sure, he's doing awesome. And yeah, I've been given a bit of time to sort of show you some trains, so we're sort of going to link three things together in today's run. So first off, let's get in and sort of get everything set up. So we're here at Watford Junction at the moment. Can anyone guess what we're going to try and do? We've got an hour, or 50 minutes to an hour. So what do you think we're going to do? What are we going to do? Right, let's put the key back on. So that's a neutral. There we go, that's good. We'll set you to East Croydon. Let's go up to that, or sort of down to that. Right. Where are you? I will find you. East Croydon, where are you? Show yourself. There you go. East Croydon. Right. If anyone, maybe someone guessed it. But we are going to try and join 3 routes to the West Coast Main Line South, the West London line on Train Sim Classic, which is only like 10-15 minutes. And then we're going to jump back onto Train Sim World on the Brighton Main Line and drive from Clapham Junction to East Croydon. So we're almost going to get the full journey in from Watford Junction to East Croydon, which should be cool. Now, it's not going to be entirely the same service throughout, as there's only like one scenario for the Train Sim Classic one, but I've tried to sort of match it the best I can. Yeah, so now we're awaiting departure time here at Watford Junction, calling at Harrow and Wildstone and at Wembley Central. And after that you then have, let me think, Shepherd's Bush. We'll go back to that. Right, let's just concentrate on the dispatch. Right, so that's forward. Yeah, you have Shepherd's Bush, Kensington Olympia, West Brompton, Imperial Wharf, and then Clapham Junction, and then onwards to all of the other stops on the BML. So I think you don't stop at Wandsworth Common. I think it's then Balham, and then Streatham Common, Norbury, Thornton Heath, Selhurst, and East Croydon. So yeah, we got a few stops to go, but it's going to be a good journey. I thought I'd leave a sort of special one for a special occasion, so perfect. So thanks to Matt and Dovetail for sort of giving us a chance to come on and show some trains off as part of this awesome weekend event. And again, well, I'm sure Matt's doing amazing. If you haven't already, go check out the Just is it Just Aid? It's called Just Aid. The Just Giving, that's the one. I'm sure there'll be a link for that somewhere if Matt's using that for donations and stuff. Right, let's go. We are off. There's a Pendo whizzing past. Although we are the superior train. Very, very biased. Anyway, there you go. We got a cup of tea as well, so we're completely set for the journey. Really check the audio. I've got to smidge that up a bit. Yeah, that should be all good. But yeah, down to Harrow and Wardstone to begin with. This first leg's about 15 minutes. So a nice little sprint in the Electro Star. There's another Pendo. But the acceleration on AC is pretty good. We're already at 70, almost 75 miles per hour. That hasn't taken too long. There's the 80. So let's get that up. Been thrown about there a bit. Oh, yeah, bushy. Love the suspension on here. You'll see the difference between this one and once we get onto the Brighton main line. So suspension wise, it makes a nice difference. Yeah, suspension's one of the cool things added. Let's get a flyby shot. And I bet when it's a speedboard or something, as I'm still not sort of fully up to scratch on this route. Love it, back in we go. So I'll put that to off as we are, well, the speed limit is 80 at the moment, but it does go up to 100. There's Carpenter's Park Station. It's not too much further, and I think we go up to 100. Which, I mean, would make it the fastest bit of track you can run the Electro Star on in the game. Yeah, the Southeastern High Speed max on that's 90 for the 375, and then BML and East Coast Way are both 90 as well. But then, because third rail. Well, I suppose on third rail you can get to 100 miles an hour. In fact, the Brighton Main Line used to be 100 miles an hour. I think that was for the 319s. Oh, double yellow, okay. Not really usual you get stuck behind something on one of these services. Well, 100 mile an hour limit, but we'll sort of have to scratch that for now. And you've got Hatch End Station. We're not even sort of that far off Harrow and Wealdstone. You've got Hatch End, Headstone Lane and Harrow and Wealdstone. And Hatch End and Headstone Lane are really close to one another. So I'll be nice and careful. And you probably noticed we did do the little ding ding when we set off from Watford Junction. That's as this service still has a guard on it, as like 80% of Southern services don't have guards on them. They have onboard supervisors, which is not what's that? It's more customer service focused, but you get paid more than a guard. Yeah. They tried to get rid of guards, but then they ended up with OBSs. Bit of sort of a weird, yeah. There's Headstone Lane Station, but then you still do get conductors / guards on certain services for Southern. The Turbo Stars, the 171s, they still have, they're still guard operated. Yeah. Between Eastbourne and Ashford, Uckfield and London Bridge. And you also get guards, well, on the West London line / West Coast Main Line from Watford Junction down to Clapham Junction, and after Clapham Junction they go DOO until East Croydon, I believe so. Where else do are there guards on the Southern network? That's it. Yeah, that's it, I think. Actually, technically, really, it's been a bit finicky here, but you do get guards, not Southern guards, but it's a Southern service from Red Hill to Tunbridge. It's a really, really, really weird sort of way they do it on that route. But for, I think, 7 days of the week, no, 6 days of the week, from Monday to Saturday, you'll have a Southeastern driver and a Southeastern guard on a Southern service working it. But then on Sunday, on the same route, it's a Southern driver and a Southern OBS. And I think some of the early morning ones are also a Southern OBS and Southern driver, occasionally. Which doesn't really make sense, sort of to have it, it's like part-time guarding. Sometimes they'll guard, sometimes they won't. Proper sort of odd line. Yeah, here we are. This is Harrow and Wealdstone. We've got 211 for today's journey. Whoa. NPC. Oh, hello, we're going back in again. There's the NPCs causing mayhem. Oh, wait, why are you set back to Wembley Central? Let's put you back to East Croydon. back to East Croydon. Imagine that, 377 going up to Oxenholme. Right. Back to, yeah, East Croydon, there we go. Right, let's get the door shut again. So I can't remember if there is a hotkey assigned for this, there might be. Oh, there is. Right, it is Wembley Central next, let's go. We are off. See, guard mode on this train would be pretty cool. It doesn't have it currently. But yeah, guard mode on this would work well. I suppose you wouldn't sort of do much, would you? But that'd be cool. Right, we're off. Nice bit of horn action as well. Question is, who doesn't like Electro Stars? Surely everybody watching likes Electro Stars. Or if you don't like them, why not? Solid trains, they've not really had any issues. Cool. So on we go. We've got Kenton Station to the right of us. Yeah, very solid fleet of trains, Electro Stars. Hard working trains. I mean, they're now, what, 20, no more than that. But yeah, 23 to 24 years old. And then the 377s are 2003. It's 21 years old. Right, double yellow. That'll be because, well, we're coming up to Wembley Central. You've got South Kenton there, and then North Wembley, and then Wembley Central. And then we move on to part 2 of the journey, which I don't think starts at Wembley Central. I think it starts at sort of near Wilston Junction. So we're going to sort of skip a tiny bit of the journey, but you'll still get the gist of it. Tube train there at North Wembley. Nice. But yeah, again, thanks to Matt and sort of Dovetail for allowing us to come on, spend a bit of time showing trains off on this special weekend. I'm sure Matt's having like a well-earned rest at the moment. Right, single yellow. So we might actually get stopped before the station. So signal locations on here I'm still not completely up to scratch with. But just in case it is before the end of the platform. Oh, that must be. Yeah, the next signal must be at the end of the platform. Yeah, it must be. Well, we'll sort of glide in at 30 as we are now. You've got the banner repeater there telling us that the signal's at danger. And this is Wembley Central coming into. A case of basically stop when we want. So we'll go, oh no, there is a marker, go up to that. Nice and steady there as we got the red light. Do not want to be passing it. Yeah, that is the first section of the journey though, so we'll now move on to the little short bit of Train Sim Classic, where we'll then take the train down to Clapham Junction, which then links it with the Brighton Main Line on Train Sim, well, back on TSW. Stick the DRA on, brake step 3. Cool. Well, yeah. And then hopefully there'll be a fairly seamless transition over to the next bit. So I suppose I'll see you all over on the next bit. And there we go, we're now over to part number 2, which is on the West London line. So here we are, we're at Woolston Junction. So Wembley is sort of just up where you can see Wembley Stadium there. But Wembley Central Station's a bit further up there, so we're not really too much further down. And we're now magically a 377/7 as well. So we'll be taking this down as far as Clapham Junction, and then we'll be back to Train Sim World. So it's about 15 minutes, I believe. And yeah, we do get to then go over to Third Rail. So coming up to, I believe, the Great Western Main Line. They're so close together, the Great Western and the West Coast. I mean, it's literally just here. Very close to one another. Separated by a canal. Right, let's start getting the brakes on as we are coming up to the was it Victor Charlie 818. So that's controlled by Victoria, which is quite away from. We're not. Well, we're fair away from Victoria. Yeah, this is where we have to change to Third Rail, so you can see the Third Rail beginning. Hopefully I can remember how to change it. I'm pretty certain it's fairly simple in the 377. There's not really much to do. If memory serves me correctly, we'll be over and out in a jiffy. We'll be stopping and going in no time. So we've got a couple of minutes to change over, so let's set that to step 3, neutral, stick the DRA on. Right, let's see, shoes up, hang on, pan down, right, pantographs, now come down, hold the DC system select. There you go, you can see that's now illuminated. Shoes down. You can hear the power sort of starts to come back. That power's now back. And it should be as simple as that. So we should now be, yeah, Pento's down, so we should now have be running off the juice rail. So yeah, a fairly straightforward procedure. And yeah, we drew it up for a 16. It gives us a good view of the signal there. So we've got about another minute sat here, and then we'll be continuing into Shepherd's Bush, and then Kensington Olympia, West Brompton, Imperial Wharf, and Clapham Junction in about 15 minutes at 10:32. Oh, let's go back to that. Lovely. That's already set for us, which is good. Right, that will do. Let's set that to forward, and let's go. There's a capital star. Yeah, quick and easy, and that should be doing the same as well. That will change over to, well, it's already changed over. Which, yeah, the only place on the Southern network where you've got to use alternating current. The only place. I don't think it happens anywhere else. Should be. Nice. See, I don't know this line route. I've driven it like 3 times in the game. Probably not even that. So we'll sort of be slightly cautious as to where we're going. I know the stations, but I didn't realise there was a 60 along here. Probably doesn't last for long. But Shepherd's Bush, you've got the, I think there's a shopping centre there at Shepherd's Bush. Is it Westfield at Shepherd's Bush? On we go. And again, thanks to Matt and DTG for giving us a bit of time to play some trains on this momentous occasion. And obviously well done to Matt for well, these very lengthy streams he's been doing. It's a fantastic cause. And here we are, this is Shepherd's Bush. Yeah, that's the shopping centre there. I think it might be Westfield. So we are formed of 5 coaches now. So looking for the 5 coach dot marker. Just pretend we're still a 4, alright? But we are actually a 5. Pretend we're still in 377211. In fact, for this journey we're actually going to be in 3 subclasses of the 377. We've got obviously /2 to begin with, /7, and on the Brighton main line it'll probably either be a /1 or /4. All the subclasses. There's now a video where you do all the subclasses. Anyway, this is Shepherd's Bush. There's the shopping centre. It wasn't obvious. Due out of here at... Oh, actually, the guard controls us here, so that's fine. Next up will be Kensington Olympia, which is not far. Which is actually what used to be quite a major stop. I don't think it really is anymore. But you had lots of trains which used to sort of run to Kensington Olympia from all over the country. Nope. Right, let's go. Yeah, I think Kensington Olympia isn't as major as it once was. Oh, hello. There's a shed. Oh, there's a shed coming through. What J&A's? Yeah, not too far along. They're all quite close to one another. I think the only sort of other gap is between Imperial Wharf and Clapham, as we've got to go over Chelsea Bridge and then sort of wrap ourselves up over onto the Brighton main line. But yeah, Kensington Olympia we're coming up to. Just got the very sort of long platforms, which I suppose aren't needed much anymore. And you've also got the, you know, is it the tube comes up here, doesn't it? The district line, or at least limited, in a limited capacity. A bit further up. Nice. So we got up to the 8. I mean, that was a 3 and 4 back there, so. And here we are. So yeah, quite a posh place. That'll do. Right. So again, we got to wait for the guard to tell us to bugger off. Put this around here, lovely. And yeah, next up will be West Brompton, which again, it isn't that far. And Clapham's only in 3 miles, so due there in just over 10 minutes. And then we switch back to Train Sim World. As this is Train Sim Classic, which is sort of the predecessor to Train Sim World. The old one. Got your blinds and stuff you can pull down, muck about with. Right. Wait for the buzzer. Let's go. We are West Brompton, here we come. Not to be mistaken, yeah, not to be confused with West Bromwich, or West Brom, yeah, West Bromwich. Remember the first time I sort of saw West Brompton Station, I was thinking, oh, that's probably where West Bromwich Albion or West Brom, that's where they football club, that's where they're from, but no, quite a way off. Let's get that up. Yeah, it's certainly a cool journey to do, though. I mean, even if you don't have this part, you can still do, if you've got Train Sim by Brighton Main Line and West Coast Main Line, you can still do 2 parts of it. So if you want something a little bit, you know, almost like a joint journey, it's, you know, quite a cool one to do. And if you are fortunate enough to have a PC, then try and do this bit as well. And then should be into West Brom. So I'm not speeding up too much, so it's 50 along here, but just sitting at about 40. There it is. Where's the marker going to be? There's the 4. Okay, to the end then. Let's let it glide in nicely. Gonna save the game. I don't like when it's loading something. It's like scary. It's like, uh oh, what's it gonna do? The only bit I'm worried about is Clapham Junction, because that's gonna be busy. And this is West Brompton. Now, a few people do ask me, how do you do HUDless on all of these routes? I mean, on some of them, I do generally know them quite well. Brighton Main Line, East Coast Way, South Eastern High Speed, West Coast Main Line, get in there. But, like this, for example, I've more just got an idea. I've got an idea of where the speed's going to drop, where the corners are, and where the stations are. I've just an idea. Don't know it really well, but enough to be able to do the HUD off. I've got an idea of the route. If that makes sense. And you can sort of tell what speeds are going to be on this type of route. Sort of inner city, lots of stops. It's not going to be anything more than, well, 60 as we had. Right, let's go. Imperial Wharf next, which is quite a new station. I think it opened in 2009. There it goes. Right, let's get back in. Some sort of big thing there, whatever that. Maybe that's another shopping centre. I've only ever been on this line once in real life, and that was actually to Watford Junction. Well, I think we were actually trying to get to Milton Keynes on the Southern service, but I think it was a Sunday. so they're only going as far as Watford, and then had to get a London Midland 350 up to Milton Keynes. And then on the way back I got a Dusty bin, a 321 in London Midland livery, from Milton Keynes back to Watford Junction, and then Watford Junction back on the Southern down to, well, down south. So yeah, this is Imperial Wharf. Got a warning there for a 30. As after this you've got no, that's not. You've got Chelsea Bridge over the River Thames. Right down to the end. Yeah, quite cool. A nice modern station. This one, quite a cool one. It's got a cool name as well. Imperial Wharf. And stopping at the S-car stop marker. Here we are. Update. Welcome to Imperial Wharf. Let's just save it again just in case. And the next up after this is a Clapham Junction, which is what, still probably a mile and a half away. Almost bang on, look at that, 1.49. A mile and a half. So we got to go under the Southwest Main Line and sort of then curl up onto the BML. Due off of here at, hang on, the guards. Oh no, that's okay. That's for that. Good. That's it. We should be on time. Right, let's go. Let's get moving. So we've got that 30 coming up. We're on a single yellow as well. So got to be sort of cautious about what we're doing. Just don't know this route, you know, really well. So this is Chelsea Bridge over the River Thames. Nice. So assuming the next signal will be at red, at danger. So just take, I'm at 20 at the moment, as we've got a bit of a corner coming up. There it is. And up to 40 as well once we get past the red. Let's be a bit cheeky. Oh no, hang on. No, we've got a single yellow, it's fine. See, as we were coming around the corner, look, that was our one, but no. Oh, green light, even better. So hopefully that clears us into Clapham. Again, the frame rate's gone a bit yucky here. We're coming up to Clapham Junction, which is one of the busiest stations in the UK for rail traffic. And as we're on Train Sim Classic, we basically have every single train which can run there. So yeah, that's why it's lagging, but it's only like, you know, not much of it, and then we're a bit at Clapham. Look at that, all the AI going over. So we should sort of be straight. Actually, I think we do turn off at some point. Or do we just follow it? Oh no, we're going this way. Don't think there was a speed board for that one. Well, there was a 20 for the one further back. No, that can't be 40 round there. Unless it then comes down a bit further up, possibly. No, that wouldn't be 40 here. We're going 20 now. We did about 25-ish across the points. I don't think there was any board for those specific set. So going under the southwest main line, and under the Brighton main line, and then up into Clapham Junction. And then yeah, we'll switch back over to Train Sim World. But I thought it'd be quite neat, sort of trying to link the journeys together, so you get to see, you know, a full East Croydon to, or full Watford Junction to East Croydon run. So sort of a good opportunity, having about an hour to do so. And yes, we're now up round into Clapham Junction, which means back to TSW. Hooray! Ooh, that's nasty. A 10-mile-an-hour limit. Oh, there we go. We're at 10. That's mean. But yeah, then we escape back to TSW, which is well, much nicer. Cool. All the southwest stuff over that side. Oh, hello, we're inside the train there. Whoa. So just get us to the end of the platform. Train Sim World is calling us again. There's the S-car stop marker. And a bit further. A little bit further. A little bit further. Come on, a little bit further. Come on. And yeah, bring it to a halt. Right, everybody, we are now back to Train Sim World. So I'll see you all for, well, another seamless transition, hopefully. See you in a minute. We now end with part 3, which is from Clapham Junction down to East Croydon, the final stretch. And we are fortunately back on to Train Sim World after our little excursion there to Train Sim Classics, just to fill that gap between Wilston / Wembley to Clapham Junction. So the majority of the journey has still been TSW, it's just that little gap in between. Right, we shouldn't have a guard anymore, so we now should be DOO, driver only operated, so we can basically do what we want. Nice. And well, let's get going. Next up is Balham, so we're not stopping at Wandsworth Common. And we get to race another train as well. Fun. It's just so busy. It's a 12 coach as well. I love being on this route. It's just so busy. There's so many 377s and 387s. There's so much going on. Oh, and we're 8 coaches. Well, now we're 8 coaches all of a sudden as well now. So there we go. We've had 4 coaches to begin with, 5, and now we're 8. We've chucked on another 3. 4 wasn't good enough. 5 wasn't good enough. Now we're 8 coach. Right, let's go. Ooh, bit of wheel slip there. So the southwest main line goes off to the right there, so we say goodbye to that. But it actually feels like we've been on a continuous journey. I've recorded all of these episodes, or all of these sections, just sort of all in one. And it feels quite nice actually. Now we've driven from Watford Junction. We haven't sort of skipped that. We've driven the whole thing. I know that 387 already, literally just behind that other 377, which is just left. Train racing. That's what we're doing. Train racing. One thing we haven't done is get a little photo. Let's get a little photo. There we go. What side do we get it on though? This side? Turn up the brightness, because this is a TSW2 route. So everything's sort of a bit less bright and colourful. Right, sort of train sim. Well, 5 routes, it's sort of the opposite. There we go. That'll do. So we should be going as well the same speed as that train. That will be going 60. So unless you're speeding, there we go. That bang on. Oh, hang on. Ooh, we're losing a bit there. That will literally be bang on 60. This is AI. We're probably doing 59.7 or so. We should be able to make up a bit on that because that's going to be going on the outside. That's big on the inside. There's Wandsworth Common. Well, literally, we're train racing here. Oh, we're still at sort of the same stage. Screw the signals and the the station. Oh, we've lost it. And we have got to slow down for Balham. You win this time, Gatwick Express. You win this time. Now coming into Balham Station. It's quite nice though. We get to skip out Wandsworth Common. So everywhere else apart from there. A red light at the end of the platform, so I'm probably waiting for something to come up from Streatham or Streatham Hill. And there we go. Bit of step 1, knock us down. Here we are. And right side door, that's what we're waiting for. That train there. Because that's the line to Streatham Hill and then Tulse Hill. And it splits off. Well, actually, no, it splits off before that. It splits off, well, sort of near to Tulse Hill. You can go down to West Norwood, Gypsy Hill, Crystal Palace, or go Tulse Hill, North Dulwich, East Dulwich, or then up to Herne Hill. Lots of different ways you can go. It's a maze of routes in South London. So there we've got Streatham Common, Norbury, Thornton Heath, Selhurst, and then East Croydon at 10:59. So still 20 minutes. That one. Got a bit of time here at Balham. Probably gives you this time because you don't stop at Wandsworth Common. So it just sits you at Balham for a bit longer. That's for me to allow that one to come across. Oh, not in service now. What's going on? Open your doors. So as this one, you can start controlling it as a player. There you go. So now it's activated. Has sort of a player service. So we could now sort of go and take that over. Anyway, back to R1. Let's get the doors shut. Got the green now. Take that off. Got the road. we got interlock. Right, let's get going. Next up is Streatham Common. So we stay on the main line. We don't come off the main line. Imagine that the diversionary route being included on here. It would be really silly to include it. But yeah, where you could, because we could get to East Croydon going via Streatham Hill, down through Crystal Palace, and then sort of joining up with the main line near Norwood Junction. Which I believe is a diversionary route when things go wrong between here and East Croydon. There's actually, well, there used to be another diversionary route as well, but I don't think Gatwick Express drivers sign it anymore. But yeah, I think there used to be the route via Brixton as well, through Brixton, Herne Hill, and then come off there and sort of join up with where that one would go. But not entirely sure that one is, well, it probably isn't one which is taught anymore, because that's sort of southeastern territory. Or sort of goes into that a bit, so I doubt it. I don't know. Does anyone? I mean, yeah. Does anyone know when did that get stopped? Yeah, it's pretty. Yeah, if there was ever anything wrong, because Gatwick Express back, sort of in the, when it first began and in the 90s was, a really important train, whereas now it's just not important. Or seen as not being that important anymore. So if there was issues, it needed to get to Gatwick still. There's a shed. I always remember what those ones are. JFAs? Not JFN. What are they? HKAs? Yeah. One of them. So many different wagon types we have now in the game. I know the ones which always come with the cargo line DLC, the HOA wagons, and the T-tankers, but that's about it. Nice. Let's pop that down. Single yellow. Does clear. I think that does clear us into Streatham Common. Or double yellow now anyway. Well, this is Streatham Common we're coming into. Should be right down to the end of the platform here. I suppose another thing you've probably noticed throughout this video, throughout the journey, is the quality difference. This is sort of what this is. Well, this is Train Sim 2 era. Obviously, we started Train Sim 5 era of the West Coast Main Line, went back to all the way back to Train Sim Classic, and now, well, step back up to this. Well, this is Streatham Common. So now we're here, it feels like we're near the finish line. So just, yeah, this is Norbury. And sort of then down the straight to Thornton Heath, round the corner, Selhurst is on the corner, then into East Croydon, and we're done. I'll give it a little bit more time. I'm on a single yellow anyway, so there's not really any particular rush. So that train must be stopped at Norbury, considering it's still a single yellow. Let's continue. So we'll take it nice and steady as we head up the hill into Norbury Station. go about 30. Right, that green, I don't think it's... No, that's not for us. That's the down fast. There's our one. It's a single yellow. So that should get us into Norbury Station. No, double yellow now, so even better. There we go. Yeah, a lot of these videos I am on the 377s. I don't know if that does hint to what I do for work. Which, when this is going out, it will be... yeah. It's sort of one of my last weeks of the role I'm currently in. And then sort of moving up within the company to another role. Which is sort of directly being on the trains. Right, we'll go right to the end of the platform here at Norbury. And here we are, this is Norbury Station. Oh, that was not the nicest of stops, but here we are. Norbury, double yellow. And all these platforms are all 8, or near enough 8 coaches. Probably could fit, you could probably fit another one on there, another coach, but most of them between Clapham and East Croydon are usually just 8 coaches. No, well, we're in a... Oh yeah, /4. I thought the light bar was different. No, is it? Yeah, the light bar on the /2 is a bit different here. Or is it the same? Maybe it's the same. And on some of the 377s, you've sort of got a grid over some of the lights. Sort of makes it look a bit more fancier, as opposed to just like that. Right, let's get the door shut. Next up is Thornton Heath. So about 10 minutes now, and we'll be at East Croydon, which is journey end. And we can say we've done a full Watford to East Croydon service. Apart from that gap between Wembley and Woolston, which is tiny. So pretty cool. A special journey for a special occasion. A green light, even better. Oh yeah, we have sort of matched it time-wise as well, because I think the original service, because that was for actually Train Sim Classic, was like the 9:07 off Milton Keynes, because that's when they ran to Milton Keynes. So I sort of had to time it off that one. So we've actually done quite well. I can't remember what time we were off Watford Junction. But yeah, we've done quite well. I'm trying to think what time it was off Watford Junction. 9. There's something. But yeah, it's been pretty sort of straight through time-wise. And right down to the end of the platform here at Thornton Heath. Cool. So basically just stop where there's fences, where the barrier is. There we go, here we are, Thornton Heath. Wow. Bit of a hill start out of here. Still on time, so that's good. What aspect have we got? Single yellow at the moment. Cool. Right, let's get the doors shut now. 20 seconds before. And yeah, we'll have to use the hill start, the little hill start knob there. There you go. Take that off, and off we go. Very useful to use, the hill start button, which if you're on controller, it tends to be the big left button. So that's L2 on PlayStation. I think LT on Xbox. Yeah, most trains, if you just hold that down, if you're on a bit of a hill, it will wipe any if it's got a hill start function. Right, it was a single yellow, so we're not going to sort of go mad speed wise. Take it nice and slow. Spadding at this point in the journey would be horrific. That's clear anyway, cool. It was a danger, but not anymore. And yeah, up round into Selhurst. The penultimate stop. Generally, thanks to Matt and Dovetail for sort of having us on for a bit of fun, a bit of trains, a nice sort of special journey. And obviously, yeah, what Matt is doing is very much worth the time, and yeah, obviously for a very special cause. So I'll definitely be chucking some dosh in the pot to help out. This is Selhurst. Lovely. Right. Whack that on. A bit of a hill start. Well, actually quite a bit of a hill start here. Look, a 1 in 102 up here. We've got to wait for the red light to clear off anyway. So we get the road. So waiting for that either East Grinstead or Reigate service to bugger off ahead of us. There's the Selhurst depot. Which is like the main southern depot. That and Lovers Walk. Selhurst is the main one. So keep the doors open until we get the signal. Sort of good practice. There's not really any point closing the doors if you've got a red light. I mean, on some routes you do have to close the doors for the signal to change, but on this one it should clear well once the train's got out of the way. So you can see the other one just there, so that hasn't really made much ground. During that, was it 59 we're due into? Yeah, 59 into East Croydon. Hang on. It still thinks we're at Thornton Heath. That's why the time hasn't changed. Well, hopefully the signal will change anyway. But yeah, still thinks we're at Thornton Heath. I think we closed the doors a bit before the. In fact, we'll lock the doors and see if it then thinks we're still at Thornton Heath, because it might then reset to here. Yeah, there we go. And then we'll just unlock the doors again. I'll wait for that to go up again, and then we'll get going. We have got the road now, so we'll take the DRA off. Come on, bar, go up. I was going to say, I saw it was as 50, and I was thinking, oh, we're late. But no. I still thought we were at Thornton Heath. So just too good. I thought, oh, we're still there, but no. Right, doors shut now. Right, I'm going to pop the hill start button in. That's only a single yellow, so we don't want to get too happy. Now you've got the sort of mess of Windmill Bridge Junction. Not a double yellow, but We'll treat it still as a single yellow, as that's what we saw. Yeah, into the final stretch, the final stop. And that should be, yeah, near enough bang on an hour. It was definitely about almost bang on 15 minutes for the bit on TSW on the West Coast Main Line. 23 minutes, I think, for the West London line. And, well, so another 25 minutes for this. Double yellow is what we'd like to see. So yeah, approaching the end of the journey here at East Croydon. What did everyone think? What was your favourite part of that journey? Maybe the top bit when we were on AC, the West London line, or the Brighton Main line? What was your favourite bit? And it should be platform 5 at East Croydon as well. Tends to be. Yeah, it'd be weird if it wasn't. Never know, it might chuck us on to 6. We did have a double yellow, so keeping it as we are at the moment. There's a single yellow. No, double, yeah, because you get a very small signal block this one. The next signal's at the entrance to the platform. Yeah, here we are. That's it. That is it. So thanks everybody for coming in. Keep watching. I'm sure Matt will be back, and that will be worth watching. The Professor doing what he's good at, which is driving trains and making trains. Yeah, met Matt in real life. He's an awesome guy, and very dedicated to the game, Train Sim World, and Train Sim in general, and well, to charitable causes. So awesome guy. Let's get some clapping emojis for Matt. There we go. And yeah, obviously thanks for the opportunity to coming on, filling a bit of a gap. So me and Matt can have a little break from driving. Right, yeah, that's gonna be everybody. Hopefully everyone has enjoyed it. That's really all there is to say. And I hopefully will stay in the stream, because yeah, it's cool and it's for a good cause. And yeah, thanks for my slot on here. See you all whenever. Bye guys.
Hi, I'm Thiago and I am studying games development and coding at Banbury College. I have cerebral palsy, which means my brain sends mixed messages to my muscles so they move randomly. I like to play games where you drive a car or ride a bike because I'm not restricted on what I can do in a game, whereas in real life I am. I was 5 years old when we first got an email about SpecialEffect, and I just turned 6 when I had my first visit.
And I remember at that point, I think the Xbox Connect had come out with the camera so they could track the movement, and he did some really lovely things just by waving his arms around, which was great. And I think we looked at Peggle and that was great, and he could do that with eye gaze, which was fantastic, and he just got so excited at being able to play those games independently.
I felt and still feel exhilarated about playing games. It has been important for me to have the ongoing support from everyone at Special Effects because as I've grown up, they've helped me by adapting how I game. If I hadn't had the chance to game and be involved with Special Effects, I wouldn't be in my games development and coding course at college because it opened my eyes to what I can actually do.
He's come in with his own barriers to learning, but not only have we been able to accommodate them, he's overcome them himself. So he's, I think, proved himself that I can do this. So Thiago uses his eye gaze software to use all the exact same software that all the other able-bodied students use. Actually does it better.
I also enjoy completing my assignments. So far I have achieved distinctions in all 4 assignments.
So he's come in and blown everyone out of the water with the work that he's done. Obviously it's not a competition, but he's winning.
I hadn't thought when he was 5 that going into a career in games development and coding would be an option. That had never crossed my mind, but actually it's something that does seem to be happening for him now, and I'm really proud of him doing that.
I think it brings in a whole different perspective on not only the production side of things for making the games, but the end user actually playing them. If people like Thiago would be in the industry, they could give more of an insight into the making and the playing, so developers could actually be more aware of how their products affect people.
So I think he'll bring that, and I think also just being visible as well. I think someone has a disability, being out there and being visible and reminding people that, you know, if they create their games differently, then more people will be able to play them.
The benefits of including people with disabilities within games dev teams is that they can bring insight to how to make games more accessible, and allowing those with disabilities to be able to have an equal opportunity just like those without disabilities. Unite with Special Effects for one special day on Friday the 6th of October and help bring the magic of gaming into the lives of people with physical disabilities right across the world. In the world of gaming, anything is possible.
I'm back. Let me put this on. Oh, hang on, the microphone's running out of battery. Let me change microphones. Right, are we working again? No, not 2 microphones now. Off. Hopefully you can hear me alright. Testing 1, 2. Good. Audio is working in OBS, so that's a good start. Awesome. Okay, right. So Long Island M7. Let's get that donation count going again, folks. Big thank you to Joe, British Ace. Really good segment there. Actually quite interesting. Unique take on that by doing the mix across the different simulators. I enjoyed watching that. Right, we are on Long Island Commuter, which is on service 2021. I thought I'd do the M7 because I always run the M9 because it's the new one. So I thought I'd do do this one. Like clouds again. We'll make it July. Yeah, had a bit of a walk around and stuff. So yeah, ready for some more. Right, on. Let the brakes recharge. Let the doors open. Safety systems are obviously on by default on this one. train number is 2021 2021. Okay. Good, we're all set up. It's only really this one that has the recharge brake functionality, Liam. Most trains kind of recharging the cylinder, the pipe is automatic. Oh yeah, Harlem's the same type of train though. Headlights. Haven't got any track speed picked up, so limited to 40. Wait for the access speed to come in. Jack, this is Long Island Railroad commuter. This is the newer Long Island Railroad. Oh, access speed has just arrived. They're entitled to their views, eat you, but I don't pay any attention to them. The update's free, so I'm not quite sure how it's a cash grab, but okay. Chesscat Productions make more American content. I love to make more American content. It's a challenge though, because of the if we can't get access to the trains, it makes it difficult. What's your question, African Jack? Jack, I don't have any update on Roblox now. Chris, Train Sim World Roblox is not Train Sim World that you know. It's a different game, targeted at a very different audience, much younger audience with a more straightforward game. So probably not in your wheelhouse at all. Access down to 70. I'm really looking forward to Flight Sim 2024, Dowler. I'm kind of thinking that I might try and, you know, get back into a bit of Flight Sim once that's out. Haven't played Flight Sim in a long time. Did a bit with the newer Flight Sim, the current one, 2020, but not for a while, not for a long while. None at the moment, but honestly I want to improve the current scoring system a bit. I'm not 100% happy with how the current scoring system has ended up, to be honest, either, post-demo, so I probably want to improve that first. Have they come back with whether how the testing has gone on your PC, Derek? Or are they just doing the graphics card swap and then you're going to play it and see how you get on? Folks, I can't really answer questions about what's coming in the future. Apologies. Some people like to have the score as a way of comparing themselves with previous runs they've done, comparing it with other people. Some people hate it. It's kind of it's a Marmite feature, a Mace taste. The idea of removing score would make people, you know, a group of users really upset. And there are other users that, you know, why did we bother? So the game is not one game for one group of people. It's a range of features for different groups of people. Yeah, I think a number of players just press Control 6 and turn the scoring off. Is it Control 6? Yeah. Okay, going to Jamaica now. This is pretty much an express run. Raina, your best bet is to pop a note into our support forums and they can help you figure out what happened. There is functionality in the screens. I've only looked at the HSP46 so far, MBTA video clips, but I think there's what, 3 screens in that thing, and they do stuff. I have no idea yet how complete the functionality is, but they seem to be busy. There's a really neat feature actually. When you get a PCS lockout due to messing up with safety systems, allegedly, I wouldn't know this for sure myself with first-hand experience, of course. The the left-hand screen gives you instructions on how to reset the PCS lockout. Follow the steps it walks you through. It's quite good. I like that. Yeah, definitely, Liam, definitely. Come on, folks, let's get those donations rolling. We're at 1709, which is in epic, but we can do better than that. Don't forget, it's a great cause. Dig deep, and even if it's only a little bit, it all helps. You can tell I haven't played this route in a while, can't you? Shade of compilation hell. The problem I've got is I never really learn any route well enough to drive at HUDless British Ace, because I drive just about every route once or twice. I don't ever learn any route well enough to be confident taking the HUD off. I might be able to take the HUD off on Southeastern. That's probably the route I come back to the majority of the time. The mini HUD was kind of my nod to being able to get a little bit closer to HUDless, but still having enough information that you didn't need to memorise the route or have the good experience of it. Seems like bold to have that junction at that speed. No, I think the mixed formations has literally only just gone in, like on Friday, so I need to find out exactly where that's appearing and when, but the brief that I gave everyone was I wanted mixed formations. I'll see if I can get some settings in, Mothman. Problem is the way that the UI is built, adding settings is 10 times more difficult than it should be. Indian train simulation gameplays. I am on Long Island Railroad commuter with the M7. GWR Phil, thank you very much for that donation, rounding us up to 17.15. Much appreciated. Is anyone here on a 14th gen Intel? I just got the 012C, is it, update firmware for the motherboard to fix the chip of death problem. Down to 40. If you're afraid of the safety systems on this speed, don't be. You know, it kind of drives the train for you to some extent. When the speed reductions happen, it will drop the speed and apply the brakes to get control of the train back. You put it in brake and press Q. That's it. Yeah, this machine's a 14th gen. I can't remember exactly which one, but it's the 14th gen, and I mean, I hadn't ever had any problem with it, but apparently it does sneak up on you. It's a way that the thing controls voltage or something is flawed, and it weakens the CPU. They've done about 3 BIOS fixes for it. The latest one apparently fixes the root cause of the problem, so hooray. That's what I've got on here. I hate doing BIOS updates on motherboard, it's just like, ugh. The 15 in line for the red signal up ahead. Yeah, I didn't hear about the situation until after I picked it up, but honestly the machine runs a dream, so I've not got any complaints. $4080 Super, I think, Amazed Haze. There was a flaw in the CPU, Mothman, and randomly it destroys CPUs or damages CPUs. There's a BIOS update now that all the manufacturers are getting out, which changes the motherboard to drive it better. So yeah, they reckon it's a full and final fix now in the latest BIOS update. Yeah, the 4080 is lovely. I mean, with the CPU I've got in here, which is like a 14 something or other. Let me have a look. $14,700 KF is what I've got. With the 4080 graphics card, the game runs at ridiculous FPS. So I've got it limited to 60 FPS because I've only got 1080p 60 FPS screens, 60 Hz screens. So there's no point running it any faster than that. Which means that the GPU's running idle. Kind of. I've got the screen percentage cranked up to 200%. All detail settings cranked up. Runs lovely. I've got to be honest though, my old 6th gen was running perfectly fine. Screen is flickering. I'm not sure what you mean, Liam. I'm looking over at OBS and it looks fine. Oh, we got a signal. 15 limit. How come on certain routes you can find solar panels on the side of train tracks? Because they exist in real life, I assume. Munich Augsburg has them for one. I don't know where other ones are. I've seen them though, but Munich Augsburg's got them. Jan Fenn, thank you very much for the donation, much appreciated. 1735, moving up nicely. Thank you very much, everyone. No, I've decided I'm not playing GWR anymore until the remaster comes out, Eddie. Having seen the remaster, it's spoiled the route for me. SM Rail, after this, it's Cullen Aachen, if I recall correctly, and then West Cornwall Local. I don't know if it's still on, by the way, but Rivet Games are closing their own store down, so because I guess I don't know why, but I assume people are mostly buying on Steam. But there's a big discount, I think. So go and have a look at Rivet Games store if it's still on, and see whether or not anything you can get for cheap. Oh yeah, of course, I keep forgetting about Max Break. Yeah, cool. what's been my favourite route on TSW5 so far. It's difficult because I like lots of routes for different reasons. I go back to South Eastern High Speed the most. Of the recent crop, probably West Coast Main Line I go back to more of the three. But I also like the German trains a lot. So Dresden Riesa and Frankfurt Fulda probably by my top two there. But there's not much in it. There's lots of good routes. I like this one as well for America. Peninsula Corridor is good. The Clinchfield is probably one of my favourite freight ones. Cajon Pass for a nice downhill bit of stress and sweat. Because for me, TSW has really made me want to branch out from just playing UK routes and play some of the other routes around the world compared to TSC where I was always on UK. I think every team working on content in TSW is doing a great job bringing their own skills to the table. That's really good. Thank you, Kesim. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Indian Train, this is Long Island Railroad commuter. Still got no access. Wait, no express to Penn? Oh, well, this was an easy one. Yeah, we're on the through line now, Liam. Slow, stopping trains run on the right. You're getting on with it alright though, are you, Kissim? What sort of, what is it you do? Modelling, scripting, route building? Yeah, so the way this works, Liam, is that the fast trains usually get routed, but not always, will get routed onto the second track in, because obviously then you've got the stopping trains sitting at the platforms there. Dad's Model Railway has evolved quite a long way in those days. The problem is that I only ever sort of get there as sort of a last resort, or last minute. So I've never really got my head in the right space to set all the equipment up and do a stream for it. But he's been modifying the railway quite a bit, rerouting some of the track, changing one of the stations, and so forth. So yeah, it's slow, fast, fast, slow, essentially, Liam. Oh wow, if you're picking up Simulgraph, that's impressive, Kez, because that's probably one of the most challenging areas that people struggle with. Eat You, I agree Oakville is underrated, but it also didn't quite hit the mark of where I wanted it to either, so I get the feedback. Lessons learned. Drop into 60 in a minute. Must be coming up to Woodlawn. Yeah, well, the nice thing about Simulgraph is that it's yep, there comes the line in from Port Washington. The nice thing about Simulgraph is that you're modelling a train the way a train is built, rather than trying to script something which looks like that. So it becomes more an engineering problem rather than a software engineering problem. That's the horn. Sorry, Jason. Not actually that, sorry. Turn your headset down. Yeah, Frankfurt Folder is very good. The team knocked that one out of the park, without a doubt. Down to 40. Turned up loud to drown out the missus talking to me. Ouch. I will say nothing. Line up to 60 now. Where's home for me in the studio? Well, I live just down the road from the office. The office is in Chatham Historic Dockyard in Kent. I live sort of in the town next door in Gillingham. Maybe it's more clear now why South Eastern High Speed is my favourite route. Let's get that 60, take advantage of that speed. Uriel, thank you very much for the donation, much appreciated. Puts us up to 17.55. Even when you get stuck at a level crossing. Well, that turns me off sometimes. Yeah, one time I got stuck there for 8 trains. It's like, come on, seriously? Although, at least one was a track maintenance train, so that was kind of cool. TAS isn't really implemented, at least not properly, Liam. There is a sort of a nod to TAS in there, but it's not quite the same thing. Well, it does the right behaviour, but I think in not necessarily the right places, because at the time we did it, we didn't have information about where the TAS points were, which was annoying. Seems like we're coming up on a blockage getting into Penn. This is apparently really common. Yeah, so basically the in reality there are separate balises for tilt authorization and speed supervision. So tilt authorization is permanently enabled in the game so that the tilting just works everywhere. And speed supervision is enabled basically where the EPS boards are. Again, which isn't quite right. So you kind of get some of the experience of speed supervision, but just not necessarily in the right places. It's reasonably close, but... we found another train. Gotta wait now. massive blockage. That ain't helping, is it? Oh well. Ah, okay, it's dead. That's saying stop off path. Yeah, that one being off path has messed everything up. I like the fact you can just delete trains now. That's off. Right, let's get going. At the moment there's a bug where train info isn't shown for the player train. Amaze Taste, that bug is getting fixed. But it's not there at the minute. Engineer Kenny, click on the train and you'll get an option for remove train. Yes, should do. Oh, see, but my path has got that train in it, so I'm waiting for that train to go. Kez, yeah, I don't answer that question normally because people will take that and use it against me later on if I ever say something like that. It's very easy to fall into that trap. Lucas did with Frankfurt Fulda, where 2 years ago he said my favourite route is Frankfurt Fulda, and then just recently with TSW5 he said my favourite route is being made in the game. So everyone put 1, 2 and 2 together and came up with precisely 4.0. All the trains, basically. I don't complain about seeing anything new. They're all good as far as I'm concerned. Oh, that's off. I should get a light in a minute then. No, that's bottom of my list, Sharky. I can confirm that would be bottom of my list. Doesn't mean it won't get made, but it won't get my support. I'm not sure I follow you, SMRL. Yeah, there should be route hopping here into, there it is, this will take you into Grand Central Terminal or to Trenton's New York Pen. Odin Moore, I'm on Long Island Railroad commuter. Woohoo! Another one done. We're at Con Aachen now. A nice year, a nice high-speed blast. New Chinese timetable. ICE 11:43. Go back to July. Clear. Light clouds. Go. Cab on. Doors open. C5, PZB, LZB. Anything else I need? No. AFB. Piece of Freigabe. Five. Can't remember how you turn the lights on. Lights are on. Stop panicking then. $40 on that. Get doors closed. Yeah, magnetic traction brakes should be possible to simulate, Chris. I think Talent 2's got magnetic traction brakes for emergencies. No, on ICET, it's not about enabling the tilting, it's enabling GNT. Tilting is enabled separately from GNT. In reality, you need to have GNT to get tilting, but we've made it to where if you don't want to have GNT, because you have to have PZB to have GNT, then you can still enjoy the tilting train. Yeah, I mean, this is an older route, and you can click on the screen. The digital display zoom in thing works on every train, every screen. That's good to hear, Rob. Yeah, the track there is only really built for 160 kilometers an hour, if I remember rightly. Geno, so above that you're going beyond its architectural limits. Yeah, when I was making timetables, because I used to spend a lot of time watching YouTube. Because you can't multi-thread it, it's a fundamentally single-threaded operation, Kez. Think about how you would package the job up. You know, what the sequence of things that happen minute 2 are dependent on what happened in minute 1. So there's no simulgraph, so with timetable simulation, so there's nothing to automate there. And Yeah, so when you look at it, it's just, there's nothing to multi-thread. Which is a pain, but that's why we've got 3 machines in the office which are, well, when we bought them, which was a few years ago now, they were kind of the fastest you could buy, 4.6 gigahertz machines, specifically because with that high of a core gigahertz rate, then that would mean that, you know, we can get the simulations done, you know, a bit less time. It was about a 20% saving over doing it on our desktops, but it also meant it was on a different machine, which was probably more useful if anything. Hey Jonas, how's it going? Josh, thank you for that donation, much appreciated. 1760 now. 40 quid to get to 1800. Can we do it? I know we can. It's for a great cause, Special Effect. Remember all the great things they're doing, and they can only do it with our donations and our support. Remained as a problem with formations with multiple units generally, in that if you use different cars in there, then probably the semigraph won't work anymore. They're kind of built for the formation they're done. There's no guarantee they'll work in a different formation, so we've made it to where it's just showing the formation for now, and ideally we need to find some way of expressing in the UI whether or not the combination you're about to try will work or not, and then we may be able to expand it. So aware of the limitation, but there is a reason for it. Hey Ron, how's it going? Hey David. Yeah, so Ryzen 9 that you've got there is a blistering machine for UE4 and UE5. It's not the best machine for timetable simulation. Intel do better on that side of things because they do higher core clock rates, and you don't need the multi-threading. You know, Ryzen kick the arse out of, pardon my language, of Intel when it comes to multi-core, but for high-speed, high-performance single-core, Intel still rule the roost. So yeah, all of our timetable servers, well, all the desktops pretty much in the office are Ryzen. Their timetable servers are all Intel. I've never tried Xeons. I've got to be honest, Joshua. Never tried them. They're Intel, just standard desktop Intels. I think that we've got in there. I mean, they're nothing special by today's standards. When we got them, they were something special. They cost a fortune, and they did a good job. And they still do, to be honest, because we use them now for a bunch of stuff. Because when you're making routes, there's actually a number of places where you've got a background process. Like if you're doing light baking. If you're doing a track regeneration that can take a few hours, or you've got timetable simulation, we do that. All of that stuff goes on those machines now. I used to do a variety of things in the office, Johannes, when I was working on timetables more. I'd usually try and alternate different jobs, so either I'd have 2 timetables on the go, or I'd be bug fixing other things while I had a timetable simulation. Then I put the bug fixes to one side, and then pull the timetable back, do any fixes and kick off another sim, then go back to bug fixing again. But having another machine to do long jobs on, I found just made it infinitely more productive. Now the freezing, Geno, is because partly a combination of how Unreal works and partly a combination of how we need to use Unreal, because we are traversing massive worlds which are bigger than most other game worlds, and we're doing it at ridiculously high speeds without any opportunity for a loading screen. I mean, initially when we went down this path, Epic didn't think that it would work, but we rewrote a great big chunk of Unreal so that it would. So basically, a lot of the when you've run the route multiple times and you've got away from all the shader compilation hitches, which is about 80% of the hitches when you first run a route, what's left of the occasional hitches that are regular as you drive down the route, what's left is a thing called world origin rebasing, and that's the effectively remapping the world origin as you go down the route. And there's no way around it. It's just how the world system works in Unreal when you're trying to do something this big. So the team have tried to minimise what world origin rebasing has done, but fundamentally it's kind of got to pause the game, do some calculations, update some stuff, and then unpause the game. You know, and it can do that pretty fast, but occasionally it's a bit of a chunkier pause. I have no idea off the top of my head, Amaze Taste. Not at the moment, Jake. No, that's something I'd like to do, but there's not at the moment. There's no plan for that. So Unreal had large world support, but it didn't have large world support in the editor properly. So basically, in the editor, it would have. It would try to load the entire route in. You couldn't just load in the bit you were in, so you needed hundreds of gigabytes of memory to be able to load a massive route in. That's obviously not practical, so we reworked the editor to support large worlds properly. And I think the world origin rebasing is something we do to make everything work with trains and so forth. And then you've got the LiDAR was something Lucas added, but we added our own landscape tiling system in, because again, Unreal's got a flaw in that it doesn't expect landscapes to be too vertical, if that makes sense. So let's say you're going up and down a mountainside on a mountain railway like a Rosa. Unreal can't do that. Yeah, by default, Unreal can't do that. You either get very low resolution terrain to scale up to the heights you want to do, or you just have to make it less. But our landscape system, we've got a system which can lasagna tile all of these things at different height ranges. So we've got a system that works around that and effectively makes it possible. You know, when you see seams sometimes between tiles, and that's the reason for that seam is because those tiles are in different worlds. Essentially, they're on entirely different coordinate systems. So we've got a system to try and make them merge up as close as possible, but they're literally not on the same coordinate system vertically. So it's not always easy to make them match up exactly. It's a really clever system, and it means that we can make any part of the world that we want. Well, in early bugs in the system, it looked like lasagna, because what would happen is all these landscape tiles would occasionally teleport and end up at coordinate 0, so you'd end up with this lasagna of landscape tiles stacked up on each other. It was bonkers. I have no idea about UE5, Chris. Some of the team are looking at it, but it's got an entirely different system though, so absolutely entirely different system in a UE5 for doing this. None of what we've got in this system is relevant to UE5. which is both a huge opportunity and a tremendous challenge. PCB. That's it, PCB end. AFB off. Cancelled. Right, let's wait until we get them out of PCB end. Tiles are 1 kilometre square, Chris, but I don't know what file size that means, if that's what you mean. Back on PZB, right, which means I can now throttle to 0, that to max, piece of Freigabe, move that back down to where I want it. Back on AFB, under PZB control for the run from Düren to Aachen. How close to a red light can you get before SPAD? It depends on a lot of things. Oh, Trains in Plays, thank you for that donation, much appreciated. What have I got next? West Cornwall. Trains in Plays will be joining me on the stream after West Cornwall. Yeah, that's right, Chris. $20 clicks to Aachen. So getting there now. No, a SPAD is calculated by when you cross. So a signal has a link down to the track, right? So that's the moment on the track where the game thinks the signal is, and you can't see that in the game. But broadly, it's right next to it. From a train's perspective, I think a SPAD is calculated by the nose of the train, but not always. Sometimes it's the front axle of the train. And sometimes the connection to the track from the signal is not directly, and sometimes it's, you know, a metre or 2 metres either way. So just don't get too close to signals. Does the map temperature of the route have any in-game effect? Yeah, the temperature controls whether you get rain or snow broadly. And also how fast it melts if it's above 0. So when you look at signal setup, Chris Khaled, you'll find that when a signal is placed, there is a second thing which is placed, which is like an arrow a bit further away. Effectively, AI trains will stop where the arrow is. Yeah, you can set like a 10 meters or, and that should be the distance between the front axle here and the nose here. You set it to be, make sure it's worse than the worst case of that. And then it will set up an arrow, and then you can see where the AI trains will stop. That arrow is where the axle of the train will stop. The problem is that where the axle of the train will stop, if the front of the nose of the train passes that marker on the track for the signal, that'd be a SPAD caused by an AI train, and you just need to extend that distance. I don't know why it doesn't use the same value positioning point. It doesn't. The stop point of an AI is on the axle, and the SPAD trigger is on the front of the nose. Didn't spot that because I was too busy gassing. Joseph, normally a route is left alone rather than making new trains and so forth, but we might, if there's enough of a change to warrant a new product or a DLC, then maybe we'll do something like that to introduce the trains or something. We've done that in the past. There was a 120 km/h drop in speed limit, and I was too busy waffling about axle decisions, and I wasn't paying attention to the screen. What's the best sounding train in the game? Probably something BR Blue, Lorenzo. The bar on the top right, this one is what is all the stuff that's upcoming. So you can see I've got a 110 speed limit, green signal, a station, another green signal, and so forth. Station is it? Stolberg. Why would a player have to stop a red signal? We've stopped virtually out the signal. I mean, in theory, you don't. Sometimes the gameplay team setup stops too close, and that's just a developer not setting it up very well, bluntly. If you just get a red light in the game, like I've had in the past, rather than via a stop instruction, then you can stop anywhere. It doesn't really matter. But if you get a blue marker saying stop here, you have to stop where the blue marker is, and that's something that's manually placed down. So through Stolberg, so I can speed up again. Yeah, if there's a stop at location marker, then you have to overlap that marker. If it's a go via, you just have to touch it. Looks like there's a bit of a bun fight coming into Aachen. The train stopped in the station in front by the looks of it. Omar, thank you very much for the donation, much appreciated. We're under the 500 Hz trip speed now. Paul, it was a respiratory virus, which I'm all good now, but yeah, thank you. So like here I can stop anywhere, it won't matter because it's not an objective to stop here, it's just a red signal for natural purposes, so it doesn't matter where I stop, the signal will go when it can. Got a cuppa? No, I've got my bottle of water here, I need to have some actually. Oh, that sounds bad, Derek, I do hope she gets better, alright. No, you can't put the map on a second screen, I'm afraid, Amazed Taze. I've been looking at options because I'd like to get like some of these screens out, maybe on second monitors as well, but nothing at the moment. Oh well, there's a train wrapped into here and it's not moving until 12:30. Okay, any second now it should start going. That's kind of rude, get out of my way. Oh, fingers crossed for her then, Derek. There he goes. I guess I'm running a bit ahead of schedule. That's it. New station on the Gemble? No? Where's that, Liam? Oh, Anonymous, thank you very much for that donation. That puts us at... and Bad Guy, thank you for your donation. Putting us at 1805.55. Well done, everyone. Oh. Yeah, good on you on the donations. Nice, thank you. Stupid PZB. It was your plan all along, and it's all good. I'll take it. It's better. We're going. Hey, everything helps, Bad Guy. Absolutely. Bailey Park, new station. Where is Bailey Park then? It's probably a new low for me, isn't it? Blaming the donations. Jeez. Near Chelmsford, okay. What's that? 100. Lorenzo, I've got 2 on this screen and 2 on the streaming PC. At the next signal. So this is because we're crossing over onto the other track, I think, yes. Because the ICE trains go onto the left-hand side, the regional trains are on the rest of it. And then these trains head off down that way towards Belgium. Never mind, we're here anyway. Why does the ICT not have a working frost window? I don't know is the answer to that, Koji. I think it got missed. You finished talking now, Train? Thank you. Be nice to hold down middle click to move the camera while the mouse is visible. I'm not sure what you're looking for. I'll have to try that and see, because I'm not sure what you're looking for with that function. Why UE5? I'd ask Christoph. This game isn't even taking advantage of everything in UE4 yet. So what benefit do you get out of making it UE5? No, I'll go and have a look, Lorenzo, and remind myself what that is, and see. It's been so long since I've used Train Sim Classic. Speed management powered by AFB and LZB. Awesome. Okay, right. I'm going to just leave this here for a minute. I'm going to have a quick comfort break. Yes, I'm taking the microphone off. And I'm going to go and feed the kitty cat, and then I'll be right back. So I won't be long. And then we'll do one more, and then we've got Train Sim Plays. Let go of my shirt, you little so-and-so. My hands are getting all sweaty, so I can't get hold of it. No, it's just actually stuck on there. Right. Yeah, that's fine. It's all very well. It's got these gigantic teeth on it. Right, I'll be back in a second. Oh, right. Oh, what are we doing there? Oh, West Cornwall local. One Charlie 69. Uh, 150. One Charlie 69. Right, that one forward. Tail lights are off, destination on, instrument lights on, marker lights on. What we got on the front? Cool, need headlights, which is up there. No, must be in here. Headlights. I want the right one because it is daytime. Better. Going up a big hill. So you just right click in TSW, so you've got free mouse. If you right click you can move around, if you right click you can get mouse again. There is no equivalent of pressing and holding, no. That was a conscious decision because we were trying to avoid press and hold and do multiple things at the same time for accessibility reasons. Keep those donations coming in, folks, all for a good cause. And if you like West Cornwall local, or if you like Rivet's work, they've got a big sale going on their own store at the moment. If you go and follow up, because they're closing their store down. Good time to stock up. I like this route as well. It gets a bad rap, but I like it. Like any route, it's not perfect. I'd love a bit of Southern EMU action, Alan, but sadly not at the moment. How do you want to move the camera with the keyboard? Do you mean like looking around? How would you expect that to work? I'm curious. Do you mean like using arrow keys to just rotate, to move the camera around like that? Like if you press D-pad, the left button, it would do that, left again, do that kind of thing. Okay, I'll have a look at that, Lorenzo, and see what we might be able to do. At the moment, the arrow keys move you to different cameras. Up and down don't do anything currently. So there's a go via here and a red signal, because otherwise it blocks up the single track. So this is holding the path from getting onto the single track, which allows other trains to get through. And effectively, in 600 yards, I'll go past the trigger point, and then it will, from that point on, try and start getting me a path out. So you might see it immediately jump up. So it's 500 yards away. Yeah, but without this, the route grinds to a halt because it ties up the single track for so long. So at this point, any second now, it will go through the trigger point, and then that probably means there's a train coming off the single track. Oh, you don't want to rotate the camera, you want to slide the camera, Lorenzo. Amaze Taze, that sounds like the flare is visible, but the texture isn't, because the texture is what you see when the train is further away, and the flare you only see closer up, I think. Either that or the lodding has just gone wrong with the distant models. Joshua, yeah, you only get you currently only get keyboard mapping options on PC. Right, let's get on to Truro. Let's get the fan on. Cool things down in the cab. See you later, Liam. Coco Nutty, thank you for the donation, putting us up to a nice overture, the 1812. Yeah, that means presumably it's the West Coast Main Line 66 on any route, because that's a loco behaviour, not a route behaviour. Thank you, Most Taste. Yeah, that would be good. Oh, Paul, thank you very much for that donation, much appreciated. Putting us up to 1828. I think, by the way, where it says those numbers in pounds, I think some of them are in dollars, and it's just putting a pound symbol on there. It's my great code. The most important thing with anything you do in the train, Shivraj, is to not make sudden changes. You can brake if you try on your car or bike, whatever you've got. You can if you gradually apply, you can apply quite steep braking without causing major discomfort. It's sudden changes that cause the worst sort of experiences. So you can get away with braking quite harshly, as long as you build up to it and don't just go straight into 80% brakes or something. Similarly, when you're stopping, they say that the best experience for stopping the train is on what's called the rising needle, which in a train like this is a reducing needle actually. But what that means is that you release the brakes or have the brakes coming off as it's stopping. And again, if you try that in your own vehicle, you'll find that if you set an amount of brake and then just come to a stop, you'll get a as you come to a stop. Whereas if as you come to the stop you just gently ease up on the brake a bit, you'll find that it's much softer. And that's it. The game doesn't really care, but if that's what you want to aspire towards, then that's kind of the techniques you want to be looking to try and get good at. this section of line is just all curves and gradient changes. It's really interesting to drive. Oh, another donation. Gemma, thank you very much for that donation, much appreciated. Oh yeah, getting to the one stop is the one braking application is certainly the ideal, and you just need to practice and figure out, you know, for a given terrain, a given gradient, a given load, you know, where you want to be applying the brakes. See you later, Matthew Bateman. Six miles to Truro. You're welcome, Amazed Days. We're kind of, when we're on official streams, we've kind of got a really narrow focus, that's the thing. You know, everybody, well, I like streaming till the end of time. Everybody else would kind of like to stop working and go about their evenings and so forth, so. So we kind of have to keep to a strict focus and timeline, and whereas streams like this, I just waffle, you know. Occasionally interesting things are said. Most of the time I just miss what I'm doing and come to an emergency stop. I miss doing the general Let's Plays, I've got to admit as well, Steve, but I kind of had to make a decision to allow myself time, A, for me, but also I just need to be able to play test bits of the game sometimes, or a lot of the time I quite often end up working on stuff into the night, so it's kind of like I need to focus on that stuff and get it out the way rather than playing the game. So it's one of the reasons I really value these streams, is because this is sort of my time to enjoy the game. Do I ever play community created maps add-ons? I really don't, to be honest. I'd like to sort of see what they're doing, but I don't really. I haven't installed mods onto TSC or TSW in years, just because they can cause instability, and I'll forget they're there and it will cause other problems. It's just like, no, I keep my system really straightforward and simple, and that way I don't accidentally trip myself up somewhere. But I do like to keep an eye on the forums and see what you know. And Steve in third party keeps me up to date with what's going on in third party as well, which is super helpful. Really exciting, to be honest. There's so much great stuff going on. Unsurprisingly, yeah, Steve. That was the main goal, was both to give the open community the chance to play, but also try and encourage more people to become third-party developers. How do people become third-party developers, Kez? You get in touch with, there's an email address, I can't remember what it is, like thirdparty@dovetailgames.com or something like that. You email whatever the address is, it's not that, but whatever the address is, and then someone, Steve or Laura or someone, will get back in touch and talk through what projects you want to do and take it from there. If you message me directly, then I go and find out the address and confirm it for you. Similarly, if there's anybody who wants to, help us out as a second-party developer, meaning taking on specific contracts with us to work on our projects, then DM me as well on the forums, and with what you're interested, what you're capable of doing, and then I can add you to the list of, if we need extra support, then I can add people to the list on that as well. 30 limit coming up. I don't think it's so much about momentum, Steve. I think it's more about variety, because broadly and bluntly, we are going to make content which hits the majority, which means we're probably not going to hit some really cool niche stuff. Like the 1980s stuff hits a smaller market than the modern stuff does. But third-party developers can come in and focus their skills and areas on those things and make them big. So that's why that's what I see as the big thing that third-party developers bring in, is a unique perspective, a unique skill set, and a specific interest in subject matter expertise in those areas. Much like coming into different countries, if you want to do an Indian route, you really want an Indian developer, someone who's got the passion, the knowledge, the experience, the 2 decades of enthusiasm in Indian railways. They're always going to be able to do a better job because they just get it. They've lived with those, with those railways as an enthusiast perspective for so much longer. Yeah, Union Workshop's a really good example of that. Thank you, Derek. Off we go to Red Roof. Your inconsiderate dog needs walking. Jeez. See you in a bit, Jason. 1833.67. So close to 1900, close to 2000. We're right at the top end of that. So good, so awesome. Jim Latelli, is it possible for Netherlands to become a mainstay if it does well? Let's see how it happens. Anything is possible. I'm super excited to see what we can do with the Netherlands, see how the Dutch community reacts to what we do, and how the non-Dutch communities react to what we do. I've got other plans for Dutch routes I want to make. So kind of the stars are aligned. We just need to see see how good we do, and see how well the community reacts to it. Oh, I'm not forgetting about Canada. I'm not forgetting about Canada. Matt wants everything. This isn't a hit. Exactly. I want everything. And licensing. The two ladies that look after our licensing, who are brilliant, by the way, absolutely brilliant. They both have to tolerate me and the companies that they have to work with, trying to sort out these licenses, which is difficult. Fun, I imagine, in some respects, actually, because again, it's different views and perspectives, and it's yeah, but they kind of Matt, why are you submitting more license requests? Oh God. Yeah, I want this one and this one and this one and this one. Well, I don't know about Antarctica, Atomic Danny, but I would like to do Alaska. I mean, the only linkage there really is they're cold, but, you know, bear with me. What I like about the Alaska Railroad is they use this system called DTC, Distributed Train Control, I think it is, whereas a lot of the US use CTC, Central Train Control. Have you been on my phone calls with this with licensing, Londo Spark? That sounds exactly like what they've been telling me. But yeah, DTC in Alaska is interesting. It's sort of vaguely like RETB in that it's all radio based. I mean, Derek, I think it's going to be a mess for a while, and then it'll straighten out and be better, much better overall. That's my prediction. So neutral section handling is coming with the power magnets. I don't know about whether it'll go into the 350 or not. And the Booler, I've got a design to review to see how much it's going to cost and when we might be able to do it and all the rest of the things. So these things are progressing. It makes sense. The rest of their fleet pretty much is max, isn't it, Derek? 4.2 miles for Red Roof. There's no more changes happening to Rail Driver I'm aware of, Shaban. We are still trying to get the HTTP, the web API, hardware API done and shipped out. So that'll be coming. That's probably the next thing that will happen in terms of hardware. Raildriver's not working in 5. Sorry, I wasn't aware Raildriver had any issues, Sarah. When's that broken? Well, I guess it's broken with 5. Oh, Raildriver is all over the place with random activations. Mothman says the Raildriver works fine. Alright, I'll get QA to tell me what's going on there then. Yeah, I'm not really paying a lot of attention to the forum, Sharon. I haven't had the time. Oh, if it's not working, then it needs fixing, so I'll have a look. I mean, nothing has changed in the internal implementation, so I suspect it's per loco issues. One and a half miles. God, going up along a long way. It's the 150 Sprinter, yeah, Tom. No, it goes on for longer than that, but we could end it because it's coming up on the time I had down for you. Why don't we finish at Red Roof and then we can get on with your bit, Trains and Play. I've been running about half an hour to 45 minutes late. The Raildriver, the API is not a Raildriver API that's being added to TSW, it's just a hardware API, and it's very different to the Raildriver API, but it's also a lot more powerful. A lot more powerful. Oh, hello. Thankfully, this thing's got good brakes. Hey, Cabafe. The weather is in the API already. I've already had to play with that. I had like a MIDI controller with loads of sliders on it, and I set the weather up to all the different sliders so I could just control the clouds and the rain on sliders. It was hilarious. Defective signals you can't do. No, I don't see that ever being a thing, to be honest. Right, we'll lock the doors. Train Sim Play, if you want to jump onto one of the voice channels and I'll pull you into the streaming room. Right. We'll end that one a bit early. Bop-it control. Yeah, I've got the APC MKC2 or something like that. Well, I stole off my youngest that one, and it's good fun. I had all sorts of fun with driving trains with it and mapping controls and so forth. Right, okay, let's see if we can get something fun set up here. I need to go and join this channel, so let's get Train Sim Play in. Are you there? Except I can't hear you. Let me figure out why I can't hear you. No one can hear you, I dare say. Voice and video. It's using the right microphone, but it's got the wrong outputs. No, it's got the right output. Oh, it's muted. That's why. It's muted. This will be why.
That's weird.
Hey, there you go.
And you can hear me now?
I think we can hear you now, although I will probably turn it down, volume down just a tad. Right,
Okay.
try talking again.
Yeah, hello. It's me, it's Train Sim Play. Welcome.
Hey, Train Sim Play. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for joining me. Right, you've got a video you've prepared for the stream.
Yes.
I've put it on the live game Twin group. Let me do a little bit of surgery, because I set this up on the assumption it would be a live camera join, but I can soon flip it over.
Oh.
No, it's all good. Copy that over.
So people say I'm a little loud.
Yeah, I can turn it down in a minute. Paste that. I need to pull it down to the right place. Right, I think that is now right. Let me come out of studio mode. Right, okay, so let's see if this works. I'm going to need to hide that and show that. I think we're here. I did probably... Oh no, it's playing.
Is it? Yeah,
there we go. It's playing.
Great.
I don't know whether we've got volume.
I hope so. Like the first few seconds don't have a lot of volume as I'm on camera mode.
I bet I know what it is. Hang on. Yes, that's what it is. That's it. Now there's audio. Right, hopefully you can hear it. You can hear me, you can hear Train Sim Plays, and we are all good. Quick thumbs up on the stream chat would be really useful before we get going. Yes, we can hear it, says Tom. Super. Well, welcome to the stream, Train Sim Plays.
Yeah, thank you so much for inviting me, and maybe just let me start just quickly thanking you for streaming for already 8 hours, I think. So thank you so much for donating like all your time. I know just for the live chat, maybe Matt is a very, very busy man. So donating his own time, basically his free time, his weekend, just for the good cause. Just thank you so much for doing that.
Oh, thank you. It's my pleasure, to be honest. It's really good fun. It's a good opportunity to enjoy the game and just connect with the community. And at the same time, we get to earn some really cool money. Ooh, speaking of which, I think a donation just came in. Hopefully it'll update the screen in a minute with who I can thank. But carry on.
Yeah, so what are we doing? We are driving the Flix train from Frankfurt to Fulda. It's the normal timetable service, just I think at 1:12 p.m. I have a few mods installed. That's why I have the disclaimer up on the top left of the screen. So
just talk us through the mods that you've got installed.
I think the most important mod that you will notice here in this video is just going to be the God mode, as I use the zoom a lot. I don't think any other mods are in any way relevant in this video.
Okay.
Yeah. And I have a livery installed for the Vectron. It's a MRCE livery from the Creators Club, made by, I think, by Cat Gaming, if I'm right. You can just find it on the Creators Club. It's very well done. You can expect a few emergency brakes.
There's nothing wrong with emergency brakes. I've been testing them all day.
Yeah. It's also good to see the live chat. I've seen a few familiar names like Tom Fresco, who is also the moderator of my own YouTube channel, and a few other people I've seen as well. Mabitze, just a good friend of mine, is also here. DRM is also there, and a few others. So thank you so much for joining me as well. So I feel a lot. I don't feel like alone in any way. I feel like my community is also here. And that's really great to see, to have the support of my community. And just for you people, donate. Do it for a good cause.
Yes, and another one came up, but I haven't got anyone to specifically thank. You know who you are, and you know that we're thankful. Thank you very much for that donation. Yeah, I've just adjusted volumes around a little bit. I'll keep an eye on the volume bars as we're going, and try and tune things as we go.
Yeah, great. Sounds great. I don't have a lot of stuff prepared. I just thought we can talk about the route a little bit, about maybe also maybe topics like inclusion and also sustainability. I think these topics are kind of fitting for the stream as well. Also, driving trains is always just a great thing of inclusion. These are like the kind of topics I have.
Go for it.
Here.
I'm all aboard. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, great. I've also seen a few other names, like Manny is also there. Daytona. Thank you so much for joining here. It's really, really great to see you all. As well, it's great to see the Frankfurt skyline, which I'm always so impressed by seeing the skyline of Frankfurt.
It's good, isn't it? Yeah, it's come off really well.
Yeah. How is it actually? You can see the Frankfurt skyline from very far away, so it's not like this normal kind of scenery, I guess. It's just some other kind of scenery which you can see already.
Yeah, so in Unreal, you've got two types of scenery tiles. You've got the normal one, which is where you'd expect the scenery to be, but in Unreal has this concept called a persistent tile, which is always loaded all of the time. Which does mean that putting anything on the persistent tile, comes with an expense in terms of the resource. It's always being considered throughout the whole session. But if you've got massive skyscrapers, big chimneys, things that are visible for miles and miles and miles away, the only way you can do it is putting them on the persistent tile, and then controlling it a bit cleverly with some melodies and things like that. So it's there's some interesting stuff that you can do, but that's how you solve it. You put those key assets over onto the persistent tile.
Yeah, that's I think we've seen the solution for the first time with S-Bahn Vorarlberg, I think, or was it Salzburg-Rosenheim, where you can see like the mountains from already far away.
I think that was actually different. So the Vorarlberg, the problem we had to solve with Vorarlberg was landscape tiles have a rendering distance, and the mountains are actually visible a really long way away. So what we did there, hello, that's really loud. What we did there was to capture the landscape as a 3D model, and then capture that and put that in the persistent tile. So what you're seeing there, it looks like landscape, and yes, it's representing landscape, but it's not actually done as landscape in the game. It's a 3D model that copies the landscape. It's kind of, you'd think that the landscape was ultimately just a 3D model as well, which it is, but it's kind of that. It's kind of that style of doing things in a different way and trying to work out how we can achieve that effect. But no, we've used a persistent tile for a long time. I don't know whether Sandpatch Grade used it particularly. It might have used it for as you come around one of the corners on Sandpatch Grade, there's these huge turbines on the hillside, and they're visible for quite a long way. So,
I see. Interesting. From a technical, it's so interesting to hear like the background talk from a technical point of view, while I have an emergency brake, obviously. Very, very interesting.
Tom Fresco, thank you very much for the donation. Much appreciated.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Daniel, the link will probably be. I mean, the link. I generally don't take the link down ever. You know, if you can't donate now or can't donate at all, it's fine. Actually, you just being on the chat and helping, making everything really fun for us by interacting on the chat. That's cool. That's a really good contribution as well. So, you know, thank you for being here. But if in a week's time you do want to donate, the link will still be there. It'll still be fine.
Yep. Great. Another random fact I just found out a little bit earlier. We started today in Frankfurt South Station, and actually I think the only Flixtrain ticket machine in Germany is in Frankfurt South. I don't think there's any other ticket machine. There's actually in reality a ticket machine from Flixtrain in Frankfurt South. I just found out today.
Oh wow!
Yeah. There are like some pictures of that on Google Maps, and I was just like, okay, that's interesting. I've never seen that before, but yeah, cool. Also, we are doing a distance of 103 kilometers, and both by train and by car it's the same. And I found out that if you go by car, you're going to emit around 20 kilograms of carbon dioxide, while if you do it by train, you will only emit 3.1 kilograms carbon dioxide.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
It's such a difference.
It's a heck of a difference going by train, isn't it? I mean, when you start looking at even like the big American freight trains, and you see them belching out big old black loads of smoke, and you think, well, they can't be that efficient. But then when you actually multiply up how far they go, how many tons they carry, they end up being ridiculously efficient. It's incredible. It's such an important mass transit system, globally, and it's really some really cool innovations happening with like hydrogen power and dual power, and it's really cool to see that developing along as well.
Yeah, absolutely, totally, yeah, and especially Germany has a lot of electrification. I don't know how the state of electrification is in the UK. Is there also like more track electrified, or is it more still without electrification?
There's an awful lot is electrified. There's more being electrified all of the time, and we've got either third rail down towards the south predominantly, or you've got overhead electric in most other places. But then you've got like towards the west, it's much less electrified, and that's more diesel. And again, the more remote areas tend to be leaning more towards diesel. So it's but it's advancing. There are areas getting electrification all the time, pretty much.
Yeah, cool. What I've also read today is that Flixtrain used old Interregio coaches that were, I think, built in around the 80s, maybe even before that. I'm not sure about the date. And they refurbished them in 2020. And these are the coaches that we have, and they have 100 seats per coach. And with that's actually the record of a long-distance train in Germany with the most seats per wagon. There's like no ICE or other intercity which has more seats per wagon than the Flixtrain, actually.
No, that's really interesting. One would hope that's because the vehicle is longer, not because the seats are crammed in more.
Well, that's another story. I've been on the Flixtrain a few times, both on the old Flixtrain, which was not refurbished back then when they started, and of course on the refurbished versions. And let's say the old version, the non-refurbished version of the Flixtrain was a little bit more comfy. And the newer ones a little bit more, let's say, they're more about transporting as many people as possible, but I mean that's fine at the end of the day. It's okay.
Yeah, I mean if you look at we've had, it's come up today actually, someone mentioned about the WeGo license, because we've got the SNCF obviously for TGV, and we got WeGo as well, and we did actually look at potentially whether or not we could do, because if you look at the exterior of the TGV, for both the one that we did and for the WeGo, they look the same. It looks like a reskin. But then when you look inside, you realise the big difference between the SNCF TGV and the WeGo TGV is that one of them is a business executive luxury high-speed train, and the other one is a high-speed cattle car. Yeah, it's got airline seating throughout. You know, I think it's much more high density. But that means they can offer a much cheaper service, high speed service still. So you know, these things have their places, but it's like, oh my word, that's like the entirety of the interior of this train has to be gutted and rebuilt to be able to do this. That's not an easy product. So it's something I'd like to do, because I still kind of like that idea, and I really like the WeGo livery. But yeah, it's amazing the difference of the interior.
Yeah, absolutely. Have you ever actually been on the TGV in reality?
Trying to think. I've been on ICE3. I've been on ICT. I don't think I've been on TGV. No.
Okay. But so you've been in Germany as well?
Oh yes, yeah. I've been in Germany numerous times, both for Gamescom. I went to 2 Star Trek conventions in Bonn, and we flew into Frankfurt and got the train over to Bonn. There was that. Then there was I went to a training course in Jena, and that was flying into Berlin, train to Leipzig, and then train from Leipzig to Jena. And that was brilliant. That was probably the first time I paid more attention to the railways when I was out there. It was my first Dosto ride behind a 143, my first ride with an ICTD. What really tripped me out though was when I arrived at, I was on my way back after spending a week in Jena, which was beautiful. I really loved it. It's a lovely area. And it's kind of interesting because Jena is like this older Eastern German town that's got really older style buildings, very, very traditional architecture, and you know, so it's sort of a lower financial area, if you like. It's a little bit more run down. But then it's got this gigantic, big, black Las Vegas style building smacked in the middle of it. It just looks super. And I was at the training course I was at was in this big black building. You got the top of this big black building, and where the restaurant is, and you can wander around the top of this thing, and it's like train spotting heaven.
Really?
Because you can see all of the railways for all around, and you can watch the same train for like 15 minutes winding its way through all of the valleys around you. Absolutely, they had to drag me down and say, "You're here for a reason. Come back downstairs." It's like, Dad, I want to watch the trains. But then when I finished the course, I turned up to Jena station, which is like this, and it isn't now. I've looked online and it's been modernised. But when I was there, which is a long time ago now, probably dinosaurs were probably roaming the world. But when I was there, it was like this wooden shanty of a platform, you know, rickety thing, and I'm sitting there going, "Oh, what joyous thing am I going to get to ride to Leipzig on?" Because that was where I got the 143 with the Dostos going in there. Or a BR243 of some ilk. At the time I wasn't paying enough attention as to exactly what, but I imagine something like a 143. It was an ICE3 that came in. It was just like, okay, wasn't expecting that. And that was just great, because it was just like, it was one train effectively that went from Jena to Leipzig, and then sat there for about 10 minutes and then went straight back out the other way. So I didn't even have to change trains. I just sat there in my seat, went into Leipzig and came straight back out to Berlin, then caught the plane. It was just so good. I really liked it.
Oh, cool. How cool is that? Yeah, sounds really good. Yeah, nice. It's actually good to talk to you again. The last time we talked to each other, that was actually in the UK, back then in Chatham. I remember that very well. It was really, really cool to be in the office.
That was the ambassador meet, wasn't it?
Yeah, exactly that one. And we went. We went. I think in the evening we went to a restaurant at the pier.
Pier 5. Yeah.
Yeah, and we talked a lot on that evening. That was so cool. I still have so many good memories of that trip. That was just awesome to be. That was my first time. I wasn't there last year.
Yeah.
Because I didn't have the time back then, but now it worked, and it was just totally a very, very cool experience to experience TSW5 before others did. And
they're always a kind of a trippy session, aren't they? Because it's kind of like talking about all sorts of different things that nobody else knows about. Well, actually, at that point, they probably knew about a lot of it thanks to the leakers. But it was kind of like going through it. And one of the things that I really like is it gives me an opportunity to just go through it in detail. and just outline it all. And I like to give a PowerPoint presentation, as everybody knows. So it's a really good opportunity to sort of, and also get your questions and answer some questions and help you understand it, so that when it comes to you talking to your communities when you get home, you've got all the knowledge you need to be able to talk and actually, because sometimes some questions can become a big deal when if you just had the answer, they'd be okay and move on. It's so that I really like those sessions. They're really good. So. And it was really good to see yourself as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It was really interesting for me because I saw you and JD, and I think I'm following TSW, I don't know for how many years already, and I think the first time I've seen you on the very first Trains in World 2 stream back then with with Sam, and I only knew you from streams. I only know this little corner, Matt being in the corner there and talking.
The top half of a person type thing, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. and then from out of nowhere, you're standing like in front of me or JD, and I was a little bit of starstruck, I think you say. That was really cool.
No, it's good. No, I mean, I have a somewhat similar reaction myself, because it's just like, we talk to yourself, we talk to all the other ambassadors that come along, and then actually just having all of these ambassadors, these key people that talk to their communities, and having them all sitting in the office, just like, this is actually quite a huge responsibility as well, because it's just like we've got to give you the right answers, and if we get it wrong, that actually would be bad for us as well. So there's a lot of responsibility there, but I really enjoy it. Those sessions are really good, and full credit to Jan, who managed this year's one. Was absolutely brilliantly done.
Yeah, absolutely. I also love to wear the TSW5 shirt, and I have, if you remember, I collected some. How do you say it in English again? On the poster, I made you write your name on it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and that one is hanging in my room, in my flat, and with like your signature, and from Jan, from JD, and I think from Kat, and I just love it.
That's brilliant. Yeah, that's brilliant. It's a nice sort of memento of the trip. So hopefully we'll see you next year.
Yeah, I hope so as well.
So yeah, no, that was really good. So
yeah. So we, I think, around halfway through, maybe. No, not exactly. We're right now doing 200 kilometers per hour. I didn't even pay attention a lot to the video anymore, just by talking to you. I guess we're good. We are in time. Yeah.
No, that's fantastic. So
Matt really needs to make autograph cards. Yeah, I would say so as well.
Yeah, but I still feel really weird when someone comes up to me and says, "Can I have your autograph?" It's just like, what? Why?
Did it ever happen to you that somebody recognized you on the street and said, "Oh, are you not Matt Peddlesden?"
Well, it's happened in Tesco, in the shops. Where and it's happened. Yeah, it's happened a couple of times. Someone's walked to me and said, "Excuse me, are you Matt?" And that was one time I went to the local KFC, because I do like a bit of KFC, and I ordered the stuff through the speaker, and they went up to the payment window, and the guy there took the money, and he's like, "Sorry, I got to ask this, and it's really embarrassing, but are you Matt?" I'm like, "Yes." He's like, "Oh, I love your game," and it's just, I thought I love that kind of interaction. You see just how animated and excited someone can be about the stuff that they're playing and the stuff that you're making. It just makes it so much more rewarding, that kind of direct one-on-one reaction from people. I really like that. And there was another time I was walking through Tesco's. They didn't actually say anything to me. It was a young lad and his dad, and I was walking around, and it was just after we'd announced TSW4, and I was walking around in Tesco's. I happened to have the TSW4 t-shirt on, and there was this lad who was on the other side of the aisle that kept sneaking looks over at me and pulling on his dad's shirt and pointing at me.
Dad, look, that's Matt.
Oh no, it might just have been a new Train Sim world. Either way, it's just kind of like, hey, that's someone that's enjoying what we make. That's brilliant. You know, that feels good.
Awesome. Yeah. You're a kind of celebrity, I would say. Pay attention, otherwise they're going to set you into the jungle with I'm a celeb.
Oh dear. Daniel, will I be at the NEC in November? I'm still trying to find out. I don't know is the answer to that question. I may or may not. But watch this space. If I am, I will make sure to let everybody know.
What's the NEC?
So in November, the UK's, I'm going to say the biggest, but let's say with one of the biggest model railway exhibitions in England, let's say, because Model Rail Scotland is bigger, but one of the biggest, most important railway exhibitions in the UK is the one at the Birmingham NEC Exhibition Centre, and that is in November. And historically, you know, Dovetail have done it, I've done it a lot in the past, but we haven't been there for a long time. Yeah, it's a really cool show actually, and I must admit I haven't been for a while, so I'm kind of keen to catch up and look around it. So I don't know is the answer to the question of whether I'll be there at the moment, but I'd kind of like to be.
Well,
oh, are we stopping?
I think I have another emergency brake. No, I think it was just.
It looks under control. It looks under control.
Yeah, I actually can't hear the stream. Just if anybody.
No, Discord won't. You can't hear the stream now because it'll probably echo it through. No, it's slowing down. I was looking at the power meter and it wasn't maxed out.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You're approaching a signal. There you go.
Ah, good. I love Frankfurt Fulda. It's such a great route. It has a great length. The scenery is so cool. In my opinion, Frankfurt Fulda is the top, definitely in the top 3 of German routes that we have in TSW, along with Dresden-Riesa and maybe, well, what else? Something like Niddertalbahn or Bremen-Oldenburg. I think Frankfurt Fulda really knocked it out of the park.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it depends on what you want. But again, for me, the top 2 routes are Frankfurt and Dresden, just because they do anything and everything pretty much. Yeah. Yeah, no, they are good. They're both good. It's Frankfurt. One of the reasons that I wanted us to make Frankfurt, as Lucas was as selling it to me, you know, when Lucas says we want to make a route, basically he's relentless.
Yeah.
And he was describing the route to me. It's just like, no, I really like this. This has got all the variety and so forth that Dresden-Riesa has got. Dresden-Riesa is my favourite route for that reason. So it's So and this has delivered everything that I hoped it would. You know, it's a fun experience, variety of trains, variety of experiences with those trains, and you know what? It's good to see Frankfurt in the game actually.
Yeah, finally, after all the years.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, I was terrified of making Frankfurt after the experience of making Munich, which was almost team killing. It was terrible. It was really tough to make Munich. But actually we learned an awful lot from making Munich, and Frankfurt wasn't easy, but it was nowhere near as challenging as making Munich was. So it's, you know, the team have moved a lot from there.
Yeah, I see. And I think it was executed in a very well way. Frankfurt is just awesome to look at. I was actually like 2 weeks ago. I was in Frankfurt main station as well, just because I was driving home. I was in Austria before, and then I was driving home via Frankfurt, and I was looking around just to see what I can recognize from TSW, because I'm not living in Frankfurt actually. So it was just great for me to see like all the buildings. I was like, oh yeah, I know that one from TSW. Oh, like at this, look at this bridge. I know that one exactly. That's so cool, just to see, to find out in reality what you can recognize already from TSW, and that's just so interesting.
It's I know the last time I went to Gamescom. I think it was the last, no, the time before. One of the times I went to Gamescom, we came in via Cologne Airport, and we just took the train from the airport to the Mesa, and I think it was a 423 that we ended up taking.
Probably,
and it's the first time I'd ridden on a 423. I was just like, this is exactly like the one in the game. And you know, looking at I think while we were waiting for the 423, there was a 146 with some Dostos in the station as well. I was just like, this is a bit trippy. It's kind of like a deja vu thing. It's like, you know, and it's, you don't think you ever get used to it, because it's like, I've had the same thing for you know, I've been in train simulation now since 2000, so 24 years. And so I've gone to routes that we've seen in the game, you know, where you got used to the game, and you have this experience. It never changes. You know, the first time you go to a route in reality that you've not seen in game, or that you've only ever seen in game, it's always, it's kind of got that weird familiarity to it.
Yeah, absolutely. It feels like you've been here before, although clearly you've not been there.
Yeah.
Just digitally, and that's just a little bit weird to feel it, but it's also cool that you somehow know this place already.
Yeah, one of the back in MSTS days, Microsoft Train Sim days, I worked with the Blue Arrow team that worked on the Severn Valley Railway, and one of the developers, well, most of the team were in the UK. One of the developers, who was sort of a master route builder, he laid the track and did some of the scenery work for it, and he was based in the States. In fact, he worked at PI Engineering, rail driver, and which I think is Michigan or something like that. And once the product was out and finished, the guy who ran Blue Arrow, Mike, arranged for the team to sort of get together at the Severn Valley Railway and just sort of celebrate the release. And Tim said it was so freaky walking around like he knew this route inside and out. And he'd never been there before in his life. And he just he commented on it. He just, you know, because from someone who plays a route's perspective, it's like, you know, there is a degree of familiarity. If you've made the route, then there's even more of a degree of familiarity, because you've really dug into why this route is the way it is, and why this junction is actually in a really weird place. So you capture that, and then when you go and see it in reality, and you see how you've got it spot on, it's just like, it's something else. It really is.
Yeah, absolutely. And I also had a similar feeling when I went to Chatham for the ambassador meeting. I think I took, or we, my friend and me, we took the train from London Victoria, and I was already starting to recognize a lot of stuff, although I don't play a lot of UK routes, and also recognizing the train again. I've forgotten which class it is. You probably know it better than me, which train is driving
from Victoria. It's probably going to be something like a 375 or a 465, I guess.
Probably, something that we definitely have in TSW. I'm pretty sure about that. Yeah. It was just so cool to be in this train and knowing this train, although I've never been in that train before in real life. It was just an odd feeling, but at the same time I felt like it kind of, you don't feel so lost anymore.
No, it does have a warm, comfortable feeling to it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's just like, you know, it's very good, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So a really cool experience that was. Yeah. Also, I was telling earlier the story. Oh, look, there are some cows. I was telling earlier the story from. I went from Austria back then to Germany, and actually, right now in Germany, for some really weird reasons, they're doing some passport controls at the border. So I was on a train, and the police stopped our train for like doing some passport controls. My train was going from Innsbruck to Munich, and in Munich I had like 20 minutes time to change my train.
No.
Yeah, and then the police stopped the train for like maybe 10-12 minutes. So I was arriving in Munich with only 7 minutes left of changing the track. It's a good
job Munich is such a small station, isn't it?
Exactly. And of course, the trains that are coming from Austria, they are stopping like on the tracks very far on the outside. And my train, which was going to Dortmund, was like on I think on platform 22. So there are like maybe 20 train tracks between us, 20 platforms between us, and I was having like a big backpack, and I was also a little bit sick on that day. I was feeling a little bit sick, and I knew once the train stopped in Munich, I knew exactly I have to run now, otherwise I will not get my train. Then I have to wait like more than 1 hour to get the next train. And I was running, and with me there were probably like 50 other people also running, because they were all heading for the same train. And it was like some kind of mass running that you only see from a marathon or something. And it was so hard, because normally I'm kind of fit for running some minutes, that's fine for me, but as I was feeling sick that day, it was so hard to run. And I was like, oh God, I cannot do it anymore. And then thankfully I reached my train with only like 1 minute left or something. I was like completely dead after that. But I was happy I managed to get my train.
Wow. Yeah, I had a similar non-train, but similar to that when I used to do work in Australia, and I really liked flying Emirates to Australia, both because the planes are comfortable, but also because they minimise the transfer window in Dubai. Yeah. So you're not got like a 9-hour wait for your flight. They keep it to the bare minimum they can, which was really good, except when your plane is a little bit late landing and they land you on the other side of the airport because of a problem with the gate you're supposed to be landing at. And it was literally a case of get off the plane and sprint from one end of the airport to the other through not passport control but immigration, or baggage check, security. I can't remember what it was, but we had to go through that. And in Dubai, it's a kind of a strip down to just about your pants and socks, just about get all your belts off and your shoes off and all the rest of it. Go through everything, put it all back on again, carry on sprinting, and we got to the airport on got to the aircraft on final call.
Yeah.
You know, that wasn't a case of losing an hour. That would have been a big problem.
Oh God, that's a horror.
But you know what? Actually, overall, you know, it's a bit stressful at the time, but actually, I've been on a plane for 9 hours, so actually sprinting across the airport and then sitting down again was exactly what the doctor ordered, because it got everything going again, having been sat there for 9 hours, and then I slept for the other flight for the other 12 hours or whatever it was. So it was great.
Yes, so they've only done that for your health.
It's purely, I can imagine.
Vindicity is saying nothing scarier than a mob of passengers collectively about to miss a train.
No,
Vindicity is by the way the guy who did the very great Munich timetable mod. It's very well done, and I never thought that Munich could handle so many trains without making my computer go boom. Yeah, kudos to you. Great timetable mod.
Nice. Yeah, great work on that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So what's your favourite train to play in the game?
My favorite train to play in the game, that's a good question, because there are actually right now a few. I think my personal favorite is the Intercity cab car, because that's my favorite train in reality. So of course I was more than happy to see the Expert 101 and the cab car finally coming to TSW. And I've had back then the stream with Maddie, who is also part of the development team of TSG. She was in my stream as well, and we had a lot of fun. And I think that one is probably the coolest experience to have in TSW. But I also love to drive the ICET. That one is also really
fun.
Really
I like
well
that.
done. Yeah. I like the tilting technology.
Exactly. The tilting is like, I like driving the 612 as well as the 411. And they're both, the tilt makes them fun. Probably one of my favourite features of the 411. The 612 is where it does the left and right wiggle when you start it up. I think that's cool.
Yeah, that one, like it's testing, I think. Oh, another emergency brake. Yeah.
Oh, you got speed magneted.
Yeah, I've seen that as well. I'm zooming on it. Yeah. Well, that happens to the best.
It does.
I always
it does.
say. Yeah. Well, yeah. I think I've read today about the ICET that the first ones are going to be out of service in 2027 or something, like the first generation of ICET trains. I was kind of sad to hear that, but on the other hand, they're like nearly 30 years old, so
yeah,
that's a normal lifespan of a train, I think, 30 years. Yeah.
It should be, unless you're in the UK, and we tried to run them for about 70 years.
Like the 101, how old is that one?
It's all of the old, I think. But you got trains that are, like the HST and the Pacer, which were only ever intended to be stopgap measures, that then still running 40 years later.
Great. Yeah. So another train I really love to drive is actually also the Vectron. It's really well done, I think. Even before the 101 Expert, that loco already felt a little bit like an Expert loco, because it's just well done. I love like all the sounds, all the functionality it has, the display on the right. That's probably one of my favorite locos back then when it released with TSW4.
And the Vectron's very nice.
Yeah, and we were missing that loco a lot. That loco is basically everywhere in Germany right now, so it was just also missing. And now that we have it in different variations as well, I really like to drive that one. Yeah. No,
I was really glad to see the Vectron, and then being able to get 2 different Vectrons into this year's as well. So added sort of starts to expand and represent the variety of the fleet a bit more as well.
Yeah, I was also happy to see that it wasn't just a BR185.2, but the Vectron instead. I think that one was a really smart choice.
It was good. Oh, Smart Sky 82, thank you very much for the donation, very much appreciated. That puts us £1.90 away from 1900s. That's incredible. Well done, thank you everybody.
Let's go, people. Come on, we can do it in this in my section. I hope so.
Magnificent. But yes, it was good to get the. I'm trying to look at ways when we're looking at stuff to where is the best place to put the sort of the dev minutes, the dev hours, sort of to get the best bang for buck in there. And I wanted to try and do something different on the freight this time. So I was really happy with how the freight the Vectron came out in the freight.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, I think that Frankfurt-Fulda is such a great route that one definitely deserves a loco DLC at some point. I'm not going to start any kind of suggestions. We're not going there, but just saying, I think that route is so great that it definitely needs or deserves a loco DLC at some point. So I really hope to have that at some point in future.
I'll talk to Lucas and see what he thinks.
Yeah, I was talking to Lucas back then on the Gamescom. I did an interview with him. I was able to do so because I was invited by DTG, and it was great to meet him as well. I was already telling him like my suggestions, like, come on, Lucas, we need that route and we need that loco, and he was like, I will think about it. Yeah.
Avagorat, no, this isn't on Mac unless there are ways on Mac to play Windows games. So if you can use those, then yes, you can play it on that. But fundamentally, it's a Windows game. There isn't a Mac version as such. So when did you start playing Train Sim World then? Was it 2?
Yeah, I think. I was getting into Train Sim World back then when Train Sim World 2 released. I was already following like a lot of Let's Plays before TSW2. I think back then when Rapid Transit released, I was already following it. but I didn't have a gaming PC at that point. And then there was TSW2, and I did one thing. I've had like my just very normal laptop. It wasn't. It was just a normal laptop, nothing special. And I was like, maybe it can run TSW2, and I did buy TSW2 back then, and then my laptop was just like, nope, I'm going to sleep. and then I thought, okay, I need a gaming PC. So I actually bought a gaming PC after that with TSW2, and I've had a lot of fun, and I started doing some more community-related stuff by doing some repaints at first, and then I was talking to Tom Fresco, who's also very well known throughout the community, and we were like, come on, what if I do repaints and he does scenarios with the repaints, and we try to release it together. And that's the way that how I got basically into interacting with the community on a different level. And then I was talking one day to him, and I was like, what if I just do a let's play? Like, I'm just recording it and talking over it. Maybe somebody's going to watch it, and if not, I probably still have a lot of fun with that. Oh, we, by the way, reached the 1900, so thank you so much.
Whoa,
thank you very much.
Yes, just wait for that one to come in. Kez Sim, thank you very much. That put us over. Hang on, come on, computer, make up your mind.
Yeah.
That's right, it'll figure it out in a minute, it'll correct itself. But yeah, thank you very much, Kez Sim, for that donation. There we go, much appreciated.
Thank you so much.
We're now under 100 to 2,000. I'm relentless. Yeah, nearly there. We're nearly there. Come on to 2,000. That's tremendous.
Yeah, come on, guys. We can do it. We can do it. 2,000 for today. I'm sure about that. I'm
still got hours to go. Hours to go.
Oh God. Whenever I stream after like 3 hours, I'm like, oh God, I'm feeling dead both on the inside and outside. And you're sitting here for 9 hours straight. I was like, I could never do that.
I mean, it's I've done. I think my longest stream was 28.
Wow.
And I was a different person at the end of it. I'll tell you what, I was a different person. I was a shadow of my former self. And there was a guy who used to upload some of the best German scenarios ever to a Steam Workshop, Jan Chadoba, and for Train Sim Classic, and stupidly, because you know when you're making a plan, you're a wide awake person. Right? So you start thinking, and you don't think to yourself, I'm going to be dead to the world by 6 a.m. the following morning. I know, I'll run one of Jan Chadoba's scenarios. That was, it did not go down, it did not go well. I think the viewers had found it hilarious because I was nodding off. And meanwhile, it was probably one of the most challenging PZB scenarios ever created in TS Classic. So I was missing all the NE2 boards and all the other things, the little traps that you put in there, and so yeah, my train spent more time stopped than going, I think. But we had a good time. But no, after doing the 24-hour streams twice, in that sort of time frame, there were some people who'd had bad medical problems as a result of that. You know, there were some instances of people who had actually passed away. You know, I think there was one instance of that. And so Twitch had, because I'm a Twitch partner, and so Twitch had issued a sort of a direction to partners that they were no longer going to be supporting 24-hour streams. It's like they weren't going to be, you know, it's up to you what you do on the platform, but you know, we won't promote a 24-hour stream anymore. We're not encouraging it. And I thought that actually made a lot of sense. And then that was when we switched over to doing 2 12-hour streams ish. I mean, I generally do 15, but you know, to do that, and then because then you get a night's rest in the middle. And then the biggest thing that occurred to me wasn't just so much whether I think I can cope with doing it. It's that there are viewers who are watching the stream that don't want to miss anything and feel like they need to push themselves, and I might be causing them harm. You know, it's kind of like that was the. Sorry, it's gone external and deafened me. It's like it might be causing viewers harm because they're trying to push their way through, drinking lots of energy drinks and all the rest of it. And it's like, and people were literally falling asleep at their keyboard, and then they, you know, 3 hours later they wake up and they'd be like, oh, I just fell asleep at my keyboard. It's like, that's not healthy. That is not healthy. So it's like, and everybody at the beginning, when I said I was going to do it as 2 streams instead of 1, there was a lot of disappointment because people are like, oh, but it's really funny when you're tired. And it's just like, yeah, but... So let's see how it goes. So I did the stream as 2 sort of 12 to 15 hour streams. And at the end of it, I had an overwhelming number of people saying, no, so much better doing it that way round, because they felt they could have a break, not miss anything, come back the following day and actually feel refreshed. You know, so that's why I do it this way. Much. And also, it's also, as Mod ECM2 said, it's also unfair on the moderators. Now, we did try and have a rota for moderators so that everyone sort of had a window so that it was all spread out, but it's still too much. It's too much for everybody. So, no, it works really well this way round.
Yeah, absolutely.
But that's amazing, 1908. That's superb. Well done. Thank you very much, everyone.
Wow, that's great. I think the goal was 5,000 or something.
I put a 5,000 goal on Just Giving because you kind of got to have a goal of something, and 5,000 is broadly where we generally get to on the streams. It's just like, I'm not going to be sad if we don't hit it. I'll be really happy if we go over it. Obviously, at the end of the day, it's all good money for Special Effect, and you know, even if it's £1, it helps. You know, so
yeah, absolutely. And we're also on a good way. I mean, for the first day, if the goal is 5,000 and we're nearly at 2,000 and the stream is not over yet, I would say you're on a very good way, or we all together.
Yes, no, everybody. We're doing well. We're doing very, very well. I'm very, very pleased, and hope everybody else is too. The measure it for me is raising good money for the charity and people having a good time. You know, it's enjoying trains, enjoying the hobby in a safe space, having good conversation. I really enjoy the conversation with viewers. They ask really good questions, it's an opportunity to get some answers to some of those questions out. You know, some questions I can't answer because they're negative questions, but the vast majority actually are really good questions. The Coatsy, Train Simulator, do you just want to answer the Coatsy question again? I think you talked about the mods at the beginning, but he just wants to know what mods you're running.
Yeah, absolutely. So the most prominent mod right now that you can see is basically the God mode, which I use to zoom a lot. I don't think I've used it in any other way in this video. And there's also another mod I realized I have installed, but I didn't say at the beginning. It's a mod that actually, instead of BR114 locos on the regional servers, you have the Vectron locos in front of them, which I just like a little bit more than the BR114. So these 2 mods are basically the ones I'm using here on this video. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't normally run mods, but that's certainly no problem for any of the submitted ones. I just wanted to make it really, really clear that there's mods. So one of the reasons I don't run mods is because if people watch a stream that I'm doing specifically, there might be an implication that what I'm showing is what the game looks like by default. And what I don't want to do is present some kind of an impression that, and this happened with Microsoft Train Sim. Actually, it was one of the biggest lessons I learned from that, and to some extent from Train Sim Classic. We'd be out at doing the shows like that one at the Birmingham NEC. At one point I was doing 26 a year of those shows, and that's a lot more work than doing one of these charity streams. They're murder. But we'd be there showing this absolutely fabulous stuff, showing these really great experiences, and then someone would ask this really obvious question: how do I get that? And the answer began with, well, first you download these 85,000 mods. And then you install them, and then they look at you and go, how do I install them? Well, you fire up Windows Explorer. What's Windows Explorer? And that's when you realise the average person has no clue about this stuff, and neither should they need to. You know, that was where Steam Workshop really came alive for Train Sim Classic, because a lot of people could then make use of a limited subset of mods, admittedly, but they could then actually start engaging with mods. And Creators Club again for TSW, because it makes it super trivially easy to do these things, because there's a large number of the mods that you see, or They're easy for you and me to install. We can install them without even thinking about it. SML, thank you for the donation. And Andrew Hurst, thank you for the donation. 1916, 01. That 01 is going to drive somebody crazy. Go and solve that problem. Yeah, but thank you for the donations. And yeah, it was just, you know, you and I can install these mods without even thinking about it. But the vast majority of people out there, that's just, I mean, the worst thing is if they try and they get it wrong and then the sim doesn't work anymore and they're just completely stuck at that point. Because even at that point, reinstalling the game on Steam won't help, because uninstalling the game won't delete the mods.
Yeah.
So, you know, I you know, one time I actually went round to, actually visited one player who was playing Train Sim Classic, really an elderly gentleman, sort of late 80s. And he'd installed some mods and it completely broke his game and he couldn't get it working again, you know, and this was all he did all the day. So I went over there and cleaned his system up for him, got him working again, and gave him an idea of what he could do safely, what he shouldn't do, just to keep it, because it was more difficult. And he was back able then to have fun. But if he didn't have someone like that who could come round, that'd have been it, you know. So I'm always aware in the back of my mind of how dangerous mods can be in the hands of people that don't know what they're doing, or don't know that they don't know what they're doing. They are brilliant. I'm a big supporter of mods, but that's one of the reasons I don't really mention them too much, is just because there's a lot of people listening to me that probably don't have a clue what they're doing, and they might be inspired to try and cause themselves all manner of pain and agony.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why I also made clear that mods are installed, and this is just not the standard experience, the vanilla experience that you get from TSW.
Yeah, I do like watching some of the videos where they've got mods, because they're brilliant mods out there. They really are, really brilliant mods. And so just seeing what people are able to do with the game, it's good. And someone who develops the game, works with people who develop the game. Thank you, Paul Douglas, for rounding up that one and giving us 1930.
Wow.
So that's brilliant. Thank you very much. That puts us a clear £70 from £2,000. Ever closer. Keep it going, folks. Keep it going. This is brilliant. Thank you very much. So yeah, it's really interesting. So, but no, I enjoy watching some of the stuff that people have got mods installed. So yeah, big supporter of mods, but you know, with great power comes great responsibility.
Absolutely. Or as Chill Media says, mod it till it breaks and then mod it to fix it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Well, it's not too far anymore, I think, to Fulda, not too far away. Still a few minutes, but not a lot. Yeah.
So what other trains have you ridden on in the UK, or was it just the 375?
Just let me think about it. I think I was driving, well, we were landing, I think, in Stansted? No, in Gatwick, I think. So there's, I think, the Gatwick Express from the airport to London Liverpool Street, if I'm right.
If you're going to Liverpool Street, you came in at Stansted.
Then it was Stansted, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm not sure which train class that one is, the Gatwick Express.
379, I think, is what they use, unless they've been changed to flirts now, but I think they used to be the 379, so if someone in the chat can confirm what the Stansted Express uses these days. There used to be a weird sub-variant of the Electrostars.
Ah, yeah. So I was using that one.
Flirts these days, so 745.
Ah, okay.
The new ones, they're awesome. Those flirts they put on the Great Eastern Main Line are amazing.
Ooh, sounds nice. Are they already in use?
Yeah, they've been there for quite a while. And they're across the entirety of the Great Eastern Main Line. It's really interesting. The Great Eastern Main Line, which is the Liverpool Street to Norwich line, you know, the like Liverpool Street to Ipswich, Ipswich to Norwich, but it also includes the West Anglia Main Line, which incorporates the Stansted Express. It's all operated by Greater Anglia, and they normally that whole area has kind of had a reputation in the local people, because I grew up on that line. In various places, I've kind of lived up and down the line, coincidentally, and the line has always had a bit of a reputation for being the place where all the hand-me-down trains go. They've never had anything new. They've always had somebody else's old, so the flirts have been the first time that we've had the Great Eastern Main Line area has had brand new trains, and by heck, they're amazing. Wow, they're a really, really cool train. Their acceleration on the pure electric version is out of this world. Because if you look at the power to weight ratio of them, they're probably one of the most powerful trains on the tracks. Because like every axle is, or every other axle or something like is powered, and it's ridiculously powerful. So yeah, when they I think they're pretty much doing line speed by the time the back coach leaves the platform or something daft. It's insane. So yeah, my son rates them highly, and he's very critical of trains.
Nice. Well, I really enjoy flirts. We also have them in Germany. They're not exactly the same, but I think they're kind of similar. They're at least related to each other, if I'm right.
Yeah, they're closer to the Flirt 3, I think.
Yeah, and the Flirt 3 XL is the one that is driving where basically I'm living. I'm seeing those trains every day, and I really love them. That's I think they're very you just have a very good experience as passenger in those trains. They also seem to be very reliable, and by the way, would make a great Loco DLC.
No, I know.
No, we're not going there. I was already telling Lucas that, but I don't know. However, I really enjoy like all these Stadler trains. They're all really well done trains, in my opinion.
Yes, no, I agree. Certainly from what I've seen, the experience with these flirts, they're excellent. And really interesting. So the way that we've got a hybrid version of the train, which is dual power. And what I really like I thought it was really clever the way they've done it is they've just basically got the same cars with electric motors on them, except that they've added a diesel power car into it. So you've got this diesel power unit in the middle of the consist, which then feeds the stuff. So it's like it's still just as it's super efficient, super fast. It's not especially noisy. And then there's another those ones I think are dual power, so they can be switched to pantographs as well. So because some of the lines talking about what's overhead and what's not, it's like the Great Eastern Main Line is all overhead electric, but for stuff coming off the Great Eastern Main Line at Hawley Junction going up to like Bury, St Edmunds, Ely March, Peterborough, that sort of way, that's all diesel. So you find that the Flirt trains come into Stowmarket and switch power, and then move out and then progress out of Stowmarket northbound with the diesel engine instead of the electric that they came in on. So that's really neat, because previously they would have just been pure diesel. So they've been able to, by putting these hybrid trains in, they've been able to make use of electric wherever there is electric to make use of.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, Vindicity also says we're getting those same ones Matt mentioned in Canada as well.
Oh, superb. Yeah, they're very good.
Nice. Yeah, I think that's basically the end for me, or well, for my part of the stream, not for myself.
I hope not. That's a bit sudden.
Don't worry, I'm not going to pass out. This stream is not 25 hours long.
So yeah, no, that's really. It's been really good having you on the stream, Spencer Plays. Really, really good. And that we need to do that again. And
absolutely.
But yeah, no, this is, and it's been a good video actually. I've enjoyed watching it.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you for inviting me, for letting me join the stream, for actually having me live here on the chat. Thank you for everybody who joined on the live chat from my community, but everybody else. And don't forget to donate. We're not far away from £2,000, so let's go, guys. We can do it.
Excellent. Yeah, we're nearly there. We're nearly there.
We are nearly there. Thank you so much, Matt. Have a good night.
Yeah, and to you. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Awesome. Wasn't that fantastic? I really enjoyed that. At some point, I'm waiting for Alex, but I don't know when he's going to show up. Let me just check on Teams and see if he's messaged me. I take it everyone can hear me okay? Yep, they can. Good.
Hello?
Is that you, Alex? There you are.
Hello. I hope you can hear me okay.
Yeah, we can hear you fine. That was really good. I really enjoyed that. Thank you very much, Train Sim Play. Really enjoyed that. Right, what trouble and shenanigans have you got for us then, Alex?
Right. Hi, I mean, thank you, Matt, for having me for an hour. I've got an hour of fun mini games and TSW riddles and puzzles and a bit of speedrunning fun. But I really appreciate being on, and honestly, the community has raised so much money. That is a fantastic amount for Special Effect already. So well done, Matt, and really well done to everyone watching. Yeah, I'm really grateful to be on. So tonight, I have a little plan of things that will test our artistic ability, Matt. It will test our bond. It will test our ability to communicate a little bit, and I think it'll be a bit of fun. But hopefully, the chat and everyone
I'm predicting a
watching
disaster, but let's see where it goes.
So here's what my plan looks like. Essentially, we've got 4 kind of mini games that will last anywhere between about 10-15 minutes. That's going to be all of them Train Sim World themed. So we've got a bit of Pictionary first up. Then we're going to move to some riddles. Then we've got a TSW speed run, which I would like you to be able to perform. So that will be a bit of fun. And then we've got a TSW quiz. It wouldn't be a stream with me in it that didn't have a quiz. So we'll do all of those. And then I want to end on something that's it's a little bit more heartwarming, because it's something that I've wanted to talk with you about, Matt, actually. And I thought it'd be a perfect chance to talk about it on the stream. And it's really, what is it that makes you passionate about what you do? What is it like? Feel free to bring in some like references from your own real life experiences you've had, things that drive you. I was hoping to end on that. So if you want to kind of get some thoughts together and think about how you might want to structure that a little bit, feel free to. But
That sounds good.
right.
Do you want to, for what we're doing is rather than sitting here with me on a little camera and on the thing, do you want us to we switch to cameras and go on to just two big cameras, or because where we want to run the game, we can do that. But if you want to set up cameras, I've got a scene set up ready to put your camera into. Right, let me switch to studio mode and set up.
It was like lagging while I do my camera.
That's fine. Of course, I've accidentally clicked on one of these stupid game things that they've got in there. So how do I shut that down? Go away.
Matt Peddlesden is playing Farm Merge Valley.
What? No! I don't see how I exit it. Leave activity. Right, there we go. Right, I don't want activities. Go away. Right, okay, let me capture your camera. I need to go to here. Window capture. There it is.
I hope you've had how's the stream been so far, Matt? You've been live now for almost, is it 10 hours at least? If it was from 10.
9 hours 35 minutes.
Yeah.
It's going really well. I'm really happy. Yeah, no, very good. Now what I need to do is add a filter. Effect filter, crop. I wish Discord would just wake up and give everybody the ability to just capture an audio, a stream, rather than what they do at the moment. Oh, I need to unlock it, that's why. There we go. Sorry, folks.
I love how the moment I jump in the stream, we've got like, is it like the streamer curse, I guess? You know, we bring all the tech problems with me.
No, it's all good. It's all good. I was fully expecting this to be a thing, so I prepared the scene, but I couldn't do the camera without getting someone in there. Right, let me just order that correctly. Good, that's right, and then fix this. Nearly done.
It's not a live stream without a tech issue or 10. Yeah, I mean, like, most of the audio issues as well. You know, whenever we start, we're just like, please, Dallas. It causes carnage leaves, yeah. Sorry.
Right, now if I
we got some fun minigames for
relock that, and then I transition to that, and then I'll probably have to reset my camera because it didn't like that much. It's like having cameras on each of the scenes. It just doesn't like it very much, so it doesn't reset properly. Right, I'll ignore the fact that it's not centered properly, but just to get on with it, I'll move back. There we go. Hey.
I've just noticed, any chance, Matt, am I able to get a virtual camera?
Yes, you are.
Thank you. Lovely. Hello, everyone. Right, yes, loads of fun things planned today. So the order again, we've got TSW Pictionary coming up, which, Matt, I will ask you if possible to. There's a Discord activity which is just a whiteboard, and I was hoping we'd just be able to share screen on that if that works.
See what we can do. Sorry, just had another donation come in. Thank you very much for that. We're at 1943 now, inching upwards.
Ooh,
right, you want a whiteboard? How do you want to set the whiteboard up so I can stream it?
Yeah, I mean, what I was hoping it wasn't too hard to launch, but there's obviously you have got these terrible activities which you did open by accident before, and it is just a whiteboard, and I'm hoping we can run the first mini game through this, as long as you're able to display this to the
right.
stream.
Okay. So what I need then is we need to go to. Make that big, and then I can switch to that one, and what I'll do, let's just do that, get it out of studio mode. You'll just see me editing it on the fly, okay folks, sorry about that, but it's where's the camera? There it is. Fix
Still
my
here, don't
camera.
worry folks, there's no leaks here. This is a nice little private Discord we've got, so it's only got us.
Yeah. It's all good. Right, now what I need to do is add a bigger window capture, which captures everything, and then I can add in a kind of trying new things here. It's one of the things I wanted to do with this going forward was to actually get to a point that, you know, trying new ideas out and with what we could do with these streams and see how, you know, what fun stuff we could do. Right, let me just put a filter on that. No, that's an audio filter. Crop. And then let me edit that.
Oh, I see what you're doing. Very nice. Very nice.
Cool. So that'll put that up there. And what I will do is I'll take off the game, which will silence that noise out of the way as well. Excellent. Sorry, Ben, I didn't mean to call your wonderful music that noise. Good. We are good to go. Right. Oh no, camera's missing. Fix that.
Let's see, I'm trying to get the trying to understand the edge of the border using the pen at the moment. So it's about here. About there.
I'm not going to get too fancy with this setup because I kind of think we should just get on with what we're doing. But let me pull that back to there, pull that back to there, and run away. Right, let's go.
Hopefully those arrows roughly indicate, I think, where we are, where the edge of the scene is. Okay, so the way this is going to work, it's Pictionary, which is, you know, a classic game. We're going to take it in turns, and we're going to draw. We'll do a couple rounds. We will do this for about 10 or 15 minutes. We'll do a couple rounds where I will draw a train, and while I'm drawing, I will draw a train for about a minute, so 60 seconds on the clock. And then after that 60 seconds, you will have 60 seconds to guess. This will be a Matt versus the chat kind of experience, and then when we flip, it'll be me versus the chat. So can Matt guess the train first, or will the chat guess the train? So a bit of fun, you know. It's, there's no prize for winning, but we'll see who's able to identify.
Just
first.
pride,
Also,
you know.
There's pride, exactly.
Just pride and honor, you know. Nothing big.
So with that being said, I have my
Oh,
first
big
one.
had another big donation. Another donation come in. Sorry, thank you very much for that donation. We're at 1962.56 now. Thank you very much.
Wow.
Okay,
Thank
Matt,
you
you're
everyone
going
as well.
down. Thanks to us, Game of Tesla, set the tone.
So I'm going to start with something that I was. I won't give any spoilers. Actually, I was about to suggest a spoiler, but I won't. But it will be hopefully an easy start, and I'll get started. So I'm going to start drawing. So a minute on the clock. Let me make a quick 60-second timer. And then either the chat or Matt's got to get it. And if neither of you get it, then I lose. Right, the timer started. Okay. In that case, I need a bit of a.
Do we not guess until you've had your minute?
Feel free to. I think Matt, you can throw some suggestions. Yeah, I say guess as we go. It'll make it more enjoyable.
Cool.
Is that lining up? It's probably a little lower than I want actually. In the frame, so I'll do that. Okay. Okay. 60 seconds is not a lot of time. I wasn't able to get the color I wanted. Where's grey? No. It looks like this. Wow, 60 seconds is not a lot of time.
Well, if we want to make it 2 minutes to make it work, let's do that.
Okay, let's do a couple minutes maybe.
Desiro, 700.
Yes, you've got it. Were you faster than anyone in chat?
Oh, I don't. Animal ATVI, I've just noticed, said it as well, but I didn't see whether or not I said it first or they said it first. Let's give it to Animal TVI.
Okay, I think that's right. I think that's good. I ran through a minute anyway, so let's do 2 minutes. That was my 700. Okay, in that case, Matt, right. Feel free to just quickly Google one of your favorite trains in Train Sim World, and I'll do my best to guess.
Hang on a minute.
Keep the chat open on one side of my screen as well, so I can see if someone beats me to it.
Right. Okay. Are we ready for really, really dodgy drawing here? Right. Start the clock now, then, Alex.
Okay, and timer's on. Okay, you've got a nice shape though. Is this? I'm thinking island line, but I don't think that's right. Someone's saying a class 37.
Yes.
37. Oh, okay. Animal TVI as well. Another and Daniel.
Oh wow,
37's in the chat.
Wow, the chat's rocking it tonight.
Okay, well done. You got that done, locked in 30 seconds. Matt, I think your artistic ability is a hidden talent.
No, a 37 is just really iconic. I may have cheated, but
okay. I've got my next one lined up. Right. Let's see. I'm gonna move your wonderful artistic piece just off to the side. It will never be deleted. Okay.
You're going to keep it and show it at a company meeting, aren't you? This is what I can see coming.
No. There's no second motives here. Okay, my timer has started. Here we go. So I'm starting with a red. I wonder if that's already a clue. Kind of got this shape to it. How's that sitting in the frame? Oh, it's filling up the frame pretty well. Kind of then goes a bit like this. I'm using a screenshot I found. I think it's probably from a store page. It's like this.
1972 stock?
No. I think the thing that my drawing hasn't really captured is that it's quite a smooth curve, like down this.
We've got 390, 101, the chat.
This,
387.
Not seeing it in the chat so far.
Okay, if you're looking at chat, then BR187.
It is the 187. Yes, and I believe Matt, you win that one because I don't see a 187 in chat. It is the 187.
It was the ribs on the side gave it away.
Ah, that's it. Yeah, well done. I think our best frame is. Let me move these arrows a little bit with your. Drawing in that box is like perfect. Okay, it was the 187. Well done, Matt. Okay, right, back to you. Time starts.
Let me have a think. Hang on a minute while I find something to draw. Yeah, I know what I'm going to do.
Okay, and timer starts now. Go.
If I pick a pen, it would probably be helpful.
You're now a qualified train designer, says Mark. Okay, we're going back to blue. Ooh. Oh, this looks like freight, maybe. Is this? This isn't. Is this the BR heavy freight? What's that? Is that? Problem is, I don't know the numbers. I'm relying on the wiki quite a lot. Is this the class 40? No.
No. You're close.
We got in the chat. We got 08. We got loads of people saying it's the 08. Is it the
Yeah,
08?
it's the 08. It's the 08.
Every comment in chat was the 08. There wasn't a. I don't think there was one 4F, but I think everything else was the 08. Winner, I think Richard Cast and Johnny X. You both got in there really quick. And Animal TVI, very quick again. Well done. Well done. Okay, chat is on it today. Right, I've got my next one lined up. This one is one that I really like. I really like the look of. No spoilers. No spoilers. Again, Matt, you did that in good time. Okay, restarting the clock and going now. Here we go. So I need probably this kind of color, this kind of shape. I'm looking at chat, Matt. So you just you keep pulling from your brain what you think it could be. Okay, this kind of shape. You're seeing 66s. It's not 66. This might start giving it away really quickly, though.
F40PH from Caltrain.
Yes. The moment the arrows came in, it was obvious. Yeah, well done. I see a lot of people saying the SD40. That was. Oh, I've got an F40 from Daniel White as well, so that was probably well timed with when Matt saw it as well. So well done, Caltrain F40. Well done, cool guy as well. Yep, that was right. Okay, I'll move that off to the side. Okay, Matt. Over to you again. Think of another try.
Right. Okay.
Right, start the timer. We got a green? Is it? I'm going to just start with it. Is it Scotsman? No.
Nope.
What else is green? I mean, I kind of want to jump in and just say Flix Train. Seeing a couple of people saying the 43. Is it the HST?
Yes, it's the HST.
It's the nose shape, surely, right?
Yeah. I put too many wheels on it as well, but never mind.
Oh, that was the EMT HST was the one I was going to jump into next. But
I did it green to just give you a clue. It might be the GWR HST.
Oh, okay. But yeah, that was an instant guess. I think in the chat. Where is it?
Yeah, the
Transport
nose.
Gamer, you were in there quick.
The nose was kind of the thing.
Okay, I'll pull one more out of my list. I think this one it's very enjoyable actually. We'll go with this one. Okay. Let me restart the timer. I'll move your lovely HST off to live with the other trains on the side of the page. And we're off. Okay. One last round, chats. Can you guess this? I'm gonna try and get the colors. Okay, so something like this. Something like that. Keeping an eye on the chat. I think it's a bit more. This. F125, it is not.
ACS 64?
It is the ACS 64. Well done. Even just from that, your knowledge is impeccable. That is incredible. I mean, that drawing is abysmal.
Good selection of colour choices though, and the shape works.
Yeah, well done. I've seen some people saying the 390. I think the 390 probably would have a bit more red. Is that
So right,
right?
it's not a bad shape actually for the 390. You know, if you did it in different colours, you could see that being the 390.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's a similar. It seems to be a similar like kind of shape, at least with it being maybe a bit squashed. But you can, Matt, you're on it. that is incredible. Okay, that's enough Pictionary. So now I want to move over to a bit of something that we can go back to our cameras for, Matt, if that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
and it's something that the chat and you can again both engage in. It's this one's less of a race and more of a you can work together to see if you can figure it out. I don't personally know how hard some of these will be. We've got 3 riddles coming up, and your task will be to guess which route I am describing through 4 sentences, 4 little short poem-like sentences. So.
Oh, can we turn off the Pictionary so that I can get your camera back?
Yes. Sorry, let me just delete that. I think you might still have to leave on your own end as well.
How do I do that?
If you go into it, there might be like in the bottom left, like leave activity button.
Oh yeah, there it is. How did that go? Terribly. No, it was really good fun. That was really good.
But yeah, we got like
need to be making this a normal part of the roadmap stream going forward. Get everybody to guess what's on the roadmap.
We got like a small Pictionary start to the roadmap as we wind up.
Yeah.
Okay, we got 3 riddles here now. So everyone in chat, again, we're going to be looking for the first guess from you or Matt now. So it's kind of a collaborative thing, and no time limit. But it's really just until you can figure it out. So here we go. I'll do my best poem reading fun voice. So poem 1. What route am I? Wind through a valley where history resides, a crimson express that swiftly glides.
Dresden Chemnitz.
No. The riverside journey and landscapes flow, passengers and freight, through hills we go.
Yeah, Linker Rheinstrecke.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Well done. I thought these would take like a couple minutes of hearing it back introduction. Oh my gosh. Well done. I mean, yeah.
They were both on my mind, but I went with the other one because actually the poem sounds a bit like the marketing spiel for Dresden Chemnitz.
Well done. No, that is. I mean, even Kiel scaling in there, Ryan straight away.
Yep.
Well, there you go. That was the first one. Okay, we have another poem. So, poem number 2. Which route am I? Pride points, brownie points for those who throw it in the chat as fast as they can. So, wind through mountains, touch the sky. Mountain Alps where eagles fly. Steep ascents and scenic heights. Snowy peaks in day or night.
A Rosa.
It is not a Rosa. Benina line, Professor McMouse. It is.
Nice, Professor McMouse. Yeah.
Wow, you're on it today with these riddles. Yeah, it was probably going to be a Rosa or Benina.
Cheers, Rob. Thanks for joining us today.
Okay, Cajon Pass. That has some pretty steep gradients in it. I think through the middle. Is that right?
Cajon Pass has got very steep gradients, but nothing like Benina and a Rosa. Cajon Pass is about 3.5%. Like Rosa and Benina up to like 10%.
I think Benina, not Benina. Cajon Pass was the one where we streamed together and we were rolling uncontrollably down.
Well, allegedly, I believe I was in control of the train to some extent. Maybe, in my mind anyway.
Okay, one last one then. So this one is poem number 3. And here we go. So, weave through landscapes, green countryside, or coastal journeys with seaside kites. Carry a crowd in modern trains from cities to shores in sun and rain. What do you think?
Can you say it again?
Yes. So, weave through landscapes, green countryside, coastal journeys with seaside kites. Carry a crowd in modern trains from cities to shores in sun and rain. And there is a winner straight away. ML, it is East Coast Way. You are
okay,
right.
good. Yeah, no, I saw that answer there, and I'm like, yeah, no, that sounds like it. That sounds like it. So yeah, no, good shout, good shout.
Well done, well done. Okay, those are the riddles I had planned. I probably won't. I won't make some more up on the spot, but I hope you enjoyed some little riddles.
That was brilliant. That was really good.
Matt, I am going to challenge you to a speed run, and I'm going to describe how this is going to work. But it will require you to be on the Train Sim World 5 main menu, and that is it. Okay, we'll start a timer, and anyone in chat, if you want to join in the speedrun, all I would say is you can do this alongside Matt. You just need to be on the Train Sim World 5 main menu, staring at the the blocks, as Matt is at the moment, and that is all. So I'll give I'll allow 30 seconds for this, and then we'll talk about the rules, and then we'll go from there. Because the moment the rules are read, just like in Taskmaster, the moment the rules are read, you are off. So
let me get the cameras fixed up. What did I do for camera on here before? Why is it not working? Oh, it's here, isn't it? Properties.
Keeley scaling. Yeah, maybe we could do a little a small riddle at the start of every roadmap. There are some fun ideas in there.
Right, why is that not showing? I think it just needs regenerating. Let me delete it and redo it.
So I will make it clear that for this speed run, if you do want to join in, you will need to have you will likely need to have, I believe it is you will need to have the Train Sim World 5 routes. I won't spoil them yet, but it will be obvious which ones they are, and I can mention those after I read the rules, because Matt can get started right away. But if you have Train Sim World 5, if you have some of the core routes on Train Sim World 5, you can join in. Let me actually get the wiki up to determine the exact listing. Let's see. I think which roadmap would I put this in? Ooh. Matt, when you are ready, let me know, and we can start the challenge, and we can talk through it so we get the timer rolling.
I'm ready.
You're ready. Right, okay. I'll start Matt off, and everyone else that wants to join in the challenge, after you've heard it, you can also challenge yourself with your own timers as well. So I'm going to start a stopwatch. And Matt, the moment you hear these instructions, I'll talk them through slowly and I'll repeat it once. But the moment you feel you're ready to go, feel free to start, and I will press play the moment I see you take an action on the main menu. Okay. This is a Train Sim World speedrun, and your goal, Matt, is to complete this task in as short as possible. So, starting from the main menu, how quickly can you take a photo of an aeroplane featuring an entirely pink custom livery with the Dovetail Games and Special Effect logos on it while in the snow? You may not use a pre-made logo on your livery. You will have to create the logos yourself. All right, he's off, so I'm starting the timer. This is a speed run. Let's see how quickly he can get it done. So for everyone watching along, so this is how quickly can you take a photo of an aeroplane that features an entirely pink custom livery. And that livery has to have the Dovetail Games logo on it and the Special Effect logo. If you want to see what those logos are, you can Google them.
Sorry,
they can
just
be pre-made.
Just to clarify, you want a train and a plane? Because I can't custom paint.
In the same photo.
Right, okay, because you said a plane with a livery.
Oh, sorry,
right, okay.
no, not a plane with a livery. A plane is going to be in the background of a screenshot. So we're looking for a screenshot here that features a plane in the background, and on the foreground we'll have an entirely pink train in it. So.
And
yes,
you're saying that I can't use pre-made logos?
No, you're going to have to build these logos yourself. As good or as bad as they are, you will have to build these logos, and we will happily judge you on that. So yes, the speedrun is photo mode in the snow, using a livery with the logos on it, with the train and the plane in the background. The moment you take and save that screenshot, the challenge is over. How long will it take? And for those watching, the reason why I said there may be a small specification here is because these planes are, I believe, only on Frankfurt Fulda and San Bernardino at the moment. I think that's correct. Unless there's other routes we have planes on. I've not considered that maybe other ways of completing this challenge. So maybe there are other planes, but I believe I'm only referring here to the newest ones we added in. So the stopwatch is, for everyone's reference, for Matt, is about 1 minute 45. So he's already well into livery designer here, and now I think he's trying to consider how he's making the Dovetail logo. Got a good start.
You are measuring this in hours, right? Yeah, just to be clear.
I allocated anywhere between 5 and 15 minutes, so I'm interested.
5 minutes.
Well, okay, when I tested it, I was able to get a pink livery into the game. I didn't have the logos on it and load it within 40 seconds. So it depends how long it takes you to build the logos, and then it depends how long it takes you to find a plane. That's the real hitter. And I've just seen in chat, and I'll celebrate it for you, Matt, as I know you're busy right now. We've just hit £2,000 donated to Special Effect. That is absolutely incredible.
Thank you, Stony. Thank you for that donation.
That is amazing. That is absolutely incredible. Well done, Matt, as well. And well done for everyone joining us. I hope you're having fun. I'm here to give Matt a little bit of chaos, a little bit of fun mini games, get you all involved. As a little bit of a break. How are we doing? I
Forgetting how to use the livery editor, mostly, it seems. That's what
I will be the judge of your logo creation, by the way, so it will have to pass me.
Oh God.
Let's see, I've got them open for reference. Hey, Amazed Taze, sup, hello, welcome to the stream. We've just hit £2,000 donated Special Effect. That's absolutely incredible. And yes, you're right, F1 fan, this is going to an amazing charity. The Special Effect team, we've met some of them, we've met Liam, we've met some of them, they come to our office, they've done talks. They're so wonderful. They really, really care about making the world better, and it just can't be said enough that we're proud to be partners with them, we're proud to be sponsoring them and working with them to raise money. And wow, we've just had, is that a massive £100 donation?
Oh, Chris M, thank you very much. That's brilliant. Thank you very much, Chris. Yes, we're at another £100. That puts us at £2,100.
Wow, amazing. Honestly, incredible. If you have the option to use gift aid as well, definitely do so. Gift aid is brilliant. Animal TVI, does the plane have to be on a TSW5 core route? No, it doesn't. That wasn't in the rules. And if, I don't know if there's any mastery tiles that feature planes. Anything that's,
there are. Rapid Transit has the Beluga plane on it.
Any plane will be allowed. The specification is a screenshot in the snow with a plane in it using a pink livery with those two logos on. However you deem you want to achieve that goal is fair game. And if anyone also wants to try this challenge, feel free to send me a ping on Discord if you're in the Discord community or in the forums. Let me know how long you spent. I'd be interested. I'd love to do more kind of like fun speedruns like this. We've just passed 5 minutes. Matt, how are you feeling? Has the pressure hit you yet?
The Special Effect logo is going to do me in. The Dovetail one's easy by comparison. But let's get there, shall we? But actually, to say, taking the screenshot, I'm not expecting to be a problem. That should be easy. But the this bit, wow.
Doing good so far, though. I can see the thought process here with the logo. It's looking good. There is the little flick on the end as well.
Yeah, I know. Leave me to it. I have thoughts. I'm doing a process here.
Tom Fresco, are you allowed to use logos that are in Livery Designer by default? No, that is actually.
Oh, this is the thing. Otherwise, this will be so much faster.
I believe we do have Dovetail and Special Effect logos in that tab, so no, you can't. It is. It's a mix of both an artistic challenge and then a get in the game. How fast can you find a plane and get that screenshot challenge? So, bit of fun. When we talked about testing Matt's artistic ability, I really meant it. Doesn't the Frankfurt route have an airshow mastery? I believe it does. And if you were to take a screenshot with that, I would count that. If there's a plane in the screenshot, whether the plane is in the air or not, any form of plane, I don't know if there's any routes that have a toy plane, but that would also count. But as a reminder, the screenshot needs to be in the snow as well. So easily done with photo mode, you can change the weather, but it's just that final little extra on the end. I'll paste the rules in the chat. So actually, I might be able to make a pinned. I'll just paste it in the chat. SpecialEffect logos. What is this? Photo mode screenshot in the snow of a custom pink livery of any train, has both the Dovetail Games and SpecialEffect logos made by hand and features a plain new image. What is your task?
Right, one done.
One done. That is really cute. It's kind of like a nice little cuddly Dovetail logo. I really like that.
The plushy version.
Yeah, yeah. The plushy logo. Oh, I love that.
Is using characters from the font sets acceptable?
That's fine. That's fine. That wasn't in the rule set. The rule set was just no just stamping on the special effect. But yes, you can use a character. Does 5 Circle have any planes on it? I'm not sure. Let's see if I can have a little look. Don't think so. The ones, at least with the Airbus planes, is San Bernardino line and Frankfurt Folder, and then I believe, what was the other route we mentioned above that has planes on it?
Rapid Transit has a mastery tile with the Beluga.
Nice. And then Jack W, you've mentioned Brighton Mainline has planes. I'm unable to confirm that.
Brighton Mainline does at Gatwick.
There we go. There we go. If you have Brighton Mainline as well, it's another good route to use. Any route is acceptable. There was no limitation on the route you could choose. Okay. Time update. We're at 9.5 minutes. We're almost through the logo designing phase. How quickly, Matt? How quickly do you think you can get a screenshot with a plane in it? What's your game plan there?
To spawn it in free roam at the appropriate point and grab the shot as the plane flies over.
Okay. He's got a plan. Matt should upload this to Creative Club when it's done. Yes, I agree. I like the stylization of this. Both of these logos are definitely fully acceptable in my eyes. I like where you're going.
I need to edit that one.
Midland Mainline has the red arrows. Interesting. That should count.
Yes, it's just a plane after all, doesn't it?
Yeah, I guess plane goes as far as any. I was going to say any flying vehicle, but we do have UFOs as mastery tiles, which I wouldn't count. So. I must say though, Matt, you've really put thought and a lot of dedication to these logos. And coming up after this as well, so depending on what Matt's final time is, we'll be doing a little bit of a fun quiz as well. It won't be your standard quiz with just questions and answers, it will be a higher or lower style quiz. And we'll go through what that means shortly. There's a short range of questions, and we'll bring up a bit of trivia, a bit of knowledge around Trains and World. So hope you're excited for a little bit of that. But first,
are you happy with the logo? Oh no, I'm missing a bit. You can't be happy with that.
I'd need the exclamation mark. I'm sorry.
Oh,
I think that's
missing a bit.
the key.
That's, yeah. Wow, embarrassing.
But I am happy with it. I think I love these chibi style logos you've made. This is wonderful. Hot air balloons don't count. No, I wouldn't count that as a plane, unfortunately. And Cologne has planes. Okay. How long has he been at it? So we have just passed 12 minutes and 25 seconds. Almost there. As Matt places in the last shape, we're about to move past the livery designing phase of the challenge. Ooh.
Right, are we happy?
Lovely. That's a win on the livery. You are free to proceed. Where have you put it? It's on the other side.
Phew. 1, 2, 3, 1. Everybody remember where we parked?
Photography products. I saw your message in the chat asking about what charity we're supporting. It's on the bottom of the stream. It's SpecialEffect. You can find links to them in the chat. But they essentially, their teams help create accessible ways for people with disabilities or people with restricted access to games to have a better access to life, whether that's games or technology. Finding them essentially a way to make their life more fulfilling, more enjoyable. And ultimately just bringing joy to lots of people that really need it most. You can learn so much more about it on their website. They are fantastic, and we've been supporting them for quite a while now. We've had their teams in our office, and we look forward to supporting them more. So it's a really wonderful cause. But feel free to check out the link in the chat, or specialeffect.org.uk. Animal TV. I will allow that this is a locomotive. Locomotive or train, both are fine. Has the logo got to be on both sides? No, and what the challenge didn't actually specify, and I won't go back on my rules now, it didn't specify that the logos even need to be in the screenshot. It just said the screenshot has to feature that train with that livery. So, be great to have them in it, but technically, by the rules, you can just take, as long as you're using the livery while you take your photo, it shouldn't matter. And Matt is just past 14 minutes and 50 seconds, and he's in the train right now. There was a plane that just went overhead, so how close are we now? You got to save the screenshot for the time to stop. Oh, and it's got to be in snow, remember. Don't forget that key crucial detail. It's got to be during the snow.
Okay, well, it's a good job that I can do that.
JP, you definitely could cheat and use a plain pink logo, but it wouldn't be an honourable win.
Do I get more points for having two planes?
I guess so. You definitely.
Is that a compliant screenshot?
Yes, that is. Save it. Get it saved.
Done.
Done. 15 minutes and 35 seconds. Well done, Matt. Well done. That was a great speed run, and you know what? I really love those logos. So Matt's time. 15 minutes, 35 and 0.6 seconds. If you're going to try and beat Matt, that is your time to beat. Remember, Matt was the moment that timer started, he jumped straight into Livery Designer through our menus. So that was a wonderful run. Well done, Matt. Well done.
That's a really fun challenge, actually. There are a couple of interesting logos. Fortunately, I have done the dovetail logo myself a couple of times, so I have my strategy for that I've already done in the past. So that was really good.
No, that was really good. I think there are more things we can do with a little bit of speedrunning fun. I love a good speedrun. Right, now we do have our higher or lower TSW quiz. So this is one that Matt and the chat can both get involved in, and I believe Matt, so I will use Matt as our vessel for the chat's voice as well as his own opinion. So I will basically ask you a higher or lower question. So we're going to be starting on number 5, train to mod 5. And then I'm going to ask you is the X statement higher or lower than that number? And obviously, people can suggest their thoughts in a chat, and Matt, you'll have your own opinion. I would like final confirmation to come from you, Matt, so you can either choose your own opinion or take the answer from chat. And then we will determine whether it was higher or lower, and then we'll move on with that new number of the answer going forward to the next question. So it will kind of ladder on from one question to the next. Does that make sense? I think it should make more sense as we go through.
Yeah, we'll figure it out as we go.
Okay, so I'll allow a little time for everyone to share their thoughts, have a little think about it. Some of these are easy, some of them are not so easy. So we're going to be starting on the number 5. So your first question is, higher or lower are there Long Island Railroad commuter branch lines, excluding the main line? So if we're starting on 5, are there more or less Long Island Railroad commuter branch lines, excluding the main line? This is in Train Sim World, by the way.
Lower.
No looking it up as well. No cheating. No wiki page searching. We're having an honourable discussion here. So,
what do we think, folks? Are we going to say lower or are we going to say higher? Well, I'm inclined to say lower if we're not going to breed the main line in. Stuart wants to say higher. Richard says lower. Keely says more. We've got a higher. We've got a more. Majority are saying more. Yep, majority are saying more. Let's go with more.
You are all correct. For those of you who said higher, the answer is actually 6. That is the Long Branch, the Hempstead, the Atlantic, the Far Rockaway, the Belmont, and the Babylon branches. So there are 6, which is higher. So well done, well done. Okay, now our new number is 6. So the next question is, higher or lower than 6? How many Holiday Express Runaway Elf scenarios are there? Higher or lower?
Higher, I think. What are we saying, folks? I want to say higher. I think it's quite a bit more than 6, if I remember rightly.
Holiday Express Runaway Elf scenarios. Higher or
Wilshire
lower?
Wanderer says lower. Lower, lower, lower. Majority are saying lower. Majority are saying lower? We'll go with lower then.
Well, you'd actually be surprised because it is actually higher. There are 7 scenarios on the Holiday Express.
I was thinking there were 10, but there were 7. Okay.
There are 7. Well done. Again, remember, try not to cheat. We're having fun. You know, just a fun thing. There's no prizes for winning or losing. So the next question. So our new number is 7. Higher or lower? What is the minimum amount of buttons needed to press when you start from the main menu before you are in the game? So we're looking for the minimum number needed to press, the amount, like individual buttons you will have to click with your mouse or with your controller to go from the Train Sim World 5 main menu to in the game, to in a train, in the cab, in the game, and you can start doing things. What is that minimum number? Is it higher or lower than 7?
I'm going to go with lower. What else are you going to say? We've got lower, lower, lower. Yeah. No, I think, we're all saying lower, I think.
Okay, you are correct. It is lower than 7. Matt, what do you think that number is?
Thomas F1 is saying 5, and I must admit I was thinking along similar lines as 5. If there's actually, JWR Phil makes a really good point. If there's a saved game, it's 1. But if you're going in, I would probably go in via Journey, and I'd probably say 5-ish.
It's actually 3. I did not consider the save game though, so that is a loophole, I suppose. But the answer I had was, if you're on the main menu, you can go to the trains, to quick play, and then you choose one of the 2 options from quick
There
play.
you go. Forgot quick play.
Yes. Quick play is great actually. You either choose something that's shorter than half an hour or longer, but I chose, my answer for that was 3, so if you went lower there, you are correct. Now this one may be controversial because I thought, I definitely think I've done my research, so we'll see. But so our new number is 3. Higher or lower in Train Sim World, how many naturally pink rolling stock is there? No liveries, no custom liveries. Naturally pink pieces of rolling stock are there in Train Sim World. Is it higher
Are you
or
including coaches as separate?
No, this is any rolling stock.
Yeah, so if there's a loco, a coach, and a cab car, what are you counting that as? 1 because it's all one train set?
I would say 1, yes.
Okay. And we're not including, it is only for things released before today, yeah?
Yes. No. Yes. The key I put was here is ignoring Boston. That doesn't count.
Well, no, there's 2 Bostons, so.
Ignoring the yet to be released MBTA commuter. So yeah, we're looking for
Pink trains.
naturally
Pink trains. I've got a 166. I've got an F40 PH with its train set. What am I missing, folks? Yes, there's the one containers. I don't know whether that's a train though.
I've not included separate containers.
No. Okay. So we've got a 166, and we've got a which is the 66, the pink one. We've got the F40 PH with the purple livery, pinky purple livery. I'm not thinking anything else there.
Is it pink though, Matt?
In my eyes, yes. I mean, technically, the 166 isn't pink. It's magenta, which is a purple.
I suppose.
So no, I'm going with those two. Are being pinkish.
That was the answer I had. I went with 2. Now I guess I suppose you could argue how purpley you want to push this pink boundary.
Well, exactly.
So, yes, the answer was lower. It was 2. I thought that was a bit of fun actually, because that was quite interesting. But I wasn't 100% sure on my research. So, okay, this one hopefully will be a bit of an easy one. But higher or lower than our starting number of 2, the amount of cats, individual unique cats found in Birmingham Cross City.
Oh, that's easily higher.
Easily higher. I think we don't need to wait for the chat on that one. But this one is this one's useful to get to us to help us get to the other numbers. So interestingly, I don't know if anyone watching knows what the exact answer is. I wasn't able to find that number. What I did put in my notes was that it's anywhere between 3 and 60. So I went with anywhere between 3 and 60 being the answer there. But that helps us get to the next part of the questions. So I'd love to know what the actual real answer is, though.
Jason is saying 8. I thought there was more than 8. I thought there was almost 1 in each station. But don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
There was a really wonderful Dovetail Games cat sightings thread on the forums that I was using, and I definitely counted at least 3, so I called it a minimum of 3. But the reason why I said between 3 and 60 is because 60 is the number I want to move to, because we've got some other questions around that number. So, starting at 60 then. What is the number of total Train Sim World roadmap streams to date? Higher or lower than 60? So we're looking for Train Sim World roadmap live streams.
Well, they're every month, so 12 a year, and we've been probably doing them for, I don't know, I think roadmap streams probably 3. I'm going to go with lower. Does everyone think lower? I don't think it's much lower, but I don't think it's higher. I melt there's a lot more. 12 a year, remember? Thomas F1 reckons 36. I've got several people saying higher. I've got a lot of people saying lower. About 38 so far, says Amaze Taze. I don't know. I'm not getting a consensus from the. The first years you had 2 per month. Oh, interesting.
They figured out a clue.
So 5 years would be 60. Feels like higher. I'm not really seeing an obvious consensus here from people, but higher. Let's go with higher.
You would be right. It is 67.
67!
Yep. The earliest back, I think I should probably clarify Trains of World roadmaps, but yeah, 67 on this channel. I looked through our history. The original ones started back in Trains of World 2, and I think the clue to this is you can't just count the months because we used to do them fortnightly back then, so that kind of helped contribute to the number. But yes, the answer is 67 roadmap streams. So that's our new number. Right, next. No looking it up, no cheating. It's very easy to find this one. So let's just go on our brain knowledge here. What is the length in kilometers for the Rue-Signord route? Length in kilometers, is it higher or lower than 67?
Lower, I think. What do we think, folks? Don't Google it.
No Googling. So we're
Why
looking
roadmaps not fortnightly now? But because the amount of work they take to put together is tremendous. Everyone's saying higher, 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 higher. Okay, go for higher.
It is actually lower. It is only 60.
Ah, you let me down, team.
Yeah. So yeah, it's only 61 kilometers, and yeah, our previous answer was 67. So on to the next one. So the answer now, the number that we're looking for is 61. We're looking for higher or lower. So how many days can you still claim the Train Sim World 5 free starter pack? Higher or lower than 61?
Well, 61 days is a good couple of months, and it's now not got a final shut-off date, has it? Because it says early 2025, I think, is the official date. Or have we published a date now?
I believe we've stated. Oh well, I can't. I'll have to leave you to your own devices. No help.
I think it said. I think it was early 2025, which, given we are mid-October, I'm going to go with higher. I think if we're getting a consensus, yeah, I'm getting consensus of higher.
It is higher. It is what I put on the on my notes is 80 days. Because if we say early 2025, I believe we just cut off right at the year and the year start. So not the end of 25, the year start. So 80 days, and it's a brilliant chance for me to plug in, get the free starter pack.
Yeah, the free starter pack. Yes.
Yep. We have extended that, so you know the original cutoff would have been in 5 days, but now you can get it for the 80 days. If you've already got it, brilliant. If you've already got Train Sim World 5, brilliant. But if your friends and your family haven't, just add it to their accounts without them knowing. I mean, it's fine. You just put it in their account. You know, it's free. Keep it free. So anyway, that was my shameful plug. I'm terrible. Right, we're going to move over to an easy one. So our starting number is 80. How many Bakerloo line stations are there? Higher or low?
I know the answer to that one, I think.
Bonus points if you get it exactly right without looking it up.
Come on, folks. I know what I think.
There are.
It's obviously lower than 80, isn't it? That's kind of like shooting fish in a barrel. But you know, we have never made a route with 80 stations. So, how many stations do we think it is, though? Matlin, yeah.
I'd love to see an exact guess. Robin Fry, hello. Please don't spam the chat too much.
So, I think we're talking. It's a 14-mile route, and if I remember rightly, it was in the order of Simon James's 28 stations, or something like that. Possibly a bit lower than that, but in that order.
It is 25 stations.
25. There you go. John McGlade, you got that? I don't know if anyone said that first.
I think Aeroquent, you had it between 24 and 25, but at least John McClade had a confident 25, so I'll give it to John. So that's our new number. Now, this is going to get tricky. The numbers get tight here, folks, so lock in. Here we go. Number is 25. Now, what is, without looking it up, the length of Maintalbarn in miles? So we're looking for the
Maintalbarn in miles.
Is it higher or lower than 25?
It's lower. What do you think, folks? Miles, remember? Miles. Not kilometres. Miles. Okay, getting a fairly consistent higher. So, let's go with higher.
It is lower, but only by a touch. I had the count at 23.5 miles. So
wow.
It's only 1.5 miles less. So obviously kilometers would be higher, but we're looking at miles. So I had 23.5. There we go. Okay, now your new number is 23.5. How many goblins can you find on the suffragette line?
Oh dear. I think it's lower, folks, but I must admit I can't remember how many it is. I kind of think there might be like a dozen or so. What are you thinking, folks? No, goblins are collectibles. There's normally 25. There's normally 25 collectibles of each type. Yeah, we're going to go with higher. Yeah? Thinking 25. Yeah, going higher. Yeah.
25, so it is higher. Well done, well done. Okay, and finally, what is my favorite number? Higher or lower? And I'm being truthful here, I've not just made up a number. Higher or lower, 25?
Higher, I think, folks. What do you think we're going to go? What's the consensus we're going to go with Alex's favourite number? Higher or lower than 25? bro, how? That's not an answer, but it's valid feedback. Got some lowers, got some highes, got some lowers, lots of lowers. I'm going with a lower.
I can confirm it is higher. It's 26, my favorite number. So it was one higher.
You could have really had the opportunity to spook the chat there and say your favourite number was 373, and they would have gone raging off into the sunset.
We've already got there's the Discord community have this GIF where you open up this like locket and inside it's the 373. They would have loved it. Alright, I hope we had fun on that. I was definitely planning to write a lot more, but I've been out. We were out all day in London today, which is great. That's why the first train I drew on the drawing thing was the class 700, because I actually saw the 700, the code on the front. I don't know how significant this is, but it was the 700-001. I thought it was pretty significant.
Cool.
I don't know if...
Yeah. It's 001. 700-001.
I liked it. It made my brain happy. So that was it for the mini games. I hope you've had some fun. You know, I'm here to just bring a little bit of chaos into the group. But that
was very cool, Alex. Very, very cool.
I'm glad you enjoyed it, Matt. I did want to end though on something that I've been meaning to ask you a little bit more about, and I've got a little bit to talk about as well. But I thought it'd be really nice to end on something fun, a bit wholesome as well. So this is about 10 minutes. Feel free to talk as much as you like. But it's really, I wanted to know what makes you passionate as a person. I think it'd be nice to just feel free to take the floor. Feel free to kind of like take us through the journey. I think of what makes you wake up each morning, that drives you. You know, why do you want to be the producer on Train Sim World? Like, why do you make the Train Sim World, the train simulations that we do at Dovetail? You know, what is it that really gives you that motivation to do it? I'd love to hear that from you, and I feel like it would be lovely for the community to hear that as well.
I mean, the thing that wakes me up in the morning, you know where I'm going with this.
Don't give me an alarm clock.
It's my alarm clock. And the thing that ends up throwing my alarm clock across the room is me. But no, I mean, what drives and motivates me? So I've been interested in trains for a long time. I blame that on my father fully, and who's also been interested in trains all his life. And we used to go train spotting and all sorts of fun stuff. And always been interested in model railways, but never really had a place where I could do model railways. So I got interested in train simulation around 2000 when Microsoft Train Simulator was released. I set up UK Train Sim, and one of my goals with running UK Train Sim, aside from growing a community of people that were creating stuff and enjoying stuff, was to work with people who developed train sims, because I had these really big-headed ideas that I had a good idea of what I thought a train simulator should be, you know, and so I would talk to anybody that wasn't quick enough to put the phone down on me, and send them ideas, write documents, and, you know, if you thought my PowerPoints were bad now, you know, and I'd be outlining, you know, all the things, giving away all my favourite ideas, and they all ignored me. You know, they'd all talk nicely, and they all ignored me, except one person, who was Paul. And so I got on really well with Paul. We had lots of really constructive conversations, and I met up with Paul on a number of occasions about various things. We went train spotting together one weekend. And which was really cool because I'd not been down in this area before, and we went and had a train spotting session up and down. I think Faversham was where we ended up, and it was really cool. And I saw the pink MPV. I think it was the pink MPV. So, you know, there's a win. And on another time that I met up with Paul, I met up in London, and they basically, Train Simulator 2012 had gone down really, really well. Had actually transformed the business in terms of how well it had gone down. Train Simulator 2013 was in progress, and they wanted somebody to come and look after third-party developers. And so Paul asked me, do you want to come and just do this for a living? Rather than doing other things for a living and trying to squeeze the time in of a weekend. And obviously I said, let me think about it. So within a month or so, I started down in Chatham in our old office, which is at the joiner's shop, just around the corner from where we are at the moment. We were spread out across about 3 offices, and I started building up the third-party side of things. First project I published was the BR143 from Virtual Railroads, the Expert Edition, and did a lot of work on there, and just started building out the projects, setting out all of the flow of what was going on with third party. But I also started, you know, sticking my oar in on the core game. you know, and generally making myself a bit troubly, causing people trouble with, I wanted to do this, sending all my helpful ideas to the engineering team and hearing the audible sighs, well, even though they were in Guildford at the time. I could still hear them from Chatham going, oh, God, not again. So some of that stuff got implemented, some of it didn't because it was ridiculous, frankly, it was too much work. But I started to get more input into the sort of what was going on, reviewing things. And it actually became slightly more production level stuff that I was doing, reviewing builds, providing feedback on stuff. That was Train Simulator 2013. I then took on the role of being producer on Train Simulator 2014. So that's my first credit as a producer. And that was a massive learning curve for me, trying to wrestle together all of these different teams and get everybody painting in the same direction, because everyone's really good at what they do. In fact, they're brilliant at what they do, but you know, naturally are looking at what's unique, what's, you know, purposeful and interesting in your particular area. And sometimes, you know, what you need is for sort of you to do less so that these can do more, or they can do more with it. There's no point doing all of this because they won't have time to do it. And redirecting people a little bit, and just working at how I can help in terms of making that happen. And Train Simulator 2014 ended up being pretty successful. We also married that up with a new marketing direction for Train Simulator. So for those of you that have been around for a long time, Train Simulator 2013 and before that had the old Flight Sim font. It was the old Train Simulator in the old Flight Sim style font. And so we married that up with Train Simulator. We came up with a whole new styling for Train Sim 2014 onwards. We wanted to separate ourselves and so forth. So we thought that was really interesting. It went down well. And as a result of the success of Train Simulator 2014, I was asked to submit designs and thoughts and high-level proposals for a brand new Train Simulator. TS2, if you want to call it that. So I put down some ideas. I said, hey, we should make this game out of Unreal Engine. You know, that seems to be where the engineering team are leaning towards, and I think that makes complete sense. Here's some examples of what that's going to look like in a train sim. I said we should make it first person, because I want to get out and walk around these trains and feel the size of these machines, and not just have a camera that flies around it. You know, I want to get on the train and off the train and that sort of thing. I want to get in the carriages and enjoy being around this world of trains. There were several other things that I proposed, some of which were in, some of which weren't in what we produced. Obviously, that ended up being Train Sim World. So I started out as technical designer for Train Sim World, and then I went on to be the producer for it. And really, kind of what drives me, there's two things that really drive me going forward with that. One is, this is the game I play, and so I'm in this very unique, highly privileged position where I have such an amount of influence on my favourite game. There aren't many people who can say that, you know, in any game, and so I try and take that privilege responsibly. And there's also, I've always enjoyed working with the community, and I think the same. And I think this would be the same for any game maker. You know, the best thing in the world for a game maker is less about making the game and more about seeing the fun that people are having with the game. And so for me, when I see stories online, when I see people sharing the sort of things that they're having fun with, that for me is kind of that's kind of why I want to see more of that. You know, when I see we add a feature into a version of the game and I see someone going, that's changed how I play the game, this is amazing, you know, that's a big smile on my face. I really, really love that stuff. You know, or just even we fixed up an issue that suddenly has made the, you know, transformed your experience. It's kind of like, you know, that's really good. So it's kind of long-winded way of saying that, basically.
That's really wonderful. It's really nice. It's really nice to hear that kind of that journey you've had, and you know, yeah, you're telling us the life story, but it's a life passion, right?
This is it. This is it. It's kind of like this isn't a job for me. You know, this is my life. And I put the time in that I put in, not because anyone is banging on a desk saying thou must, but because I want to get it done. I want to hit the standard. If when I see bad reviews and so forth, it hurts me. And that's not to say don't leave the bad reviews. If that's what you think, that's what you think. I want to hear that. So it's kind of like I want to listen to all of that stuff. I want to hear constructive criticism. I want to know where we've done it right and where we haven't done it right. And so does the rest of the team. And it's kind of like I see my role as working with the team to, make you the game you want. It's kind of irrelevant what I want. It really is irrelevant what I want, except for the fact that hopefully I'm kind of in tune with hopefully what the majority of you want. So I'm always trying to listen to that and trying to pick that up. I listen a lot to our beta team. I listen a lot to our internal, we've got a focus group of train enthusiasts. And it's kind of impossible to do everything everybody wants, but you end up getting a consensus, with all the surveys that we do. And it's kind of like trying to pick that up and run with that. That to me is important. I make a game you will want to play, then I've delivered the game I want to make.
Well, yeah, lots of people say it's quite heartwarming, it's quite emotional, and it's so wonderful. I mean, the thing you just said there, Matt, is when you said it's impossible to do what everyone wants. Whilst that is true in some regards, what I will say for everyone watching here is that I'm on stream with a person that finds a way to do everything absolutely physically possible with as many people as he physically can. He's streaming today because he wants to give everything. He will join us on roadmap streams, he'll join us for previews, he'll work with the beta team, he'll chat with our community team when we have an issue. I've got a call where I'm just planning out the next week of streams and he's there because you are absolutely wonderful. I mean, Matt, you're one of, I could speak for hours about it, but really you're talking to someone that has got the passion of a lifetime poured into making the best train experience ever. And it's really wonderful, Matt. Thank you for sharing.
No, thank you. I also want to, that's heavily focused on me, but I do want to also, rope the team in. There's a lot of really passionate people working on the team, whether they're train passionate or whether they're game passionate or whether they are 3D modeling passionate or coding passionate. It doesn't matter, but see all of that passion coming through. And I see a build review just this week, and I was looking at stuff and just going, wow. Really good, putting some really good stuff in there, or some really good in-depth investigations into what looked like a really silly issue but has turned out to be an absolute diabolical mess of a problem, and just really digging into it and not giving up, and just instead of throwing the hands up, the team are just like, oh, I'll go down that way, I'll go down this way, I'll look at this, and it's just like I got so much respect for everybody I work with in all of the different teams. I mean, it's really interesting, for all of you to understand what, you can immediately understand, I guess, what the development team do because it's in your hands. You play with it on the computer. But throwing this back a little bit in your way, community team do, what the retail team do, what the marketing team do, is what made it appealing, and it helped us understand the right game to make, and it made sure that everyone got the message about the game that we made, because without the marketing, retail and community teams, we'd have a great train simulator and no players. So it's really crucially important. So just seeing everyone pulling together, you got Ben pulling some of the best music I've ever heard in my life together, you got the creative team that just ridiculously fast at producing some of the best assets, and you won't believe, it's just unbelievable how many assets they pull together. Pulling out a release like Train Sim World 5, I think it's measured in the thousands how many creative assets they're pulling together. It's insane, and this team just get on and do it. So I have got tremendous respect for the people that I work with, and it's kind of like me making sure I'm not the one letting the team down.
Far from it, but there is so much praise to go around. Yeah, the creative team are amazing. I mean, if you go on PlayStation store pages, for example, I'm pretty sure there's about 7 different assets that you need to put for a new release. That's PlayStation. You need another 7 for Xbox, Steam, Epic Games. Okay, so that's what, 40-something assets. Cool. You need that in different versions. You need like out now, you need coming soon. So okay, sure, it's 300 assets. Call it 300. And then you need different
sizes.
Social.
Yeah,
exactly. Each of those has 3 sizes. So, yeah.
I mean, it's how it gets to when we start. The other aspect that gets overlooked a lot is just uploading our stuff to the platform, building the stuff. when we upload all of that new content for Train Sim World 5 with all the DLC, you can see 100 DLC. Yeah, but for that 100 DLC, we have to upload it nearly 800 times because of the different builds and packages and so forth. That means you have to build it 800 times. Those packages are 10 to 20 to 30 gigabytes each. And so all that stuff's got to go uploaded, all the documentation's got to be written and submitted to all the different platforms, get it certified, and then get it all released and put there. And then retail have to put everything in the right places to make it releasable. It's such a huge effort that everybody has to go through. That kind of starts with Dev doing their thing, and then everybody goes out. So I just want to raise that just because it's really easy to focus on what my team do within the development side of things, but it's a huge team effort that helps make the whole thing come together in the way that it does. And it's not perfect. Things go wrong, but when you've got that many moving parts, there's a heck of a lot more goes right than there is goes wrong. And the team always look at what goes wrong to try and make sure that we can do better. Do better next time. So it's like I said, massive respect for everyone I work with across all the teams.
And Maze Taste, your comment you've just added there, I love the game, it's not perfect, but it's brilliant. Well, if it was perfect, what would we be doing, right? If it was perfect, we're done, It's great that it's not perfect because there's more we can do. There's always more, and, that's wonderful. Right, I think that's a wonderful spot to at least end my segment. Matt, I really appreciate your time. I hope you enjoyed the mini games, hope you enjoyed some fun.
They were fantastic fun. We need to do that more often on a regular stream.
Easily, I could get some stuff up. We can start the roadmaps off with a bit of fun while we're waiting for it to get into it. What I will say though is, Matt, you've been a wonderful guest. I'm going to throw in my donation in a moment now. So if anyone else in the chat is willing and able to be able to donate a little bit of money for Special Effect, they're just a wonderful team of people that change lives. It's the shortest way of saying how impactful they really are. I'm going to throw my donation in, Matt. You've been wonderful. Thank you everyone for getting involved in the chat, and best of luck for the rest of the stream, Matt, for today and tomorrow.
Lovely job. Thank you very much, Alex. Take care.
Okay. Bye-bye, everyone. Thanks for having me.
Right, now I've got to get this camera working again, because there's nothing like cameras working easily. Not in this, anyway. Probably need to find out a better way of doing it. Right, we're up and running. Cool. Where are we at? 2100. Right, yes. Get some donations in, folks. Let's get that number going up. That was really good fun. Thank you, Alex. I really enjoyed that. I wasn't expecting that. There's a little bit of dread. There's a little bit of dread. I've got to be honest, because Alex can be a little bit of a monkey sometimes. But actually, that was terrible. That was terribly good fun. I really enjoyed that. So yeah, thank you, Alex. Right, okay. So up next is Rules Ignored with the BR143, because we've done lots of not driving, and it's time. I'm getting the itch. I need to get in the cab and do some driving. So I'm going to be driving the BR143, but I'm going to drive the Dresden 143 because it rocks. And we are driving service RE16. RE16, he says. They're all RE16, you dummy. OE755. That one. There you go. Dynamic weather. July. Light clouds. Bit of a passenger service. Crazy Killer, thank you for the donation. Much appreciated. Right, let's get this show on the road. Put the reverser in, put it in forward, let's get the doors open. Somewhere down about here, there is PZB-O, that's right, PZB on, C for on, good. Gerald, thank you very much for your donation as well. Much appreciated. See you later, Jack W. Right, I need to get all the lights switched on. Handbrake released. Compressor, traction motor fans automatic. That'll do. Cab light I don't need. Right, I think we're good to go. Stop at location Plettenberg. Aren't the doors open? They are. Alex, thank you for that donation. That's brilliant. Thank you very much. 26. Nicely done, sir. Right. Released. Put it on, actually, put it on 30. Always undershoot your C for target so that you don't accidentally get bopped out. Good, now release because we've got a green light in sight. Put it up to 100, give it a room for an overshoot. There you go. So that's jumped us up quite a bit. We're at 2165 already. I miss RSN. I really like this route. This was the first German route we did that had quotes normal signals, the HS, is it? HL? Whereas the other route we did, rapid transit, I think had KS signals, which were all obviously fine, but they weren't these German signals. Is there a keyboard shortcut for speed set? I don't know. I have to have a look. Probably one of my favourite things to do on this route is the switching with a 363, but I thought I'd have a different, because I think every charity stream so far I've done switching with the 363 on this route. So I thought I'd have a run up and down the route with the passenger train. The biggest extension this route needs, obviously beyond the route to Siegen, is oh, what am I doing here? This isn't right, is it? Oh no, here it is. Is up here to about there, and put the isoliner in properly. 363 is a hydro, yeah, if I remember rightly. Todd 4, Derek, Todd 4. Everyone's getting excited that there's a Todd version they weren't aware of. No, Todd 4, Todd 4. HV is the older style one, isn't it, PF? I thought KS is the combined signals. So what's on rapid transit then? Because this has got standard, like the multiple things where you can have 4 heads on, so forth, which KS is designed to combine together. No, we can extend routes, but it becomes a new product, like the Long Island route, Andrew Lounsbury. What we can't do is sort of sell a part 1 and a part 2 that you can sort of merge together on your own. Effectively, part 2 includes part 1 and goes out as a separate product. So Long Island Commuter added the line down to Long Beach, but it goes out as a complete thing. No, I don't have mods on here, Cavape. Hey Train Plays, I'm good, thank you. Southeastern High Speed, because it was part of the next core, we just added it straight into it because everyone was getting it anyway. But if it needs to be if it needs to be paid, so the benefit with Southeastern High Speed was it was technically paid because it went through. You had to get the new core version, where which yes, and if you bought any core version, you'd also get it. So we kind of been able to work that one through. But like Long Island we completely copied it to a new place and extended it that way. Oh, it's 8 cats apparently on that BCC. Thank you, Danny. Thanks, Jason. Yes, I did miss it. You'd remaster it because you need to change it, Liam. If you're going to make it electrification, you want to modernise the route as well. I mean, the route is different now in a lot of places beyond just the electrification. This shouldn't be any different to what's in TSW4, KBP. Route hasn't been touched. Yeah, the Long Island 2 is very good, Daniel, he says. But the challenge a lot of people have with it is because the safety systems are forced on. So if you don't mind that, then I think you'll have a blast with it. The run down to Long Beach actually adds quite a lot of extra stuff. And the M9 is really good fun, and then the M9 and the M7 has also been quite radically upgraded. So it's quite a substantial upgrade on the Long Island route, but it's got that caveat of needing the safety systems on. Bit of a naughty letting PZB lower my speed, but that's fine. I won't tell anyone if you don't. Sorry, not letting AFB lower my speed for PZB. Oh, the coal cars, they came in the BR155 pack. You see, I'm on this these days, the Y-Food, so I've had dinner. I'll probably have something a small snack after the stream, but these days most of the time I have Y-Food. Certainly normally I have Y-Food breakfast and lunch and have a dinner during the week, but today I'm just going to have the Y-Food 3 times. It's great, I really like it. Ian Masterton, thank you very much for the donation, much appreciated. Coming up on Plettenberg. What is it? It's a food replacement, so don't think of it like Slim Fast. It's not intended for weight loss, but it's a complete replacement meals that's balanced with all the nutritions and ingredients and everything in the form of a milkshake. They got a variety of different flavours, but I find it. I'm full. I don't need anything else. I just have to put off the snacking instinct, which is I'm cursed with anyway, regardless of what I eat. But I know I do as well, bad guy. Don't worry. But no, this stuff is really good. I really like it. It's meal replacement, Daniel. So the idea is you just completely have this instead of a meal. But like I said, normally I would have 2 of these and then just have a proper dinner. But it just works out so much more convenient this weekend to do it this way round. So I have bought myself bacon and rolls for tomorrow morning in case you want to get up to any shenanigans. I did buy myself a brand new pot of brown sauce though, so please don't disappoint me. Please don't. Some of the really tasty, but coconut is special. I must admit, I stick to the berry, the choco, and the vanilla. Even the iced coffee, I've got a hit and miss relationship with. What route is this? Rosignord, TS Southwestern from Hagen to Finnetrop. Yeah, HP brown sauce is what I usually have with bacon, because it's what goes with it. But sometimes you mischievous lot set up a donation target, and if you hit it, I have to have ketchup with my bacon, which basically is a waste of eating bacon, but I'll do it for the charity. Oh, lock the doors. Yeah, go 70 instead of the 80. I haven't got any Marmite. There will not be any Marmite in this house, JP. I've got this Namsan barbecue sauce, a Korean thing. Doesn't taste anything like barbecue sauce. It tastes more like Marmite than barbecue sauce. I guess I could offer that up as a as an alternative. I've done 10 limit. Let's go for it. So what number we need to get to? What do we got? We've got two services to run and one video to run, which is about 3 hours. What about 2500? Does that sound fair? No, we're on the food part of the stream. $37.50. Once again, lost opportunity. It could be $37.30 and the crowd goes wild. There you go, Daniel. Vedal is next. So what we're looking at for 2500 then? We're looking for 330. That looks dangerously achievable. $3733.73. Can you explain why, bad guy, though? I think we need to understand why you think that. I don't get it. So after this is another video from Train Sim Driver. Oh, another donation's in. Mark Walker, thank you very much. We've got a video from Train Simulator Driver. And then Horseshoe Curve. GWR Phil, thank you very much. Yeah, I'm doing a run from Johnston to the right, across the horseshoe. Good night, Stoney. Thanks very much. Will we ever see a video of the DTG layout? It's not really presentable at the moment, and with us changing offices around, I don't know whether it will be. So when we find out what the future of the layout is, then we'll be able to work out what we can do about that. Is what still going? Sorry, Daniel. QGIS S Master, I am on Rosignord. I can't remember how long it is since I've actually played something other than a freight train on this route. I feel like I'm seeing it for the first time. Oh, 2220. Andy, thank you very much for the donation. Hey, Train Simulator driver. Did you get my message, Paul? I'm going to run your video tonight, and then if you want to join me on for a chat tomorrow in the morning. I haven't put it in the schedule. Just ping me when you're ready. In restriction at the moment, so there we go. Hey, Mr. Train Guy, welcome back. What routes do you miss playing from TS1 days? I mean, the only route that doesn't exist from TS1 days is the NEC one. I miss that, the freight aspect of that, but the everything else is still there to play, and I still play it. I mean, this is one of them. Crazily enough. Oh, Great Electric Train Show was on, was it? Whereabouts is that one, Trucking Football Manager? Milton Keynes, okay. That place sounds familiar for some reason. What Loco SBL? This is the BR143. I'm using the one from Dresden because it was probably the best one physics setup wise. Yeah, GP40 is a scratch build. We can't make it out of what we had before. Backfish, do we have suggestions for them on the Dovetail forums? Someone wants to post them a link. You did grin boarding the Pendo back to Houston, yeah, really. Hey, Anarchist Angel. Welcome, NBC. I won't try pronouncing the rest. Or shall I go with Train Spotting DK? 12 kilometers till it mapped. Oh, someone just chucked in a £2.22 and we're now at £2,222 and 22 pence. That's pretty amazing. The numerology is real. You're holding a TSW marathon as well, Drew Dreamer. Excellent. I don't think there are any routes I particularly miss because I think I touch all of them, you know, a reasonable amount. I haven't played Great Western in a while. I am kind of starting to miss Great Western, but I've told myself I'm not playing it until the Master comes out. So I am looking forward to that. Thank you, Mr. Train Guy. What about yourself, Liam? What are the routes that you miss? And where do you miss them? You haven't played LGV in a good while. No, me too, but that kind of gameplay experience doesn't excite me too much, so I don't miss it so much. Hey there, Amtrak, how are you? Hi, welcome back, Global. As you can see, the total has advanced. Oh crikey, yeah, I completely missed that. So LF6. Huh. I think it's because it was an 80 limit, and I don't think you get them on a 7 unless it's more than 80, more than like a 90. It's only mandatory, I think, 60 and below, isn't it? All your 7s are mine. Yeah, no, I think they quite frequently are, but this route, I think it was a little bit more, they cheaped it a bit. We're questioning about Boston route coming up. Will the content from this route layer into the old Boston route also? Not at launch. We've got no plan at the moment for putting and updating the old timetable to bring the new content in, but it is something I'd like to do, but not at launch, and I've no plan for it at the minute. Hey, Gerald. Well, there are independent community developers making a timetable, TS Southwestern, and we're working on one as well. It's not Joe, bad guy. Joe's busy. But just as good. See you later, Goosewaff. 4.7 kilometers to Let Matter. I've forgotten how slow this route was. There's more than just Joe that are legendary at timetables in the team now, bad guy. Frankfurt wasn't done by Joe. Joe coached the person who did it, but No, Joe's been doing a good job in teaching others, you know, his workflow. So yeah, there's somebody else on the team he's been working with. There's two people he's been working with. One of which is Liam, who's been working on, because he's building the new Great Western timetable. That's kind of where that one is at the moment. Londo, one of the things I find interesting but also challenging as a lead is encouraging a team member to find excellence, which isn't that much of a challenge with a productive team member, but then encouraging that team member to help their other team also find excellence and share how they got there, you know, what their journey was, and you know, and mentor. That's tricky. Oh, another donation. AS and KH, thank you very much. Puts us up to 224135. Keighley, difficult. Clapham is worth a visit. Very, very busy. Lots of stuff to see. I think what formats are expectable or allowed, Anarchist Angel, sometimes changes with the currency you pick, because it makes it you choose a different payment provider or something. Oh, or did I put the brake on before the it had notched down properly? Hey, Albert. Pete, thank you very much for that donation. Much appreciated. I mean, the bus number is important, it's crucial, but I guess what I was trying to get at is once you've established that you need to do something, like, you know, make sure knowledge is shared and so forth, it's finding someone who can share their knowledge, yeah, and helping them, coaching them so that they can coach effectively, and some people just aren't interested or capable of doing that. And then you have to kind of rely on other methods. It's kind of, that's what I've found interesting is solving that problem, is how you do that, because it's a problem, as you say, that needs solving. It's critical. But if you've got someone who's just horrible at teaching other people, then it's not going to help anybody if you force them to do that. You kind of need to find a way to get around that. I mean, someone that can't be coached probably is in the wrong job. That's, you know, bluntly, it's a simpler problem to solve. You know, being really cold about it. But it is not necessarily anyone's fault if they are not good at coaching. You know, sometimes you can help teach them how to coach the coaching, and sometimes you can't, and you just need to realise that you need to find another way of doing that. Your eyes are done for the day. Nice one, Jason. See you tomorrow, Jason. Next, I think, what did you have for us, Paul? Was it West Coast Main Line Flying Scotsman, I think you had for your video, wasn't it? Well, it was appreciated, Peter. It was appreciated. Absolutely. Thank you very much. We're on our way to Hagen now. This was supposed to be last weekend, but I couldn't speak, so that didn't feel like the right time to have a stream. Is Hagen where you get a nice ice cream? Probably. See, if you'd have said, does have a Hagen have nice cream, I could have said it does, but you need to ask the right question for me to be able to answer it, you know? You're going to play MSFS 2024 in November. That's what I'm hoping to do, yeah. Like I said, I want to kind of have another go at doing my round the world flight in 80 million hops. I've got my yoke and my pedals, and I've got a bunch of levers and things. So I've got, you know, all of the hardware, but I just need to. I wanted to wait because I thought I got sort of inspired to want to do it again recently, and it was just like 2024 is just around the corner. Let's really use it as an opportunity to go and see the, you know, see the scenery. And flying over the TSW routes is a neat idea, Londo. Actually, yeah. Where there's a TSW route, use that as the journey to take. Possibly even the same with TS Classic routes. Wreckfest 2, yeah, definitely, Derek, definitely. I haven't played Wreckfest in a long time, Eddie, but I kind of want to. There's route hop at Hagen to Rhine Austin, but timetables almost certainly won't match up. I thought we fixed a lot of the PZB on rapid transit at this point, Anarchist Danger. I know it used to be dire, but there was less about the PZB, more about it not triggering correctly on the various signals. Yeah, Rhine Royal Austin and Royal Sieg Nord both have Hagen at one end, so they do overlap. .5 for Hagen. Don't remember, but I'm sure the last time I played it, I got on all right with it. Anarchist Angel. It used to be some problems on the south end as you went into the tunnel. You'd always have a hot magnet there. I don't know if that's not Peter's Rotor, I don't think. But yeah, as you went into the tunnel, you'd always have a hot magnet there. I think there were a number of places that had hot magnets. It was a nightmare, frankly. Whereas I'm pretty sure the last time I ran the route, it went smoothly. They've had some work on them, because remember the Preserve Crew did a whole rework on Rapid Transit, and I think they fixed a bunch of stuff. No, is it fixed as fully as it could be, should be? I don't know, but I think it's playable. No date yet for Netherlands, but it's underway. Don't know about that one, Anarchist Angel. Water at Ball. Hey, CGD Games. Thank you. Oh, very good, Liam. Very good. I missed that. Train Simulator Driver, thank you very much for that donation. Very much appreciated. I don't know if we would make trams. I got to be honest, Eddie. One of the problems with trams is more the way they interact with the road systems, I think. Don't know, but I think it's unlikely we'll make trams. 22, 77, 69. Getting dangerously close to me having rubbish sauce for my bacon sandwiches. Hey Nigel. Well, thank you for popping in, appreciate it. Not sure what you mean, Dreamer. Nah, the perfect bacon butty for me, just a bit of brown sauce in there is the best way of doing that, GW. I feel I'm a firm believer in brown sauce for bacon butties. Thank you, James Page. Much appreciated. There's Hagen coming up just ahead of us now. Team Ketchup. Well, not everyone's perfect, you know. You're allowed to be wrong in some areas. Guess there's a train in my platform. Well, there's the eyes alone are sitting over there. One loco, one cab car. Stream okay for everybody? Well, you know what? I'll take a vote on it. You know, it can be mayo. I've got mayo. It could be ketchup, and I've got that Namsan barbecue, which is not barbecue. Tastes like Marmite. You know, we can take a vote. If we get to 2,500, you can tell me what you want on my bacon butty. But if you don't get to 2,500, I get brown sauce. Harold Nielsen, what is my favourite train and route? Southeastern High Speed and the 395. Well, you see, I want HP sauce, and most people want to make me have something terrible in there. And I'll do it if it means we get we hit a target. I don't know what's the worst options. Up to you. No, I hate Marmite. I don't have any in the house either, Tom. So that's not really a valid option. Salad cream. What's going on? Starting at 08:58. Oh wow! You know what? Let's just get the old nuke button out. I'm not waiting till 08:58. Kaboom! Still no path? Wow. That is unhappy. Oh well, that's not going anywhere by the looks of it. Fine, I won't dwell on it. Let's go back to the main menu. What do you do to nuke? You click on the train with your left mouse button, or with your A button or your cross button, and then it pops up the menu, and then you can just hit remove train. It's free roam functionality, but you can free roam delete AI trains. Right, okay, so I get to have a little mini break now, and Paul's going to take over the stream with a video he sent through, and where is that video? It's right here. So yes, big thanks to Paul for sending this. This is West Coast Main Line with the Flying Scotsman. So I'm not going anywhere. I'll be back in the chat once I've had a quick stretch of legs, go to the toilet and the like. But keep those donations coming in. We're going to be around for a bit longer. I'll be back for another at least one more thing after Paul's video. So stick around as long as you're not getting too tired. And if you are, then obviously I'll be back tomorrow morning as well. So 10 o'clock UK time. But I'll be back after Paul's video. So handing over to Paul.
G'day viewers, we're here with Flying Scotsman at Milton Keynes Central. We're part of the One Special Day Special Effect charity event through the Streamathon being run by Matt Peddlesden for collecting donations to support this amazing charity. Now, I'm going to talk to you about being a real-life fireman. Let me just get this train going first though. Looks like she's trying to go by herself. Alright, so we're almost up to 75. Brakes off, and let's get some throttle happening. Nice and gentle. Nice and gentle. Always got to be gentle with the steam engines. Try and get a better camera view for you. There we go. It's a nice one. There we go. We're starting to get her going. Let's open her up a little bit more. Come off again. Now, as a real-life fireman, in some ways I'm sad that this game doesn't properly emulate steam firing. But I'm also glad that it doesn't emulate steam firing, because it's actually a very hard job. It's extremely difficult. It's half art, half science, half class. Let's call it class, shall we? Anyway, we've got Flying Scotsman moving, so let me just bring the reverser back a bit. And let's open her up and get a bit of a move on. We've got our 8 coaches floating along behind us here, with some people inside. Nice to see them there. Nice to see them popping in, coming down from the starship above, beaming in. Thank you, Scotty. Well, we are flying the Flying Scotty, I suppose, so, you know, it makes a degree of sense. But anyway, before we get into the real-life fireman bit, make sure you are, if you can afford it, donating something to the Special Effect charity. Excuse me, just a little dry on the throat there. And thank you very much to Matt and the Dovetail people for actually making this event happen. Each year they raise a huge amount of money, and it's all thanks to people like you in the community. So who am I? I'm a Dovetail ambassador. My channel name is Train Simulator Driver, all one word, and you'll find me on YouTube. And I produce tons of content for the game. But while we're tooling along here and we're gradually picking up speed, we're getting over 20 mile an hour now, got almost 200 in the steam chest. Plenty of pressure up in the boiler over there, although I would like just a little bit more than that. So I'm actually going to pull my reverser back just a little bit more, back into about 35, and that should help the steam level recover admirably. Won't do a whole lot for our acceleration, but it'll get us moving, and that's the main thing. So we're going to be running all the way into Euston as part of this segment of the show. Just had to pop over to the OBS there because I had a horrible thought that my mic wasn't on, because, you know, I've done it before. Alrighty, so I describe myself as an engineman. Now, before we get into it, there's no gender in engineman. There are plenty of competent women on the footplate. There are plenty of competent people of all walks. Anything you like. Everybody's there. It's an incredibly accepting workplace because normally you've got a mate, but you know, when you run the Flying Scotsman in a free roam, you don't actually get a fireman, so we're doing it solo today, but that's okay. We've got an automatic fireman. It'll do what it needs to do. It'll be fine. But normally you form a very close bond with your driver. We're being passed by a 350. Come on, Scotty, get it into gear. You can't let that happen. You can't let that modern electric thing pass you. But anyway, normally you're forming a really tight bond with your workmate who's sharing the footplate with you. And you'll have some good moments, and you'll have some not so good moments. And the important thing is that you work together as a team and you make those things happen. So, looking back on my own history and heritage a little bit, I've been on a volunteer railway, actually as a volunteer, for 42 years. That's probably longer than a lot of the people watching this have actually been alive. And you know what? That's fine. Because one thing that volunteer railways need, and the heritage railways need, is tons of volunteers. We need loads of them. And because we need loads of them, we're looking always for younger people. And it doesn't matter how old you are, there's a job for you in Heritage Railways somewhere, and it doesn't matter how young you are, there's a job for you in Heritage Railways somewhere. Some of the jobs have restrictions, so the jobs that I do, you have to be over 18, and you have to have certain tickets and licenses to be able to do what I'm allowed to do, and I'm a fireman. I'm on the path to being a driver one day, but right now I'm a fireman. I do drive, because from time to time the driver will say, how about you just step into my office for a little while, and I'll fire the engine for you. And you always go, beauty, I'm in that. But if I cover a little bit on why I'm a volunteer, it's probably similar to why Matt's running this thing for Special Effect. It's an opportunity to give back to my community. So I get a lot out of the railway scene. I quite happily chase trains. I quite happily play with trains. My trainers would hate to hear me say the words play with trains, but I do. Yeah, let's just get that out there. I like to be surrounded by good mates, and I really want something that's away from my normal work, because normal work is white collar. It's an incredibly stressful job. I took a blood pressure reading recently that wasn't that attractive, and getting out to the railway gives me a place where I can get my hands filthy. I can do a job really well, and I can have the personal pride and satisfaction immediately, because the other thing about my normal real life job is that the delivery of satisfaction is very, very slow. It comes over months, if not years, because I work in the software development industry. I'm a solution architect. I'm in charge of a whole bunch of other solution architects, and it takes us a long time to get to where we need to be on any particular thing. that we're working on. It's just a really slow process. And that feeling of not delivering anything really sticks with you, and it can actually affect you a little bit to some extent. So it builds up stresses, it builds up a need to get something done. And by being on the footplate, every day I'm on the footplate, I achieve something, whether it's a good day or a bad day. And yes, even with my level of experience on the railway, I still have it. It still happens. You get bad days. The most experienced, knowledgeable people get bad days sometimes. It's just life. See you later, little 350. We got the last laugh. Mind you might get another laugh shortly because we're still only doing 45 mile an hour. How's our steam pressure going up there? Well, it's crawled up a little bit back over 200. Where's our reverser at the moment? 35? Yeah, we'll stick with that. That'll be fine. So we'll continue cruising along. So an engineman's life is quite a hard one. I do a 12-hour shift, and I'm on my railway most Saturdays. Not all, most. I will tell you every day, but it's not quite right. Most Saturdays. And I get there at 6 o'clock in the morning, and I finish at 6 o'clock at night, and by the time I'm leaving there, I am dog tired. I just want to go home, I want to have some dinner, I want to watch some TV, maybe have a comforting beverage of some kind, and go to bed, because you're just so worn out. And again, it doesn't actually matter how old you are for that, because I've worked with firemen as young as 18, and I've worked with firemen in their 80s, and we all get it the same way. We're getting hit in the face by a lot of containers here. Have you noticed that? But anyway, that's okay. Maybe I'll move it. There we go. That's a bit better. We'll sit up here for a bit.